Good evening, everyone. We are back, night two of the NFL draft. Thank you for everyone who's tuning in and going to spend the night with us here tonight as the Miami Dolphins have a lot of picks tonight. Right now, they have pick 43 in round two and 3 picks in round three. They traded pick 90 yesterday, but there's a report out from Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network that the Dolphins are trying to trade up in round two. So take 43, package it with something, and move up. We'll see if that comes to fruition. We'll see. But that's the rumor and innuendo out there from Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network. I'm your host, Michael Leva. Shortly, I'll be joined by Aaron the Brain, and Big E Ian Berger is going to be joining as well here and probably shortly after 7 or just after 7 or so. And, Josh Katzker might be joining throughout the night. I don't know if Tom will be able to bop on, but if he can, he will. So, yeah, it's going to be another exciting night here at the DolphinsTalk YouTube channel. It was amazing last night. Absolutely amazing. Thank you, everyone who joined and was part of this, who was part of our show and our live stream. So we really do appreciate that. And tonight should be good. Should be a fun night as the Miami Dolphins here have a lot of picks tonight. We're also going to give away 3 autographs. We have here. I got one of them right here. We got a Devon Achane autograph, 8x10 from Devon Achane. We'll probably give this one away first. Then we got a Zach Thomas autograph card and a Jarvis Landry autograph card. But you got to be with us here throughout the evening to see what's going on when we give it away. Probably give it away the first one after Miami makes their first pick. So that'll probably happen there. Probably not going to talk a lot about Caden Proctor tonight because that was beaten to death last night. And I think, look, everyone's got their opinions. Everyone's voiced their opinion on social media or in our comments or on our YouTube channel. We get it. It's going to be something we'll be talking about a lot all off season. Tonight, though, let's focus on the guys picked tonight and what goes on tonight. And the Proctor stuff, I know some people don't mind the pick. Some people hate the pick, all that good stuff. We'll talk about it when we'll talk. After this weekend, there's a lot of time before the Miami Dolphins have anything to do. So there'll be a lot of time to talk about Caden Proctor in the coming days and weeks and all that stuff. So, yeah, probably won't spend a lot of time on that here tonight. But as always, real quick, this show is brought to you by Caneswear, this live stream. Everyone go to caneswear.com for the best and most affordable Miami Dolphins apparel on the internet. If you need a Miami Dolphins hat, hoodie, polo, jersey, anything for the home or office, go to caneswear.com, caneswear.com, caneswear.com to get something for the Miami Dolphins. You also got stuff for the Hurricanes, the Panthers, the Heat, the Marlins, and all of those teams. So check that out there. If you're in South Florida, stop by the shop at 2655 South University Drive in Davie, Florida. Shout out to everyone watching at the I Am a Miami Dolphins fan Facebook page. If you're watching this video on YouTube, share it to your page or whatever. If you see the live feed on Twitter, do me a favor, retweet the live feed. That always helps, gets more people here, makes it more fun in the chat. And yeah, we are about 10 minutes away from round one starting. There's a lot of good players out there for the Dolphins right now. I think if they're going to make a pick here at the top at round two at either 43 or if they make a trade, some of the names you got to look at are safety Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, cornerback Jermon McCoy, who's now fallen to round two, his teammate Colton Hood at cornerback. If you go edge, you got TJ Parker's there. You got who else you got to get edge? You got R. Mason Thomas, Zion Young. If they want to go defensive tackle, you got Caden McDonald, Lee Hunter, Cassius Howell's another edge. Denzel Boston at wide receiver still out there. If they want like a linebacker, you got Jacob Rodriguez. Christian Miller's another defensive tackle. Jeremy Bernard, the wide receiver, he's also one. You got a local kid from Miami, a corner, Keontae Scott. There's a lot of good players. If they want to go with another offensive lineman, the kid from Oregon, Emmanuel Pregnon, oh my God, he's so good. So there's just so many players out there that at pick 43, which is only about 10 picks in, which is going to come quick, the Miami Dolphins will get someone who can probably help them right away at one spot. And again, I don't think anything's off the table. If I had to guess, and this is just a guess, edge rusher, and I see Cap for life, so blowing up our chat. Cap, a lot of great news. Thank you. I know Edge rusher, in my eyes, is the biggest need. After that, I'd probably go someone in the secondary, corner or safety. And then after that, you're probably looking at a wide receiver. Those are your top three. And I'm going to throw in as a wild card a nose tackle / defensive tackle, Lee Hunter, McDonald type, just because, again, the people in charge now did not draft any of these guys who were here last year, who were picked last year, like Grant Phillips and Zeke Bigger. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. It's going to start here shortly. But yeah, thank you for everyone who is joining us in the chat. Much, much, much appreciated. Yeah, so we'll see what they do. John Eric Sullivan, prior to the draft, more likely to trade down than up. Well, at the end of round 1, he trades up, and I got this report. We'll see if it comes true. He might be trying to trade up again. So clearly he played the cards close to his vest. He played the card close to his vest. I see Caps reporting that Ian Rappaport believes the Cardinals, Browns, Dolphins, and Jets could draft a quarterback early in the second round. I don't see who's a quarterback you draft early in the second round, but we'll see. I think all of them will be a reach at this point. But yeah, look, there's no shortage of needs for the Dolphins. As we said on the feed last night and on the podcast I did with Tom, this is more than a one-year fix, guys. And, that's why you can't get your heart set on any one player in particular or any one position. We are not going to fill all these needs in one offseason, not by a long shot. And, yeah, we'll see what happens here as we get close. There's a lot of wide receivers still out there. There's a lot. Now, some of them I wouldn't touch, like Zachariah Branch, not because I don't care about the arrest and all that stuff, but because of the just his size. But you got Brazil from Tennessee's out there. You got Denzel Boston's out there. You got Jeremy Bernard's out there. There's just a lot of wide receivers. There's a lot of offensive linemen if they want to go on that side of the ball. And of course on defense, there's a lot. I got the ESPN feed on. I don't have the volume on because obviously I'm doing a live stream here. I am shocked. Absolutely shocked that they keep putting on Booger McFarland on this draft. There's got to be someone better. I mean, I'm sure he's a nice man. And look, he clearly does homework. He tries hard. This is not his strength. That's all I'm going to say. This is not his strength. Put Field Yates up there. Put Peter Schrager up there. They keep going with freaking Booger McFarland. Unbelievable. But yeah, there's a lot of University of Miami players I see in this chat. You got CJ Daniels, you got Carson Beck tonight, you got Keontae Scott. So some Hurricanes for you Hurricanes fans who live in South Florida. I think you guys, they're going to have a quick night, clearly, and should be interesting to see how this plays out here. It's a big night for the Dolphins. Again, as we said last night, we don't know. Everyone likes to think they know. We don't know how this is going to play out right away. You sit there, you hope. We all hope for the best. But at the end of the day, nobody quite frankly knows who's going to pan out, who won't pan out. And, yeah, we will wait and see here. As round 3 is about, 5 minutes away? Or round 2, I should say, is about 5 minutes away for the Dolphins. Hopefully someone here will join me soon in this chat, make it a little bit more fun. But yeah, so it's going to be a busy night. It's going to be a busy night. It's funny. I watched. So after last night, I get off the air late, and I go back and I watch the feeds on TV just for the Miami picks and stuff like that. And it's just it was funny to see the reaction. The Proctor one, everyone was waiting. Everyone had their criticisms like, well, he's good, but it was always but. And then, for Chris Johnson, it was all positive feedback. It's all positive feedback. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this goes here tonight. Yeah, I see a lot of people in the chat saying, "What's up? What's up?" Folks, like I said, I don't know if Tom's going to be on the live stream. I'm sure he'll try at some point, but if not, after rounds 2 and 3 are over, he'll be with me for a podcast. Aaron the Brain's going to be joining soon. We're going to have Ian Berger tonight, and I know Josh Katzker plans on popping in and out. This night's a little bit more laid back, a little bit more lax here. Night one's obviously the big night, but we'll do it. We'll take care of things at the end of the day here. We'll take care of things as we wait. The quarterbacks. I'm shocked that Mel Kiper's got Carson Beck as the next best quarterback in this draft ahead of Nussmeier, Drew Ayler, Cole Payton. Not that he's a bad guy, Beck. I don't see it. I just don't see it with Carson Beck. But yeah, night 2 should get here underway. So, I want everyone in the chat, if you're in the chat here, why don't you tell me where you're watching from? Tell me where you're watching from this game, and we'll give you some shout outs. That doesn't mean Mel Kiper's an idiot, Martini Jack. I'm just saying I don't have Carson Beck as the next best quarterback in this draft. It doesn't mean he's an idiot. If someone's in bed, oh, that's nice to know. South Carolina, Jupiter, Florida, California, Sherwood Forest. Thank you. Virginia, Connecticut, Virginia, North Kakalaki, El Paso, Raleigh, Pompano Beach. Tennessee. Let's see what's on the NFL Network. Anything any good? And then there's also the feed on Rochester. What's up? That's not too far from me. And they got the feed on ABC, which is Reese Davis and stuff, which I don't know if Reese is on tonight, though. That might just be the ESPN feed again. I think that might have been just last night with Reese. I don't know. We'll see. No, that might be Reese Davis again tonight. Crazy. Ocala, Tennessee, Indiana, Scotland, up late. Oh, Aaron the Brain's coming on. Aaron, what's up?
Right on time, right?
Yes, round 2 is about to start here. And I was just sort of vamping here, seeing where everyone's from. And you got the rumor out there that Miami's trying to trade up here. We'll see if it actually happens. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm conflicted about it because in general, number one, you already gave up a 3rd round pick yesterday to move.
Not gave up, they swapped, they slid down.
Yes, you didn't give up the pick, but you moved down 48 pick. You moved down like a round and a half to move up 3 picks. I wonder what it would take to move up. Like, could we throw it like if it just costs us like one of the 5th round picks that I
think it's pick 94 looking at the chart.
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah. I don't love it because like this team needs players. Like there are good players that are going to fall to you. I'm conflicted because I do think specifically at edge rusher where there is a definitive need and I think there is a glut of talent there that like if they're going to trade up, that's got to be what they're looking at. Like guys like TJ Parker or Zion Young or Gabe Yakis. One of those 3 guys I would think is going to be the guy, but also they could use a safety. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is there.
You take another corner.
You could take another corner, but like, that's the thing. If you're not pigeonholed in to, we need to get the best player at this tier from this position, then why not just sit at 43 and see what happens as opposed to giving up more picks?
I agree. I tend to agree. And I was looking at the names. There's enough names where they really don't have to trade up. Let me get the list of like some of the top names. You have, and these are in no special order, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Jermon McCoy, Colton Hood, Boston, Parker, Howell, the edge rusher, C.J. Allen, the linebacker, Caden McDaniel, the nose tackle. Keep an eye on him. Avion Terrell, Lee Hunter, Jacob Rodriguez, Brandon Cece, R. Mason Thomas, Zion Young, Christian Miller, Traydon Stukes, Jeremy Bernard, Chris Basantis, Keontae Scott, Jake Galladay. Like any one of these names, Antonio Williams, Emmanuel Pregnon. Yes, I like some more than others. Obviously, we all have our personal favorites. Gabe Jackass, I always say that name wrong.
I think it's Akis. I think it's a silent.
If we draft him, that's going to take a bit, folks. I'm not going to lie.
Don't call him Jackass.
Yeah, don't call him Jackass. I know. It is fun. So there's a lot of names. Here for personal entertainment. They took Proctor, and I don't want to talk about that a lot tonight. Some fans love it, some fans hate it. It is what it is. It picks in, can't change it.
Yep.
If they took a cornerback from South Carolina in round 2, in the wake of Cam Smith, this fan base it's already on the edge, Aaron. I know it's not fair to hold the sins of Cam Smith against Brandon Cece, or even if they went with Jalen Kilgore, but you got those 2 South Carolina secondary players who should go in round 2. And if they took one of them, this fan base might lose its mind.
Yeah, and I don't care. And frankly, I
don't care about that stuff either.
Not only do we not care, it's obvious that they don't care.
They don't care.
John Sullivan doesn't care. So I'm not gonna get too hung up in something silly like that. But yeah, the point is that you could sit at 43.
You're gonna get somebody.
There's gonna be there's gonna be talent there. So would you give up pick 94 to move up to get a guy that you love? I mean, they showed us yesterday, they showed us last night that they're willing to do that. They're willing to move up, and they're willing to sacrifice future draft capital to get a guy that they love in Chris Johnson. I think it would be a little bit of overkill to do. I mean, look, you had all these picks. You have all these picks, so it's whatever. Get at the end of the day, nobody's gonna care how many picks we made in this draft 3 years from now. Exactly. They're gonna care about how good are the players that we drafted in this draft. So if you've got conviction, if you think there's a huge drop off in talent from, and you're at risk of falling below that tier to where you're sitting at 43 and you don't think you're going to get appropriate value, and it only costs you pick 94, I suppose you can make an argument for it. I just don't love it, because then at the end of the day, you went from having 7 picks in the top 100 to all of a sudden having, right now you have 6, and you could be having 5. And generally speaking, that's kind of where the tier really drops off, is after the top 100.
Yeah, and it's with Chris Johnson, if he turns out to be a lockdown number 1 corner, Xavier Howard type, whatever, no one's going to remember the trade that they went down all those spots. No one's going to remember that. All they care about is how the player plays. Now, if the player misses, then that everyone always reverts back to trade. Liam Eichenberg, Jonas Mayan. That's all. That's going to be the first thing anyone thinks about. But if the player's good, no one cares about the trade at the end of the day. So it's going to be interesting. Who's on the clock right now? San Francisco. So it started. San Francisco's on the clock. Let me get back to my magic Twitter feed here with spoilers. Get this going here. Okay, looks like it hasn't started yet. Jordan Schultz was also doing them too. I should probably get his page up. Let's see here. What's going on with Gold Jordy? His father owns Starbucks. Guy's working his ass off covering the NFL, and his father's probably a zillionaire.
I wonder if he backs the unions.
Well, I know. So per Jordan Schultz, that the 49ers are making a pick, no trade. And he's also reporting that the Giants are expected tonight to trade Kayvon Thibodeau to the Saints at some point. That seems to be a done deal. And also Ricky Scoops. Everyone knows Ricky Scoops. He also has that trade as well. So nobody goes against Ricky Scoops.
Yeah, as soon as they drafted Arvell Reese, I just got back from the barber. I don't know if you could tell.
Oh, looks slick.
My barber's a big Giants fan, so we were talking about Arvell Reese and this whole situation, and we were talking about. I was like, The Giants got nothing but edge rushers.
They're loaded at edge rusher, which isn't a bad place to be loaded, actually. But I know he wore out his welcome there. Last year when he fell asleep in the hallway and everyone's walking by him, that was like the last straw for Thibodeau because he kind of hasn't lived up to the hype. He hasn't been someone who, let's just say, is a self-starter, self-motivated. And then when he fell asleep at the team headquarters in the middle of the day, that doesn't go. Like, if you're sleeping in your locker, no one cares. When you're in the middle of the hall when secretaries are walking by, that's kind of a bad that's a bad look.
Yeah, not a good look. I wonder what the Saints are going to give them as far as compensation.
It would have to be a pick tonight because it looks like that's what the trade's going to be for a pick tonight. That's why, like, they're saying it has to go down tonight. So I'm guessing picking around 2. I have no idea who holds what picks tonight. I could probably look. ESPN's probably got it. Let's see what they got. I have no idea who holds what picks.
Well, it looks like the Saints pick, at 42, right before the Dolphins.
Could be that then. That might be a little rich though, but okay, it could be that.
I think that's very rich for a guy that wore out his welcome.
Yeah, because the Saints got the leverage here.
They also have 73. To me, that's
more realistic. Yeah. That's going to be 2 picks before Miami.
Yeah, and that's all the Saints have today. I mean, it could be a future pick.
Could be.
I wonder who the 49ers are going to take because the 49ers. Did they end up sticking and picking anybody in the first round, or they traded down with Miami and then they traded down again?
I know, I can't remember. Last night, it was a blur last night. I can't remember. Yeah, they have to have traded down again because why would they be here?
Yeah, they traded down with the Jets, who traded up to get Omar Cooper. So,
that makes sense.
So San Francisco yet to take a pick.
This got to be Warren. It's got to be Warren, I think. I could be wrong.
They could really use a wide receiver. Because
Juan Jennings hasn't been re-signed yet. I wouldn't be shocked if he ends up in Miami. Juan Jennings after June 1st.
Yeah, this could be a spot for Denzel Boston.
Or an offensive lineman.
Yeah, they could go on offensive lineman. They could go with one of the 2 guards. You got Basantis and Pregnon, I think, are the big names that are expected to go in round 2. There are some
Pregnon's great. Pregnon's so good.
He's a big guy. He's a big dude, athletic too.
He's a solid guard. Yeah, I mean, he's plug and play the first day.
Yeah, I think the 49ers should go a lot of different ways here. If I had to guess, I'm thinking they're going to go wide receiver, but supposedly the pick is in. I don't know who it is yet.
Let me see. Check out my spoiler pages. It is nice to, like 6-7 years ago, everyone was a spoiler page. Now it's like, a lot of these guys are afraid to do it. But then you get the ones who don't give 2 Fs. Like, how is the NFL going to hurt me? It ain't going to hurt me. I'll make a guess. It's going to be Emmanuel McNeil Warren. That's my guess. And again, that's just reckless speculation. I'm just purely guessing. Because last night, like in top 10, I think I was wrong on every guess I had, as most people were. Not going to lie.
To be honest, they could go anyway. Like they've got their pick. Like they could go edge, they could go O-line, they could go receiver, they could go.
They're the type of franchise. They're the type of franchise we achieve to be, where you're literally taking best player available. Because you got needs here and there, but for the most part, you can just take whoever the hell you want because you're just a smart organization who just does the draft right most years. You don't. Yeah, everyone misses, but they don't miss a lot. Like the Eagles, San Francisco, the Ravens, Seattle, smart teams. If we can ever get to that place.
My thought is with the whole Brendan Ayuk situation, and he's not there anymore, and they haven't signed Jennings. They drafted the wide receiver, Pearsall.
Oh, we got the pick, and we were all wrong.
We were all wrong? Okay.
It is a wide receiver, though, so you get some credit there. Dezon Stribling from Ole Miss.
Oh, wow. Early.
Now, look, that's a traits guy. He's a big guy, I think. Let me how much?
He's a height, weight, speed guy.
Yeah, he's a height, weight, speed guy. Let me see. He was on my radar from Miami at some point. What is he? 6'2" and an eighth. Ran a 4.36. I mean, Jesus. Yeah. I can see why they want him.
I mean, big time traits.
Bye Juan Jennings. You ain't coming back.
Very raw. The knock on him was that he wasn't very productive this year, or he was slow out of the gate, but he was also playing for Ole Miss after he transferred from Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
And Ole Miss had quarterback issues, and then once Chambliss kind of got in there, then Stribling kind of hit his stride at the end of the season.
True.
He was kind of seen as like a fringe top 100 pick. So taking him top of round 2, I mean, if you think Caden Proctor was a reach.
I mean, it's height, weight, speed, like you said. That's all it is. Because when he gets the ball in his hands, watching on TV, he's tough to bring down. Yeah. He's running through tackles.
And what I was going to say about Denzel Boston kind of applies here for Stribling, which is you got Pearsall, who's more of like your just precision route runner, create separation, but he doesn't have that explosive down the field speed. He's not like this big contested catch guy. So getting a bigger body receiver to go along with that, who they thought they had in Brendan Ayuk prior to the injury and then whatever the heck happened there, taking away the expectation that Stribling was probably going to be like a 3rd round pick. If you didn't have that expectation, just the body type, the position, and the type of player he is, I think it makes a lot of sense.
All right, now they're coming in fast and furious here. We got another pick. Where's my gimmick? Can we play at least once tonight? Arizona took Chase Biontis out of Texas A&M. Not a shock. He was expected to go somewhere around here. Makes a lot of sense.
Well, I love that we're 2 picks off the board, and
that really needs
I mean, you could go you could make a case that the Dolphins could go guard if like Pregnon or Basantis were to drop to them, but like you just drafted Caden Proctor yesterday. I'd be shocked if they went offensive line, at least in round 2 here. So like obviously they need wide receivers, but I think there's some confidence based on their track record that they can get some wide receivers later in the draft.
I think so too.
I love that the first 2 picks were not an edge rusher and not a defensive back.
Yeah, I think tonight with this next pick, wherever Miami picks, I just got a gut feeling it's either going to be an edge. If it's not an edge, it's going to be a nose tackle, McDonald, Lee Hunter type. Because I think here's the thing, John Eric Sullivan, he stayed true to form with a lot of what he said. Trading up, I think maybe, but again, he didn't say he was against trading up, but he just said it'd be unlikely. But okay, so he traded up once. It's not the end of the world. I just think he's going to go size. Edge rush is just a big need, so that is there. But so if he goes there, it's going to be someone with length and who's got some muscle on him. But I wouldn't be shocked if they went nose tackle, defensive tackle, Caden McDonald, Lee Hunter type here, or the kid from Georgia, Christian Miller. That would not shock me either because, look, they say we're a soft team for a reason. You want to stop being soft, you get guys like Proctor, you get guys like that, and you're not going to get run on. You're not going to go pushed around, and hopefully you put them next to Grant, who will improve. You put them next to Jordan Phillips, who will improve. Zach Seal, let's assume they'll be here all year. Like, that's how you get tougher in the trenches. And, yeah, you got to keep adding to it. So I wouldn't be shocked if they went with someone at defensive tackle. Again, just a guess. We'll see.
I wouldn't hate it at this point.
I wouldn't.
I think
I want good players.
And we're like, I still don't love the way that they handled day 1 of the draft, but at the end of the day, like, I'm willing to sit back and say, this is the plan unfolding. Like, that's what this draft, the first draft of this regime is all about. It's the first time that we're really going to see the plan. If the plan is just like, look, we're really going to attack the trenches and we're really just going to get a bunch of big bad dudes in the trenches, even if that means like you're not necessarily taking quote unquote best player available. I don't hate the plan to get really big and strong in the trenches, because I think that's where you win football games.
I'll tell you one thing too. If they wanted to kick, because look, they're not going to, as we've said over and over again, they're not going to fix this in one draft. They're not going to fix it one offseason. You're not going to fill every hole. If they wanted to kick the can down the road at wide receiver, I would not be upset, because I think you're going to be able to sign a veteran guy in the summer to go with Atwell and Tolbert and Washington, you patchwork it for a year where there's no expectations anyways. If they wanted to, maybe take one in round 3 with those picks, but you don't go nuts at wide receiver. You don't take 2. You don't go nuts. You just get one guy, and they sort of kick the can down the road there while they, fix their secondary, maybe add another corner safety to go with Chris Johnson. You get you get 1 or 2 guys at edge or an edge and an O-stack. Like, I am fine with that 100% because, again, you can kick the can down the road right now with tight end. You can probably kick the can down the road at wide receiver. They got enough. I'm not saying it's great, but they got enough to get through a season. At edge, secondary, they don't per se. And I'd rather kind of fix that now. And yeah, next year, maybe we're taking a quarterback in round 1, and maybe after that, we give them weapons, rounds 2, 3, 4 after that. I wouldn't be against that.
Yeah, no, Look, I think you take a wide receiver. You got a bunch of picks. I mean, you got to see how the board.
You got to take one.
You got to see how the board falls, but I think there's going to be guys there. Hey, did the Bills actually pick somebody?
Bills picked someone, TJ Parker. So here's what we're going to do, because these picks are coming so fast. If you're talking to someone else, I don't want to be rude and just cut you off, but I might just shout out a name mid-sentence. Don't take it personally. I'm just going to tell you right now. I know you wouldn't, but let's just clear there. I'm not trying to like hog the show, but the picks are coming quick. So yeah, I'm just going to shout them out pretty much.
How dare you, Mike? I'm out of here.
I know. I'm an asshole. Yeah. So TJ Parker, pair him with Chubb in their pass rush there. Not too bad. I get it. Still, I think the Bills need a wide receiver, but that's just me. But again, there's guys out there who aren't signed a wide receiver that they can still sign.
And at the end of the day, the Bills, as much as they need a wide receiver, just trading for DJ Moore and adding
helps
to what they had already last year. Like, they're already a better receiving core than they were last year, even if they
100%. 100% for sure. So the Bills, I like Parker. So on the Philadelphia radio station for Fox Sports, I was the reporter making the picks for the Dolphins, and I think what I have picked 11, I took Francis Mauigoa, and then I was shocked how that draft kind of fell. And it got to me at pick 30. I ended up taking Parker because there really wasn't much left. All the guys I kind of wanted, like Warren, were gone. Some of the wide receivers were gone, even though I didn't want one. If I wanted to take one, they were all gone. Some of the edge rushers I liked were gone, like Falk and stuff. I'm like, thinking TJ Parker, I guess, but wasn't really my plan. But no, he's a good player. But here's the thing: all those guys for Clemson, it's kind of been tough. Clemson's not Clemson. Oh, we got to trade. Houston traded with the Raiders at pick 36. Where are we at? We're at pick 36.
They
so
moved
Houston's
up
on the
2
clock.
spots.
Yeah. Clemson the past few years has been a tough team to get a read on because they were the one team when NIL started, the first 4 or 5 years, we're not going to do NIL. No, we're not going to do the transfer portal. So they wouldn't take, which is why? Everyone else is, you're getting passed. So they kind of got passed a little bit. They're still great, not as great as they were in the national championship every year. And they were losing games like Syracuse. They were losing games to teams they have no business losing to. And they were losing games. And some of their players, like Parker, had a great 2024, 2023, 2025 wasn't good. Antonio Williams, good, who I actually liked for Miami, was good, but not as good as most people thought he would be. Peter Woods, the team was under a haze and the players didn't play to the level. So trying to evaluate those guys has been a little tricky because they're great players, obviously. But man, Clemson's just been under this foggy haze where nothing seemed to go right the past few years for them.
Yeah, well, they went from having 2 of the best college quarterbacks of all time back to back, and they had a great stretch with Watson and with Lawrence, and since then it's gotten off the rails. Whatever his name was, ukulele, whatever. And
DJ, close enough.
Yeah, I always call him ukulele because I don't know how
That's
to say
a great name, honestly. Let's just go with it. That's just great.
And then they had and then Klubnik was just kind of he's probably going to get drafted tomorrow at some point. But just wasn't neither of those guys panned out the way that they wanted them to. And in college,
it's all about the quarterback. It's all about the quarterback.
I don't think it's all about the quarterback, but it
is.
You think so? I mean, because there's a lot of examples of good teams that are just loaded, and then they have really good game managers. But you have to have either a really good game manager or an elite quarterback.
Yeah, but I think it's really about in because a lot of games in college, like 52-48, 48-35, you got to win shootouts. Even the teams that are great now, Georgia and Alabama, who used to like win, like we're going to run the ball, play defense. So even they got to have quarterbacks that are really dynamic. In college football, I think it's more about in the NFL. We've seen it like this past Super Bowl. You can get by with like not an elite quarterback if the roster's loaded. In college football, you can have the best roster. You better have a quarterback who can play, or else you're just in so much trouble. Look at us here at Syracuse. We had the 1 year with what's his face, and we won 10, 11 games during the Holiday Bowl. Last year, the guy was playing great up until he got hurt. But once he got hurt, like if you don't have that quarterback, the team can be great. You're just not going to win, and that counts for the big boys too. They're starting to see that. That's why Miami spent all that money to take the kid from Duke, and they're willing to say, we don't care that the transfer portal closed. We're still paying him. He's cut because it's like if you don't have it, you ain't winning. Oh, we got a special guest joining us right now, making his long-awaited return. Big E's in the house. What's up, Big E?
Big E, how the heck are you?
Second day of the draft. It's exciting.
You made it this year. You weren't sitting down at Texas Roadhouse when Miami traded up. You're like, I just missed everything. Because he goes, I'm enjoying it next year. We're picking like 55. Like I'm eating dinner. I should be home in time. And we traded up to like pick 38. And like he's sitting at the restaurant going, well, I just missed everything.
It happens. It happens, man. And I for the first time ever, I've got a TV sitting here. It's like a mini, like 28-incher sitting next to my computer, so I can watch the draft as it's happening. It's I know you guys have like a full setup, and Aaron, I'm sure you got
so
like
Houston,
20 TVs.
Real quick, once we get picks, I'm just shouting them out. So if I do, if you're talking, don't take it personal. I'm just shouting out the picks. Houston just took Caden McDonald, who I actually liked a lot, from Ohio State, another Ohio State player. So that trade up where they traded with the Raiders was for Caden McDonald. We are only a few picks away from Miami. They're at pick 37. Miami right now is at 43 if they don't move.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So
for a second there, I thought you were saying Miami was at pick 37, but no, we're already at pick 37.
Yeah, we're at pick 37 here. We're going to be with Miami pretty quick. Yeah. And look, if you're Miami, if you want an edge rusher, they're sitting there. If you want a wide receiver, only one's been gone. McNeil Warren's still there. Corners are still there. Jermod McCoy. Oh, boy. I mean, look, I know.
I'm worried about his injuries, Mike.
Everyone is. Everyone is. I don't want him either. But I do feel bad for the kid because if not for the first injury, he proved he ran a 4.38. He did the vertical. Like we're fine. Okay. The second one that came out on like Monday, that's the one that's caused this fall. And I feel bad for the kid because, again, if he wasn't hurt now with that one other injury, he would have gone, top 15 last night probably.
Yeah.
This is where I think you get into the second round and like
Will Johnson last year.
The money is not as big.
Yep.
Like this is where I'd be willing to take that risk. I don't know numbers wise if it makes sense, and I don't know how bad you got to defer to their doctors, their own due diligence. I don't know what's going on there, but if he was the pick, like you can't be mad about.
You can justify it because of talent.
43.
And last year, the kid from Michigan, Will Johnson, he was supposed to go like top 10 to 15, mock to Miami, like in a zillion mocks, which I know don't mean anything. He falls to round 2 to Arizona. He was the best defensive player in that draft last year, and he fell to round 2 because everyone was afraid of the knee, bone on bone, all that stuff. So again, as we've been saying, we don't know. That's why I'm not upset about the Proctor pick and stuff. We don't know.
Caden McDonald was the last one, if I remember correctly, that stayed in the green room who was expected to go first round, right? Did I remember that right?
Yeah, because he's walking on stage now crying, which God bless him. Yeah. I mean, look, he's a good player. This guy's really good. I thought he'd go last night, honestly, which is why he's probably there. He thought he was going last night.
He thought he would go last night.
Absolutely.
Too. He's really good. Like everyone at Ohio State, they pump out those players. They are so good. That's a well-coached team. They know how to prepare kids for the pros.
So there's still a lot of really solid wide receivers, and I expect a wide receiver in this next spot, to be honest with you.
We've been talking about that, yeah.
I just don't think you could go in with Malik, Tutu Atwell and some of these other guys, but again, we're not the coach or GM for a reason.
So here's an interesting one. The Giants just made their pick. Cornerback from Tennessee, not Jermod McCoy though, Colton Hood.
Yeah. Again, he's going to continue to fall. I think it's just there's too many question marks. And do you want to risk a high draft pick on a guy that's got question marks. And I was talking to somebody about McCoy, and they said, yeah, he ran straight really quickly, but what does he do when he's cutting? And that's really when you start testing, right? What is it? A blown Achilles, I think is what he had. If I remember correctly.
No, he had ACL.
He
had ACL.
That's
and he
what
ran
it
a
was,
4.
ACL.
So yeah, I think what the thought process was, yes, it was a straight run, and they did like the long jump or vertical. It's like he's clearly healthy enough now, and by September he should be fine for that stuff, like the side to side lateral, the cutting. But with the other thing, which was like the foot or something with the bone, I don't even know all of it. Like that's the one to like, oh geez, now you got this too. It's like that's crazy. I'm looking for McCoy. Watch him fall to the Eagles at 54, and it'll end up being the best player in this draft because that's just the Eagles' luck.
I want to talk about edge. Now, I mean, obviously Parker's off the board. I think there's two guys that we've kind of talked about in Zion Young and Akis. If the Dolphins are looking for an edge to potentially go in that spot, is there another edge that you'd be comfortable taking at 43? Would you take our Mason Thomas? Would you take Barham from Michigan?
I wouldn't. Personally, our Mason Thomas, I would consider. Cassius Howell, man, his arms are shorter than Bain. So if they didn't take Bain because of short arms, I don't think they're taking Cassius Howell. But he's a name that's out there that we have to throw in there. Those are probably the other two names at edge. Parker obviously went to the Bills. I'm just looking at the list like top players. Who else is out
like
there?
Joseph's from Tennessee. There's some guys that are more projected to go like in the third round.
You got the two guys from Michigan, Moore and Jay-Sean Barham. You got those two. Again, that's more around 3-ish. You got the other kid from Auburn and K'Ron Crawford. Again, that's probably more around 3. I like the kid from Illinois. Or here's the deal. Zion Young had a couple off the field things, but as Seth Levitt said, in this league, you need a couple guys who are going to walk into a McDonald's, put your hand over the counter, and take a hamburger and walk out the door and not pay for it. Everyone can't be a saint. You need a couple guys who are going to get a little bit of trouble. Now, you guys got to listen to Fish Tank every Wednesday. It's clearly it's the best podcast we have at this point with OJ and everything. And here's the backstory. Former Miami Dolphins offensive lineman Mark Dixon, he was coaching a high school kid. He was coaching a high school team. And he was complaining, the kids are too nice. He goes, I need someone to walk into a McDonald's and steal a hamburger so I know I got a chance to win. I'm not going to win with all these nice kids. It's great that they're nice, but that's not going to win high school football. I need some bad boys. And he goes, I need someone to walk through McDonald's and steal a hamburger. So, yeah, it's like Young's had some off-the-field stuff. I mean, is it the worst off-the-field stuff? No, but you can't overlook it either. I would have no problem with him because, again, I think we need a couple guys like that with some edge on him, honestly. But I do like the kid a lot from Illinois. I think he's really, really good, even though I can't say his last name, and it's probably going to take me 6 months to figure it out.
Just pretend that the J isn't there.
Yeah, but then I want to see Jackass.
That's why I said pretend the J isn't there. Akis.
Akak. That's how I remember. Akak. Like that, what's that movie there? Mars there with
Mars Attacks?
Fox. Yeah, Mars Attacks. Yakak. All the Martians are saying that.
So I saw a lot of mock drafts for today from some of the national writers mocking Jeremy Bernard to the Dolphins as well.
Like every mock had him go to Miami at 43 today, I think.
Yeah, I started doing some research on him. Big guy, right?
Yeah.
It's what we're missing.
All right,
right
here's
now.
a pick. Raiders 38 safety trade on Stooks out of what's that? He's Arizona. Yeah, he's Arizona,
I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a safety if Miami wanted one. Now I saw some sites said he could also play corner safety. So secondary player, let's just say. Goes to Arizona, goes to the Raiders. What? Is that the Raiders?
Yeah.
The Raiders.
Yeah, the Raiders. Interesting. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. A safety comes off the board, and it's not
Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. Which makes you wonder what's out there about him that we don't know about. Also, folks, tonight, if you leave us a super chat, we'll read it on the air. Super chats are always accepted. I think I forgot to mention that at the top of the show, but super chats are always the best. If you send us a super chat, and once we get done with the Miami pick, we're going to give away this Devon Achane autograph. Maybe Big E can help me with that too, because we got 3 things. We got this, we got a Zach Thomas trading card, autographed, official, and a Jarvis Landry one. So it's a long night, but I think we'll do the Achane one first.
Morning from Manchester, United Kingdom.
Yeah, we had someone from Scotland in here watching. We had people like Virginia, Florida, Rochester. Obviously, we had a lot of people from all around the country and international as well. We had a lot of people here, like really a lot of people here last night.
It is early over there across the pond.
It's tomorrow.
Yep.
I think we had a guy last night from Sydney watching us, Sydney, Australia. Like, holy cow, it's already Friday afternoon, I think.
Dang, that's a beautiful crowd there in Pittsburgh too. Gotta hand it to them. They did a really nice job of getting.
When you went to the draft, and I know you got like the VIPest fan of the year, and you went on stage and you read the pick and stuff. But in general, you can be honest too. Was it fun, or is it just like a long day?
So for me, remember it was during COVID.
Yeah, that too.
So it was the first year that we were able to have. It was the first year after the no in-person draft.
2021. Yeah.
Correct. So there weren't that many people there. But was it a long day? Yeah, but it was cool because what happened was there was always stuff happening in between.
Yeah.
And there were contests and there were giveaways and they were just keeping the crowd really occupied and engaged during the whole time.
Yeah.
And they had a band that would play in between too.
Yes.
So
there was always a house band. Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. They really made it a lot of fun. So you didn't realize that you're sitting there for, 6 hours or however long you were there for.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like everyone says, oh man, the draft. Oh, the Browns. The Browns took Casey Concepcion in round 1. Just took Denzel Boston to pick 39.
Wow. So they're revamping their entire wide receiver core.
Yeah, Browns, and they needed it, and they just got 2 good ones right here to go along with my favorite guy, the draft Spencer Fano. Browns, I think, are having a real good draft. I saw today Matt Miller was ripping the Browns draft. I'm like, Matt, I don't know what you're looking at, man. I thought they had a good night 1. This is a steal at 39 to get Boston. Yeah, it's not often you have to say nice things about the Browns, but here's the deal. The Jets and the Browns, probably of recent years, probably the 2 worst run organizations. They're having a good, like a first night or 2, I think. Can't knock them too much as I'd like to knock the Jets.
Not only did they get 2 really good wide receivers, they got 2 completely different wide
big
receivers.
And small. Thunder and
big,
lightning.
Small, just super fast, stretch the field, contested catch guy. A nice diversified wide receiver core that they have now.
Yeah. Casey Concepcion, he started off at NC State. And I remember back when he was there, a few times that year, I put some money on him on a Saturday. So I watched them. They threw him the ball at NC State. Like it was like force feeding Tyreek Hill. We're going to throw him a bubble screen. Now we're going to throw him a fade. Now we're going to throw him a post pattern. Now we're going to throw him a sideways pass. Like they must have thrown the ball like 15 times in the first half. I'm like, this kid's going to be exhausted. No wonder he's transferring to Texas A&M.
Bad decision. If he stayed at NC State, he would have produced this year. Instead, he went to Texas A&M, and the quarterback couldn't hit the broadside of a bar.
But I'm sure he got paid a lot more at Texas A&M with that oil money than anyone at NC State.
And he still went in the first round.
He still went in the first round.
Probably a good business decision.
Yeah. It's Howie Mandel would say, you made a good deal.
So we're 3 picks away now.
The
Browns
40, 41, 42. Yeah, 3 than us.
I know there was some talk that the Dolphins were trying to move up in the draft, but it looks like no one was biting what they were.
I think that would have
offering.
already happened by now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree.
I think they want to trade up to the top of round 2. And now we've like 6-7 picks in a round 2 or so. I mean, look, anything's possible. Last night I was surprised by both trades. I got to be honest. So anything's possible. And he does have so many picks. He could like now, if he wants to trade up, you're partnering with a 4th or 5th. You're not having to part with one of those 3rds you got. So the cost of trading up right now, even if it's only a spot or 2, not that great. So he could absolutely make that trade right now.
Yeah.
If you want to.
If you're looking at edge, it's Zion Young and Akis, and you could have similar grades on those guys, in which case, until one of them goes, there's no reason to trade up. And then, you could be looking at safety, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. You could be looking at, I guess if you like Kristen Miller, McDonald's already went, so he's probably the only. Well, yeah, Lee Hunter more of a I guess they're both kind of like nose tackles.
Yeah,
nose tackle types. So I suppose if they view those 2 guys the same, no reason to trade up unless one of them is gone. And then there's wide receiver. Now, Biggie, you want the Dolphins to go wide receiver here. So who are the names that you're looking at?
Well, and I've seen Malachi Fields a couple times that have been mocked to the Dolphins. I don't think that's a terrible pick for the Dolphins, although you could probably get him a little bit later if you kind of trade it up a little bit more. But I think you got him, and you've got the other one that I had mentioned earlier today.
Jeremy Bernard.
Yeah, Bernard. So I think those
and
are
the kid from
two.
Tennessee too,
Brazel.
Chris Brazel. I think those are the names. Actually, Ian, I think that's a good job. I think those are the names. Yeah, we'll see.
I'm going to throw one other name at you, even though I would prefer.
Oh, hold on. R. Mason Thomas went to the Chiefs.
Okay,
yeah,
well, there goes another edge, but it's not Akis and it's not Zion Young, who are the bigger bodies that kind of fit the mold of, the Green Bay style of edge rusher. So that's probably a win. One other name that, as far as like a wide receiver that's kind of in this tier, is Chris Bell from Louisville.
Yes,
who's kind of like a freak athlete, but had an injury.
He's ahead of schedule, they said, too, on the ACL, which I don't know what that means. So that might mean October, though. But again, we're in no rush. We got all the time in the world with this team. So it's like, if you like them, might as well go for it.
I think, like, of the guys that are like of that group of wide receivers, I don't really love any of them, but he would be the guy that I would say this guy has the highest upside. Like, this guy could be like legit number one receiver, because if he was healthy and he wasn't dealing with the injury thing during the draft process, very easily could have been a first round pick.
Yeah, 100%. I am shocked Emmanuel McNeil Warren's still there. I hope it's nothing medical. I hope it's nothing medical, honestly. But
I love the way that he plays.
I love him. He is so fun.
If you come away with him and Chris Johnson, like,
that's
I
fixing
love
your secondary.
the way they transform the secondary.
Because then you got those two, Trader, Storm, Duck, some of the guys they signed on 1 year deal. Like, that becomes a passable secondary you can get through the year. And you're still not done yet, honestly. You can still add more guys. That would be great. There's the other corner, which I don't think they take, who's everyone loves, is Pons out of Indiana, but he's only 5'9". That's the problem.
Right.
But if not for the height, they go, I mean, the kid's electric, which he is electric, but at 5'9", I don't see John Eric Sullivan taking him. The wide receiver to keep an eye on next round is Bryce Lance. Why Bryce Lance? North Dakota State, the same size, the same speed as Christian Watson. Christian Watson with the Packers, went to the same school, same size, same speed. I could see our guys falling in love with Bryce Lance as a Christian Watson clone, and I would not be shocked in round 3 if he is on Miami's radar. Here's the other thing we haven't talked about yet, and we need to talk about this, at least mention it. With this next pick, if they went C.J. Allen or Rodriguez, the linebacker, that's a sign that Jordan Brooks is getting traded tonight, because they don't need either one of those guys.
That's
but
true.
If they take one of those guys, that's a sign Jordan Brooks is going somewhere before we all sign off tonight.
I remember we talked about
if
that.
you're going to take one of those guys, though, let me pound the table for Jacob Rodriguez.
Thank you. That's my guy.
I know you watched a lot of Texas
I
Tech.
love him.
I watched a lot of Texas Tech because I was watching a lot of David Bailey film. And every time I watched a Texas Tech game, because I was watching for David Bailey, I came away saying, David Bailey, he's pretty good. But this Rodriguez guy is just a playmaker.
Every time there was a fumble, tip pass, interception, he's near the ball. He reminds me, he's not the same player, so folks don't. He reminds me of Andrew Van Ginkel. That anytime something's happening on the field, he's just around the ball. And Cincinnati just took Cassius Howell, 41. So we're only a pick or two away here.
Love that.
They can keep Howell. I don't want nothing to do with him and those little T-Rex arms. That Rodriguez, like every time something's happening on the field, he just happens to be in the middle of it. Tipping a pass, interception, fumble recovery, running back a fumble, strip sack. I mean, it's just every time I'm watching, he's making plays.
Yeah, has all the athleticism, has the size, the length, the IQ.
He's your leader too.
He
put the green dot, put the C.
Plays super fast because he's just. It's like, Zach Thomas. Not the fact. Then obviously he's not Zach Thomas. He's a completely different player.
Yeah.
But like I liken it to Zach Thomas, who had like this athletic ceiling that was capped, and that's why he went in the 5th round, because of his size and perceived lack of athleticism. But he made up for those things because he played so much faster than everybody else, because he recognized what was going on a step or two before everybody else. So it didn't matter that he was a step or two slower because he was reacting a step or two faster. And that's the kind of player that Jacob Rodriguez is. But again, you're only taking Jacob Rodriguez
if you're trading Jordan Brooks.
Yeah. And I would not take CJ Allen because I'm
with you.
Look, I think CJ Allen is a good football player, and I think he could be a good linebacker, but he'd be the kind of linebacker that's kind of like a dime a dozen in the NFL, where he's not going to do a lot in coverage. He's not going to cover sideline to sideline. So it's like in today's NFL, if you're not that kind of linebacker, like you're just not that valuable.
Yeah, 100%. Now, pick 42 is the Saints. Here's what we know. They're not taking a wide receiver because they just took one at the top of round 1 in Jordan Tyson. I'd be shocked if they took one. So I think all the wide receivers will be available to Miami at 43. I don't see them taking a wide receiver. Now, they could take an edge or a safety. I don't know. But I don't think they take a wide receiver because they just took Jordan Tyson. So the odds I'm taking 2 in a row be probably slim to none.
Dolphins are on the clock.
Dolphins are on the clock. Here we go. Let's see who they picked. Let's see my spoiler page. Christian Miller went 42 to the Saints.
Okay. So
there
it's all there.
Everybody's there. Everybody we've talked about is still there.
Every
right
edge rusher you want's there. You got all the wide receivers you could possibly want's there. Warren's there. McCoy's there. Avion Terrell is there.
And Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Yeah.
Still there.
McNeil-Warren at safety's
Still
there.
And let's not forget, I mean, did you mention Jermod McCoy?
Yeah, I just said
Yeah, I mean, like he's there. And like, if you really, really want to just like say, we have invested in the offensive line,
Emmanuel Pregnon
could be there. And then it's like, now
yeah.
you've completely invested in.
If they draft Emmanuel Pregnon, Jonas Savaianaya just better go shopping for cardboard boxes or go find some card because he ain't gonna be around much longer.
I don't think they're going to give up on him after one season, though.
They won't, but they just if they take 2 offensive linemen who both will probably play guard this year in rounds 1 and 2, that's not a good sign for him.
Agreed. And I don't think he would be the pick here, but if he was the pick,
I don't either.
If he was the pick, I wouldn't be like ripping him for it, because you can't say for 10 years we don't invest in the offensive line, get a new guy in here, and we're all excited that he's going to build up the trenches, and then get mad at him for taking 2 monsters on the offensive line.
That's why I was like laughing at it. Everyone's mad at Proctor, but you've been crying for years. You got to fix the offensive line. He finally, now we take one at the top of round 1, kind of. I mean, of course, pick 12. And it's like people are mad. So I know it's not the guy everyone wanted, but it's like can't knock him for doing what most fans have been crying about for years.
All right, breaking news: the Dolphins picked a punter.
Ian, you're gonna have our chat flip out. Better be careful. This Dolphins fan base right now is on like thin ice. It's just
trust me, I saw it.
You saw it. I know that you got to be I mean, as I was telling Tom last night after we got done with the podcast, it's pretty sad when I'm the voice of reason.
I'm waiting. All right, so are you guys looking at the tips, or are you waiting for it to show up on TV?
No, I got the tips. We can't wait. Plus, I got to update the website.
You tried to have me wait last year, and I was like, no.
Yeah, we've tried it in the past. It just doesn't work because everyone's watching a different feed or a different stream. They're 2 minutes ahead, 1 minute behind, 10 seconds ahead. It's just impossible.
Twitter's not working for me now, of course.
Oh boy, you broke it, Ian. You broke Twitter. You see, you got the thing the other day trending for fins up, and now you broke it.
I did. Number 3 in the world. How about them apples?
How about them apples? I love that line. How about them apples? Someone asking how you get tips. There's a couple Twitter pages of guys who are tipping them about like 1 minute early.
Somebody said McCoy.
I will tell you, they are Jordan Schultz and Ari Mirov. Those are the 2 that have them that I know. There might be more.
Somebody just said McCoy. In my
in the chat?
fantasy football chat.
Oh, well, we'll see. It was funny last night. Josh Moser's like, if it's Downs, it's Downs if he's there. Downs was there. They didn't take him. And then he comes. Then he comes.
He said he'd be the pick at 11 if they pick, but they didn't pick.
Then he comes out. It was like an hour later. He goes, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I love that guy. He's the best.
My Twitter's not.
He's at the facility outside the media room. I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, he said everybody's bummed.
Yeah.
All right. Pick is in. Nobody's giving out anything.
It'll be up in a second. I'll have it in a second. Once they do, I got a rat race to get on the website.
Omar. What does Omar say? Omar is just retweeting. Go with Zion Young. All right. Thanks, Omar.
When they were at pick 11, I said there's no way that they could screw this up, and they went completely out of left field. So I'm not going to say it.
You're not going to say they can't screw this one up, right? Because we just mentioned like 10 players that they could potentially take.
My beer. Watch this.
You'd think I would have learned if there's a team that could screw it up.
From Ireland to Hickey to Greer, they can't screw it up. Oh, yeah.
Ian Rappaport. Nope.
He won't tip it.
Trading for 49ers linebacker D. Winter. Another trade for the Cowboys.
Cowboys are trying to fix that defense tonight and last night. God bless them. They should.
Somebody just said German Bernard. Well, that's the one I was telling you that everybody was mocking if that's true, but I don't see it anywhere.
That was the thing. I think it was Mel Kiper and like Todd McShay had Jeremy Bernard to pick 43, and like Dolphins fans like last week and this week lost their mind. Like, you can't take him there. I'm like, guys, he ain't that bad. It's not that bad. It's not a reach. It's like, it's fine. Once again, not what I would do, but again, it's not like awful either. It's like
Rodriguez. There it is.
No, that's a trade.
Jacob Rodriguez.
They did?
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, baby, I love this guy.
Yep.
Jordan Brooks, you're in trouble, pal.
Yep.
Oh, Jordan Brooks is gone.
It's got to be.
Brooks is done. He ain't getting that extension, I'll tell you that much.
They're making calls right now to see what they can get for him, right?
They might get that third round pick back.
They might already have that trade made. Otherwise, you don't make the pick unless that trade's made.
It's possible. Yeah.
Wow.
What's up, everybody? People saying hi.
I don't love off-ball linebacker positional value, but I think they got a hell of a
They got a hell of a player.
I love watching this guy.
He's your new captain.
And he'll be in for a couple of years at least, and he's not going to be expensive for those 4 years, right, that he signs up for. And
this guy is awesome. I don't buy any players' jerseys. I might buy this guy's jersey.
Ooh.
His wife like serves in the Air Force. Like he's just totally mature, well-rounded individual. Like put the green dot on his helmet right now. He's just like all in all, just like a good guy, a leader. This is a culture pick right here too. A total culture. He ain't gonna embarrass you off the field. Although again, you might want to, although we probably need a guy who might steal a couple hamburgers. Not gonna lie, but okay.
Here's the interesting thing is that when the leadership of the Miami Dolphins were talking about who their core players were, they never once mentioned Jordan Brooks. So that was kind of them showing their hand too, saying, hey, we're not going to spend a ton of money right now on someone when we can get, someone, a young rookie that is going to be on a rookie contract for the first 4 years, or at least the first 3, unless they up them obviously in year 4. So pretty cool.
Now, is there a world?
Yes. I already know what you're going to ask.
Where Brooks and Rodriguez
play together?
Still on the where Brooks does get the extension because Rodriguez is on a rookie deal. You're only really paying one linebacker. You give Brooks like a 3-year extension. You're paying him big money, but then you're being cheap at the other linebacker spot, and you've got just 2 really dynamic linebackers.
Look at that. Dwight Stevenson's at the podium.
Yep, he was there. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. You're 100% right, Aaron. They could. Because, again, we need good players. So as many good players as we can get, you can't be mad. We need good players. So 100% yes. If they want to keep them both, I am okay with it. And here's the other thing. Who's the other linebacker? Tyrell. What's his? Tyrell. That's it. If they cut him, it opens up a lot of cap space, actually. They didn't cut him, which kind of surprised everybody. They could move on from him.
Could open up the space to sign A.J. Epinesa.
Or Juan Jennings or someone like that. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Zach Thomas came from Texas Tech. Just saying.
Yes, he did. Not the same guy we know. But again, yes, we know, folks, not the same guy. But yes, Zach Thomas did come from Texas Tech.
But yeah, look, they got, if you don't care about the positional value, this was this is a really, really good football player that they just drafted. I like, this has been a pick that has been kind of like under the radar, that I've said, I really want to go edge. I really want to go safety. I really want to go corner. We really need wide receivers. But if they wanted to go with a linebacker, to me, he's the best linebacker in the draft. Like, this guy's an absolute stud. I love the way he plays. I think Dolphin fans are immediately going to fall in love with this guy.
They were just showing highlights also on ESPN, and you could see he's managing that entire defense.
He's a green dot
before
guy.
The ball is being snapped, which is nice. It's nice to see that, and you're going to need that. New York Jets trade their pick to Detroit, the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I mean, with Rodriguez, like I said, put the green dot on his helmet, put the C on his chest. Maybe not this year, but that's who he is. Like, that's who he is. And yeah, I mean, I've been raving about this kid pretty much all season, like all college football season. I've been raving about him this whole draft process. Everyone I had on, they're like, man, I like him. I still don't like him as much as you. I'm like, no, I really like him. So,
it's interesting. I see Mick in the chat. He said we needed a linebacker.
We need
in my
everything.
opinion, I didn't think we needed him as much as we needed maybe a wide receiver, cornerback, maybe safety. But if you've got a player that has this type of impact, that's, again, they're looking at best player available, right? That's their thinking. This is the best player available on our board. And they went out and got who they felt was the best available player. But now the question is, what are we going to get for Jordan Brooks? Are they going to be able to trade him?
Or are they going to play
evening?
hardball, not give him an extension, and not watch him hold out and stuff like that?
Yeah, or like, hell, even if they paid him,
that's true too. Yeah,
like, you're not paying anybody else. Like,
true,
you give him a 3-year extension. Like, by the time he's 30, like, if you don't want to pay him on like the last year of his deal, like, okay, fine. But like, there's nothing stopping Miami from paying Jordan Brooks and playing him next to Jacob Rodriguez. But if they don't want to do that, and they can get good value from him, maybe we have a way of getting another top 100 pick that we traded away from last night when we traded up to get Chris Johnson, so that maybe we can address an edge rusher or a wide receiver. I think things just got really interesting with this pick, because what this pick tells you is that they don't care about the positional flexibility or the positional value. They don't care necessarily about drafting for need. There's no doubt they drafted Jacob Rodriguez because he was the best guy on their board.
He's a dog. Yeah, he's a dog, and they want to. And the thing is, remember too, this is not a
one-year
rebuild.
I sent you a text by mistake. It was meant for Tom.
Oh, yeah. You already said it on the podcast.
Yeah, I know.
So Tom needs to be watching.
No, he's watching. Because he sent me a text. I just responded to the wrong one. But yeah, I mean, no, this kid, look, it's about raising the talent floor. Period. End of story.
And this is not a 1-year rebuild. This is a multi-year. They're building it from the ground up. Basically, they've got a few parts that they've said they're going to keep, and they're looking to upgrade in all the positions. Bottom line.
Yeah. And again, we still got 3 picks tonight, folks. So, like, they're still going to get probably an edge at some point. They'll probably get a wide receiver. So, like, we're not done. We still got 3 picks tonight, and who knows what who they'll take with those picks and all that stuff. Like, we got a long way to go. That's why this night has been so looked forward to by so many fans, because it's like, this is a night, again, we're not going to know right away, but where we're going to, change, hopefully, the trajectory of this franchise here for years to come. And it's about just getting as many good people in the door, good players in the board, inside the door as possible. And this is a good player. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Love this pick. And this pick really lifted my spirits from where I was at after last night. And it's not necessarily the guy that I would have drafted here, because I probably would have taken Zion Young or Gabe Backus, or even Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I would have probably drafted any of those guys over Jacob Rodriguez. But I love Jacob Rodriguez, and that just goes to show you this is why you don't trade up from 43 and give up other draft capital because you were going to have good players that you could draft. They had plenty of guys there. I love this pick.
Yeah, I think, and I know we're probably in the minority. I haven't looked at Twitter. I know we're probably in the minority. I understand that. But again, I've watched a lot of Texas Tech. You watch Texas Tech when you're doing film breakdowns. Like, if for the people who know Texas Tech, this kid, he was the engine that made it run. So he's also a guy where fans might be complaining tonight, but once things calm down and they get to know more about him, I think they're going to love in time. For all the reasons we're saying, I think he's great. And now we got pick 75 is the next one. We got a little wait. Once I get some of this stuff up on the website, we'll give away this A-Chan autograph here quick. Let me see here. But going to be interesting. Yeah.
I bet. Yeah, no, he's not better than Sonny. So when I said he's the best, my favorite linebacker in the draft,
at this time. Yeah,
at this time. Yeah, like he wasn't.
Zion Young went to the Ravens. Zion Young to the Ravens, and Moore went to the Jets. So Moore goes 44 to the Jets, edge rusher. Zion Young goes 45 to the Ravens. So the edge rusher race might be starting now.
Man, the Ravens taking my guys, Ioane and then Zion Young here. They're killing it. Such a Ravens thing to do.
Yeah. Now Moore, I forget who I had on. I had on somebody, and they loved Moore. They said Moore should have been a first. Dane Brugler, I think, was the guy who thought Moore should go in round 1. That's how much he loved him. But again, everyone's got an opinion on this stuff. Dane's pretty good though. But yeah, so Jets get a good one, Ravens get a good one there, and we'll see. Long wait now, obviously. We'll see what we do here with Miami. Let me just get this up a few more spots, and we're going to give away something.
You want to do these super chats?
Oh, you know what? I'm not even looking at the screen. I'm just trying to get stuff on the website. So, yes, share the super chats. You can share.
So we got the super chat from Patrick Mullen. Best pick of the draft so far, giving maximizing value at position and best player available, trying to get playmakers and thinking long term. Love it.
From Patrick Mullen, that's like the highest compliment you can get.
This is like the first move that the Dolphins have made in a really long time that Patrick Mullen has liked. So
yes.
I think is it possible it's the first time ever? Because I don't know if I've ever seen him as excited about this comment that he made, which is cool. It's all good. It's all good.
We also got one from Eric13, loving pick 43. Appreciate you guys. We appreciate you too.
Thank you.
And Mr. McDolphin getting one in here. What if this is a Dotson, and then in parentheses, Dotson is soft AF replacement, Brooks and Rodriguez, let's effing go. I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say Dotson is soft AF, but I would say this would be an upgrade over Dotson. And I think that's going to be the next question. The next question is this a replacement for Jordan Brooks, or is this a replacement for Tyrell Dotson? We'll see. We might get that answer before the end of the day. We might not get that answer before the end of the day. We might not get that answer until training camp.
Yeah, this is what makes it fun. This is what makes it interesting. All right. So I think I got everything I need up on the sites. Let me see here.
As expected, Twitter is
pissed off,
complaining that they didn't
get a
wide receiver.
Oh my god!
They're like, who the heck is Malik Willis going to throw to? Well, guess what? There's still what do we still got? Like 30 picks left for the Dolphins.
As we were talking, Fred, you coming on, like they might kick the can. They might kick the can down the road on wide receiver again. They can't fill every need this year. Maybe they fix the front seven on defense, fix the secondary, get a corner. Get one offensive lineman like we did. And, next year is the year they really focus on wide receiver. Yeah, they'll take one in round 3 or 4, but maybe next year's year they go heavy on wide receiver and stuff. Like, they're not going to fill every hole. I don't care how many picks they got. It's just too many on this team.
So I didn't realize this, but Jacob Rodriguez actually has experience as a quarterback. Did you guys know that?
I feel like I heard that somewhere, but yeah, I don't. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me. The way he plays defense like he's a quarterback on defense.
That's what Dolphins assistant GM Kyle Smith said, that his experience as a quarterback helps him see the field better at linebacker. It's really interesting.
How about I know it's not a super chat, so I'm not going to show it on the screen, but per ESPN on Rodriguez from Aaron Schatz. Plus, between Rodriguez and tight end Greg Dulcich, the Dolphins now have their mustache game on lock.
That's
There's
right.
no question about that.
If we take the kid from Iowa and then we get the mullet going, we're going to have anybody will hire a whole second barber. All right. We're going to give away this Devon Achane thing. Here's the deal. I'm going to read a trivia question.
Uh-oh.
And first one that gets it, so I need you guys to be the eyes for me here. First one who gets it will win this. Now, here's the deal. What if you win, you have to send me an email like tonight with your name and address. I will put my email right now in the chat so people have it. You have to send it to me. Because if you don't, I'm not going to be able to reach you like Saturday or Sunday to find out your name and address. Okay. So there's my email address in the chat, DolphinsTalk1977@gmail.com. Here's the question. First person to answer this. The iconic NFL on Fox theme song for the NFL. The NFL on Fox theme song. Was partially inspired by what superhero? That's a good one. Don't guess either, guys. Do not guess either, because I don't want you to give it away. Oh, we got a winner. What's this? It's Batman. Reprick. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Batman is the answer. It is Batman. Congratulations, you won the Devon Achane autograph. Send me that email now. Don't forget, this is very valuable. He's a good player. He's going to get paid. He'll probably be in Miami for at least a few more years. DolphinsTalk1977@gmail.com. DolphinsTalk1977@gmail.com. Do not wait. Send it to me now so I have it. I'm going to make a UPS run store tomorrow to mail out the Chop Robinson one we gave away last night, the Tyreek Hill one we gave away last night. So congratulations, Refork. That's how I'm going to pronounce it, Refork.
And he put the pronunciation in the chat. You were right. It's Refork.
Perfect. Refork. Congratulations. Send me that email. All right. So one of the prizes down.
Any picks go here in the last couple minutes?
Let me see what's going on here.
Josiah Trotter, another linebacker. CJ Allen continues to drop at linebacker.
Colts traded with Pittsburgh and out 47. Trotter went to Tampa. Colts are on the clock.
Steelers pick is in.
Oh, Pittsburgh traded with the Colts, it looks like. Okay.
Yep.
You think Pittsburgh takes a quarterback here knowing what the frick Rodgers is going to do? He's still holding them hostage?
I feel like the Pittsburgh thing to do here is to go like offensive line and take like Emmanuel Pregnon.
Oh, he's a Steeler.
But they could go wide receiver.
Oh, Jeremy Bernard. Bernard. Now they got Metcalf, Michael Pittman, Jeremy Bernard. That's not a bad 1, 2, 3 for Pitt.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no Tutu Atwell, Malik Washington, Jordan Tolbert, if I say so myself.
I mean, look, between Bryce Lance, Skylar Bell, Ted Hurst, Malachi Fields,
Jacoby Lane,
potentially Chris Bell. I mean, we'll see who's down there, and we'll see if the Dolphins are going to sit there at 75 and just wait, or if they love somebody, if the wide receiver run starts to happen, we'll see if they react and move up. But I think there's a lot of guys there that the Dolphins could go to. I mean, like, I don't know if they love Elijah Surratt. People see he seems to be like very polarizing.
He's just not fast. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, like a lot of people who really like Malachi Fields, seem to think that he's a lot better than Elijah Surratt. When it came to the testing numbers, Elijah Surratt actually ran faster than him.
Yeah.
So
here's a super chat. I think we missed because Mr. McDolphin's demanding we read it. Brooks got into a fight with Dotson at a joint practice last year because he saw it.
Well, yeah, but I there's some context there. It seemed like Brooks was getting into a fight with the entire defense because the Lions were pushing the Dolphins all over the
Pushing us
field.
all
Yes,
around.
worst
They weren't
joint practice ever
tackling.
known to man. Yes, I know.
Yeah. So
It's going to be interesting, actually, now that we have a new regime, what what training camp's going to look like and what differences there are going to be. With Brian Flores, he had the TNT wall, right, and then with Mike McDaniel, he had the orange jersey for the top.
Yeah, no more orange jersey.
performer.
That one drove me up a wall. That's a participation trophy shit. We don't need that nonsense anymore. The wall's kind of demeaning in some ways. Like, everyone's a millionaire out there. You're a grown ass man. Like, just treat these guys like men.
Yeah.
That's the problem. We need to treat them like adults because they are, and no more of the gimmicks. Enough of the gimmicks. I'm done with gimmicks. I'm done with this bullshit. Everyone's a grown ass man. We're gonna treat them. This is a job. You're making a lot of money. Show up and do your goddamn job. No more jokes at press conferences. No more TNT walls. No more orange jerseys. No more. Cut out all the nonsense. That's what's wrong with this franchise. They treat it like a goddamn Pop Warner team sometimes. Thanks for getting me going, Ian.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's that. So if the Cowboys traded for Winters, odds are they're probably not trading for Jordan Brooks, but there might be another team who wants Brooks. That's a good point.
I keep looking to see if there's any news that Brooks got traded for anything, and nothing's come up yet.
Well, he wouldn't be traded for a second round pick, so if he's traded, it might not be till round 3.
Right.
Well, he could be traded for. I mean, he could be traded for like a future 2. It could be like a 3+. I mean, we don't really know. And frankly, like I said, like, they don't have to trade him. Like, one of the advantages of drafting a linebacker is that you now have a linebacker on a very cheap contract under 4 years of control. So if you wanted to give Jordan Brooks an extension, you can afford to do so.
Yeah.
Dolphins have this great picture that they posted 4 minutes ago of Zach and our new linebacker.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's good stuff here. So, with the first 3 picks, they get a big old offensive lineman to help bring some beef there. They probably get their number 1 corner of the future, or that's going to at least be the expectation, your number 1 corner of the future. And now they get a heady linebacker to be the heart and soul of the defense here moving forward. And yeah, there's still holes to fill, we know. But, I think it's like what John Eric Sullivan said last week at his press conference prior to the draft. Every pick doesn't have to be a home run, just hit a lot of doubles. I think the Proctor pick might be like a home run swing. It's fine. But I think the next 2 are clearly guys where you're just hitting guys who the odds of them being a bust are very low. High floor guys.
Yes.
Look, they could be a bust. Yes, anyone could be a bust. But I think high floor guys, they're going to be contributors. I could see Rodriguez starting next to Brooks this year, honestly, and supplanting Tyrell Dotson. 100% I could see that. And Chris Johnson has to start because we literally have nobody else. And Proctor has to start as well because, again, you just took him at 12. He's starting. So we might have just took 3 starters here. Yeah, Phil Montgomery.
I love it.
I can make this shirt. Here's the deal. The draft has had me occupied for so long. The store is getting worked on with new merch. Give me like 3 weeks after the draft. I'll have it up and going. But this is a great idea. I want a shirt where Stronger Together is X'd out and it says no more bullshit. 100%. Here's the deal. The shirts that say fire Greer, they're going to be taken down. Fire McDaniel, because obviously who needs to sell them anymore? Although I could sell them as vintage shirts and mark up the price 10%, but I won't do that. I won't gouge our customers. But yes, some new shirts with some new ideas are coming. I will revamp this store, but the draft stuff has been so time consuming. Give me to like late May. I'll have that store up and running with some cool shirts. Trust me.
Pick is in. Falcons took Clemson cornerback Avion Terrell. Yep.
Okay, good for that. I mean, he was a guy. He ran a 4.6, but people said it was a hamstring injury. I think that's why he fell. Because I don't know if everyone believed that or not. I don't know, but that's why he fell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the defensive backfield. Look, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren continues to fall. Now that Terrell is gone, like I think, look. Jamad McCoy continues to fall because of the injury concerns. So the next cornerbacks on the board, you've got like Brandon Cisse out of South Carolina, Keontae Scott from Miami,
Jalen Kilgore.
Jalen Kilgore, kind of a cornerback safety hybrid. He could go in this general area. Lots of guys.
Yeah, lots of guys, obviously. And this night's moving pretty quick. I mean, I know it's a lot of picks, but with just 5 minutes, this is going to be a quick night too.
We're already halfway through round 2.
We've been on for like an hour and 10 minutes now, and we're already almost at pick 50 here almost. Man, the Jets are up again soon. God, that's the thing.
Mark asked, is his brother on the Falcons? That's Avion Terrell, and that is correct.
Yes.
AJ Terrell is also in the Atlanta secondary.
Correct.
So the Vikings on the clock. Who did the Vikings take?
Who did they even take last night? I can't remember.
I'm gonna go look at that right now. They took Caleb Banks, so they went defensive tackle. They were rumored to be needing a safety. This could be the spot here for Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. They could also go corner. They could go.
We have a trade.
Offensive line.
Vikings are off the clock. The Panthers are on the clock.
Oh wow!
So here's the deal: when we see stuff like this, and it's happened before. Who's that tight end from Georgia? A few years ago?
Washington.
Everyone said it's going to go round 2. I think it felt like around 4 or 5 or something. Yeah. And like nobody knew why. Then it came out like one day after the draft, he had like a whole bunch of injury concerns that we didn't know about. Obviously, McCoy, we know about the injury concerns. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. What we have to start to think about now is A, is it something like that, like with an injury? B, did he like tank his interviews like Shedeur Sanders did and just like give horrible interviews and like just scare teams off? Or is there something we just don't know about, like off the field, maybe? Because this is a little surprise. I'm not saying all mock drafts are right there now, but when the consensus is, like late round 1, and we're going to be heading into late round 2, and the guy's still there. When everyone's wrong,
there's something wrong.
There's something going on that we don't know about.
No question.
So look, I don't know. I don't want to speculate. That's not fair. But it's something. We don't know what the something is. At least with McCoy, we know what it is.
Is it a small school thing for EMW? I don't know if it's a small school thing because everybody had him mocked up mid first round.
His teammate Kenyon Mitchell was the first corner off the board a couple years ago, and it went pretty well for Philadelphia. So
we took a kid from San Diego State.
If he ends up falling to Philadelphia,
we took a kid from San Diego State who, San Diego State's not the biggest school in the world, folks. Here, they're in the Mountain West.
Yeah, same size conference. What conference is Toledo in? The MAC?
The MAC. Panthers took Lee Hunter, Texas Tech.
All right. Wow.
So they trade up for a big defensive tackle, and those are your 3 tackles are now gone, right? Miller, Hunter, and McDonald that were expected to go in this range.
Minnesota traded. They moved down
They moved down.
Only 2 spots. Yeah.
2 spots, and they went down. No, they picked up about 30.
Jets are on the clock.
30 spots. Yeah.
I loved it last night when the Jets took the tight end. I go, Seth, tell your boss to tell his son now he should be totally upset and totally disrespected. They took another tight end. And in 3 years, when his contract is up, he's going to show them and come back home to Miami. Seth just laughed. We have another super chat here from T. Louis. Have you ever considered supporting another team? I was so sick of Joe Philbin. If they gave him another year, I might have jumped to my dad's team. No, at this point, I'm all in. Yeah, I'm all in at this point. And I know Ian's all in. Ian's all in. And so is Aaron. Look, if Aaron was going to jump by now, he would have jumped by now. Well, we're all in. We understand it's an unhealthy relationship. We understand it's more downs than highs. We understand we're going to get kicked in the nuts here eventually. But guess what?
We've accepted it. We've accepted that.
We've accepted it. I got other aspects of my life that are great. Family, friends, jobs. So if this is the worst thing happening to me, it's okay. I've made my peace without probably never seeing them win a Super Bowl, as I hope they do. But I've made my peace as I get older here. I might never see it. And you know what? That's okay.
Yeah. At this point, it's just, look, I can admire and watch everything objectively and say, I'm a fan of the way this team handles their business. I love the way Baltimore handles their business. I love the way, even though we hate them, I love the way the Patriots handle their business. Yeah. There are a lot of teams that I can watch and objectively say, yeah, I'm a fan of the way that they run their organization. But I could never jump ship because at the end of the day, like, I don't have any emotional investment in it.
That's the thing. I feel like a cheap, kind of like a cheap whore, just selling my soul at this point. Like, yeah, it'd be easy to go root for the Chiefs right now. It'd be easy to go root for the Ravens, knowing every year you're going to be in the playoffs, every year you're going to be in the thick of it. And yeah, eventually you'll crack through and probably win a Super Bowl once every 10 or 12 years. And yeah, you'll be fine. No, at this point at my age, if I was 13 or 12, yeah, absolutely. Tom today on Twitter said he's going to tell his son he does not have to root for daddy's team. I go, Tom, you're a good father for telling your son that, because it's like, I get it. If I had a kid, I say root for whoever the hell you want to. I'm not going to put this pain on you for the next 40 years of your life. I get it. But at this point in my life, late 40s, I'm in. I ain't going nowhere. I'd have to clean out this room. You know how much work that'd be? No way I'm doing that.
You have to learn the history of all these other teams too.
It's not even that. I just don't want to do it.
Yeah. There was a Monday Night Football game last year. I think it was the Jets game. And
week 3.
I watched it at Josh's house, and his son was going to stay up to watch the game. And his son says to us right before the game starts, he goes, I'm a Bills fan. and Josh and I both kind of like, Josh kind of said, well, that's good for you right now.
Yeah. Well,
that's the way to answer it.
That's kind of what I said to Tom. I go, look, Tom, you got 2 kids. One's a girl, one's a guy. They're going to go to school in Rochester surrounded by Bills fans. Josh doesn't go to school here surrounded by Bills fans. If they pick the Bill, you can't stop it. You can't stop it. It's just, it is what it is. Here, hold on. T. Louie, I did not race by your super chat. I might have missed your, we had so many people last night. I might have missed it. If you want to resend it for free,
you
don't just send it as a super chat.
You said it. It was very late in the.
Oh, I did. Okay.
Yeah, it was when we were kind of going back over.
Oh, okay.
It was the Rossini thing, and.
Okay. So we did say it. Ha, T. Louie, I said it.
But if you want to send another one because you want to see it,
I will share it again. Last night was a blur. I was on here for 3 hours or so. Then I did 45 minutes with Tom. I didn't fall asleep till 1:30 or 2 in the morning. Last night was a total blur for me.
I'm trying to read what this guy is saying in the chat.
The Jets took D'Angelo Pons, all 5'9" of them.
Oh. Well, you would think that Aaron Glenn knows corners.
Short corners. Yeah, he was one. Ian, you're on mute.
It's a different game now, though. The wide receivers are freaking trees out there. 5'8", 5'9" corners, not going to cut it.
It's worth noting that he did have a game against Denzel Boston, and he did hold his own against Denzel.
No, look. Everyone said about this kid, that one thing, outside of the height, he's electric. He does everything as you want him to do it. He's got every skill except for the height that you want. So, again, at pick 50, they've already had 4 picks. They're a team that can roll the dice on him, because if it doesn't pan out, that's not what this draft will be remembered for. It's the 3 guys picked in round 1 and the guy picked at the top of round 2. No one's going to remember Pons tonight or this year.
Now Keith is making a clarification. I don't think this is true. Maybe the small school thing, but dude ran a 4.4. I don't think they're worried about his long speed at safety. I think Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, I think you can make an argument that is he a single high safety? Is he more of a strong safety?
We need both.
But you can make that argument. I love the way that he plays. To me, he's a faster version of a Cam Chancellor.
Yeah.
And he's just going to fill out his frame. He's got a really long frame. He's got a really lean build. And when he gets like some NFL strength into him and he puts on like 15 to 20 pounds of muscle, the dude's going to be an absolute freak. So I love Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. And unless there's some sort of injury thing, I'm surprised he's dropping this far. And I mean, I hope he falls all the way to 75.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
Gabby, it's so funny because I made a post today about how many Dolphins fans have PTSD from offensive linemen being taken by the team. And Gabby, she basically said that. She said PTSD killed her last night, but after everybody slept on it, they kind of like, all right, got to give this guy a shot. They're rebuilding. We hit the reset button. That's what everybody wanted. It was the reset button. What are you going to do? Hit the reset after the reset button? We are where we are. It is what it is at this point. And we
got to play the hand you're dealt. Got to play the hand you're dealt.
Exactly.
They didn't make this mess. And as I've been saying, they shouldn't have to pay for the sins of Ireland, Hickey, and Greer and like 20 plus years of absolute dysfunction. Now, look, again, I don't know if any of these guys are any good. And I tell you, everyone knows me. I've been doing this a while. By week 6 or 7, if these guys look like total bust, like Jonas Avainea, like they can't play, I'll be the loudest one here screaming that they all stink and that John Eric Sullivan don't know what he's doing. But I can't do it tonight, or I can't do it last night because nothing's happened yet. We don't know. And the thing with Proctor is, for as many people, including Saban, saying, oh, the weight, this, that, and the other, there's like 10 guys, Brian Baldinger, and others who like, this kid's freaking great. Like,
correct.
I mean, so it's like
50-50 almost. Some people gave it an A, some people gave a C.
Yeah, so if you want to just focus on the people crapping on the kid, then you're gonna think he stinks. And for the people who just want to focus on all the positive, you're gonna think he's a second coming of Richmond Webb. The truth is in the middle. He's got flaws, he's got red flags, but when he's on, and we're gonna see how this plays out in time. And I don't see how that's a crazy stance to take, but I know we live in a world where everyone's either the best or they're the worst, and if you don't pick a side, you're just a loser.
Yeah, I mean, the further we've gotten away from it, like as after I logged off last night, and I kind of slept on it. I still don't love the way that they handled day one. But to be honest, I'm less upset about the Caden Proctor pick as much as I am not a fan of the trading up. Even though I really like the player, like I really like Chris Johnson, and the Vikings just took Jake Golday, another really athletic
Cincinnati linebacker,
and which again is underscoring as CJ Allen drops. All these linebackers that are getting drafted,
gotta be able to move.
You gotta be able to play in space,
and you gotta be able to play on nickel. You gotta be a nickel linebacker. CJ Allen would be great in 1985 with like the Giants and Redskins, as they're like, run the ball every play, and you got to get someone in the line who's a thumper. You got to be able to stay on the field on nickel, Rodriguez, this kid from Cincinnati.
Yep.
So from the Did You Know archives, did you guys know that Jacob Rodriguez was 5th in Heisman voting last year?
Yeah, he was that good. I believe it. I didn't know that off the top of my head, but yeah, I believe it.
Like, has the linebacker actually ever won a Heisman Trophy?
Charles Woodson won
like 2 defensive players.
Charles Woodson was one of them.
I don't think Dion won it.
Dion did not win. No.
I think there was never heard one other defensive player that won it.
I'm searching right now. Travis Hunter, but he played each side of the ball.
Right, he was a wide receiver as well.
So Hunter and Woodson, Hugh Green, former Dolphin, he came in 2nd place in 1980. Alex Karras, who was the father on Webster, came in 2nd place in 1957.
Manti Te'o was 2nd in voting, and so was Aiden Hutchinson. Steve
Ettman came in 4th place. Washington College, and then he was like the 1st or 2nd pick by the Colts, and then he ended up with Miami. Jadeveon Clowney came in 6th place. Yes, but the 2 would be Hunter, who was split, but here's the thing. Woodson was also split too, because he also returned kicks and played some offense. Not as much as Hunter, though, but those would be the 2 defensive players. Yeah. I mean, again, and I know not everyone's crazy like me watching Texas Tech football every Saturday. but I was this year because I'm a degenerate gambler. And I'm telling you, folks, this kid's the real deal. Like I said, he's not Andrew Van Ginkel. He's not. They're two totally different players, but he's got that knack to where when something big's happening on the field, he just happens to be around. How many times you watch Andrew him pick up a fumble, run it back, punt block, run it back. He's blocking the punt, interception, set. Like something happening, he's just in the middle of it. And it's just intangibles that you can't put a value on.
Yeah. I'm still my head is still swimming with the reference to Steve Entman. And like
remember him?
It's so funny, like the random things that I remember. Like you said, Steve Entman. I don't remember him ever playing for the Dolphins, but I do remember vividly a game where Dan Marino threw a game-sealing interception.
We were like 8-0. We're on our way, and they're driving down the field like a minute left. He's like at like to 10. He's like, oh, we're gonna score a win. We're gonna go like to 9-0. He threw a pick six. He ran it back like 90 yards for a touchdown, and I think we won like a 6-game lose. Yeah, it was like a long losing streak after that, and the season went off the rails. Yeah, and then he was a bust from where he was picked. There might have been some performance enhancing stuff happening there. I don't know. Just saying. And then he ended up with Miami, and he was just a guy at that point.
This is why we can never jump ship, because when you can just remember off the top of your head Steve Entman having a pick six in a random midseason game in the mid 90s, like you're not going to have that kind of emotional investment with any other team. You're not going to have that
crazy?
Kind of trauma. I mean, we got a trauma bond.
2 weeks ago, Seth couldn't host the fish tank, so I was the host, Perkins and OJ. And we were talking about the draft. I go, hey, OJ, tell us a story about like 99, because it's a whole different world, 93. And OJ, Perk, and myself are like referencing guys from most of the people listening were probably too young, didn't know. We're like off top of our head, we're talking about guys picked in the 93 draft. Like it was just like old school. Like, how can I not root for this team? Like, I just know too much nonsense. It is nonsense, really. Loaded in my head about like 90s Dolphins, 80s Dolphins. It's like, oh, Tony Martin. Tony Martin was blah, blah, blah.
Oh, love Tony Martin.
I love Tony Martin. Brandon Cece went to the Packers.
Yep, Brandon Cece.
But yeah, we were just talking like old Dolphins. Like we're just going I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy.
Okay, so we're flying by. I mean, the Colts are on the clock here at 53, and the Eagles are next at 54. And we just talked about a lot about Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, college teammate with Quinyon Mitchell, who was a stud corner who fell a lot further than a lot of people thought in the first round a couple of years ago to the Eagles.
Yeah.
If he falls here and the Eagles need a safety, like
I think I said that too at like the top of the show. No, it was Tremont McCoy's going to fall to the Eagles. They'll take him and watch like in a year. He's going to be the best freaking corner in the freaking nation here, or like in the whole NFL, because that's just what the Eagles do. It's just guys fall in their lap. Yeah, we'll take them.
The Eagles and the Ravens.
Eagles and the Ravens. So guys just fall in their laps. So yeah, we'll take him. He'll be fine. They're the team that can have a general manager say this, and it's not a joke.
I think you guys are probably more worried than we are, in terms of, at the position depth at those spots you talked about. But
they're not worried about those teams. Things just work out for some teams.
When you've won championships, you can say that. When you haven't won a playoff game, you can't say that.
I said the other day or yesterday when everyone was like, thank God no Chris Gertz. And I go, I hope Chris is in like Greece on vacation, away from the world, doesn't have to like see or hear any of this. I mean, look, I don't like the guy, but I'm sure. I just hope he's not. He's just like far away this weekend somewhere, just on a beach somewhere, sipping on a drink.
Still with a suit and a ball cap on.
Yeah. There was a few times in the press box I was right behind him at the soda machine and stuff, because he would go in there to get the drinks, like the soda waters and stuff. And it's like, yeah, suit and hat every time. Suit, sneakers, and hat. Seemed like a nice enough fellow.
I can't.
Yeah, I'm sure he's nice, but nice doesn't.
Yeah, nice guy
get
finished
you
last.
the right picks all the
Yeah,
time.
exactly.
Anyway. Colts pick is in too, but I can't. They haven't.
I always had that thought, like the Seinfeld episode when George walks up to Mr. Steinbrenner the first time. He goes, "Mr. Steinbrenner, I have to be honest. I am disgusted what you've done to this team." And then Steinbrenner hires him. I go, I wonder if that would work if I went to Greer and just said, "Mr. Greer, I am disgusted what you." And the next thing you know, he's hiring me like Steinbrenner hired George Costanza. I go, "No, I don't think it's going to work that way. This ain't a TV show."
Hey, it's Bodysuit Man.
Yeah, exactly. I got Pat McAfee here.
Pat McAfee's calling the pick. Yep.
Now, the Indianapolis Colts first-round draft pick was Sauce Gardner, and he's better than all of your first-round picks.
Oh, just shut up and say the damn pick.
No, he's going to cut his promo.
The Indianapolis Colts.
He's been getting a lot of bad press lately, to the point he actually quit wrestling. Like, not a joke. Not that he was like not loved or something. It was just he didn't like real negative stuff being said about him. Oh, he's gonna milk this for 10 minutes.
Oh my God! No
I'll have to watch it later.
It's like Seth Rollins last year.
Yeah, I was hoping for the Miz tonight, but I was thinking it's a Friday. He's probably at SmackDown because the Miz is a big Browns fan. He would have been great in Pittsburgh.
Oh, there it is. C.J. Allen.
C.J. Allen.
Yep.
From Georgia.
All right, you're good, Pat. Go back to your show.
So C.J. Allen finally goes at 53.
Got a big old ring on his finger too.
Eli Stowers, the tight end, Philadelphia.
Okay. Great
They gotta
receiving
replace
tight end.
They got to replace A.J. Brown production because he is going to New England after June 1st. And between
Mekhi Lemon.
Yes, him and now Eli Stowers, those are two guys to probably just replace the one production there of A.J. Brown.
Yeah, I like it.
Now.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense for them.
He used to be a quarterback. He look, he can't block nobody. Like he's not even going to try and block anyone. But as a pass catcher, he's super athletic. He used to be a quarterback, but like uber athletic pass catcher. But if they're doing their little tush push, he ain't going to be on the field for that crap.
Right, but
they don't care.
they don't care. He doesn't need to be on the field for that.
You don't need to be on the field. That's a whole other package you'll have in there.
It's it's sort of like when the Dolphins had Mike Gesicki, and I think he's better than Mike Gesicki.
Yeah,
a little bit more upside, but similar. Just like this guy's going to be a seam buster, receiving tight end, really, really athletic. He's a pass catcher. He's not going to put his hand in the dirt and be like a great blocker, but that's not really what they need. They need a big. This tells me that pick, especially in the wake of them drafting Mekhi Lemon as early as they did, the fact that they're now doubling down with a pass catcher and a big body pass catcher, that should cement that they're going to trade A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown's going to New England per Diana Rossini.
Yeah, June. Was it June 1st? Or that's what I thought.
First or second, somewhere around there. But yeah, he's going there, and
you're not getting a more reliable source.
No, that's his reliable.
Get a more reliable source, but they're not sourcing anymore. So
there's more pictures coming up by the day. Oh my God, it's been going on forever. How she named her first kid after Mike? I mean, after him, I think. Oh, they do got to get Maury Povich involved. I mean, I don't know.
There was an AI.
Yeah, I know. I saw it.
It was
great. It was great. It was absolutely great. Tight ends, one position we haven't sort of spoken about. Once we get to round 3 of those 3 picks, again, clearly from what we've seen so far, as you said, Aaron, educated guys, position's not as big of a thing for them. They're taking best player available. There's going to be 2 tight ends in play in round 3, if they're there. Max Clare from Ohio State and Sam Roush of Stanford. Again, we don't know who's going to be. We got a little way to go. We're at pick 54, so we're like 21 picks away. But those are 2 names to keep an eye on come round 3, because I think they're, once again, Miami needs pass catchers. I know everyone says wide receiver. Yes, they do. Well, clearly wide receiver. But if they want to go with a tight end, like in round 3, maybe wide receiver in round 4, again, you're getting 2 pass catchers when it's all said and done. So those are 2 names to keep an eye on in that round 3 range. Even round 4 into tomorrow, I think are Sam Roush and Max Clare. Clare, I think, is a little bit higher too.
I think there's a lot of names at tight end where you could end up the guy
Trigg from
Trigg,
Yep.
Delp. I really like, to me, if I'm taking a tight end, like I'm not like, unless you're taking like an absolute freak athlete receiving tight end, like to me, I want a guy that can give you something in the running game with his blocking. Like I want to prioritize that, but I also I don't want just some blocking tight end. I want a blocking tight end that can also make some things happen in the passing game. I think there's some guys that there are plenty of guys.
Look, he wasn't going to make it to 75. I know. The Chargers took Gabe Akis. The Chargers.
No,
50.
not the Chargers.
No.
Patriots
Patriots
traded
with the Chargers. Oh, great. That
Yep.
was in the division. The Patriots traded with the Chargers. My bad.
Can't wait to see Akis versus Proctor.
Yeah, twice a year. Yeah, you're 100% right. Yeah, when I had on Dante Collinelli, who's very good with the draft stuff, what he said is kind of what you said, but he even took it one step further. He goes, I'm kind of at the point now that when it comes to tight ends, if you can't block, I don't want you. I just need guys who can block. Like, you got to be able to block primarily, because with so much of a spread offense, wide receiver heavy, it's like, if you're a tight end, you just got to be able to block. And if you can't block, you're almost worthless. So like he was down on like an Eli Stowers type and stuff. He goes, because it's changed the world. The world's changed and and how the game is played. So that's what he thought, kind of what you're saying, but he went maybe a little bit further than what you said. But yeah, I think you got to have guys who can block a little bit here.
Yeah, to me, a guy that I really love, and look, there's multiple guys. I think Sam Roush actually would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I would take him in this area. Depends on how the board falls. But like the guy from Utah, Dallin Bentley, I think he's a block first guy, but also can get out there and make contested catches and gives you some juice like after the catch. He's a guy that I really liked watching.
You got the Notre Dame kid too.
Oh yeah, Raritan. He's good too.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, I think
so there's options at
tight end.
Yeah. So I think round 3, round 4, even round 5, they got 3 picks. If they want to take one, I wouldn't be shocked there too, because there are a lot of tight ends in this draft in that hefty middle. When you get to around 3, 4, 5, where we have like 3, 4, 5, 8 picks in that 3, 4, 5 range now.
Yeah.
So I could see that. But yeah, I think with this next one, again, who knows? They could do clearly now. It's going to be tough to guess what they do because everything's on the table clearly. With the Rodriguez pick, that just really, which is good. Best player available. Let's just go. Let's just get the talent level up, and we'll worry about, plugging holes. Because here's the deal: next year, and I know it's early, and they still have to pay Achane and still have to play Aaron Brewer. They're gonna have a lot of salary cap space if they want to be active in free agency, which I don't think they'll ever be super active like the days with Greer, but I think they'll be somewhat active. They'll be so that they can bring in guys there. Post June 1st, they got $20 million coming off now. They want to add a veteran wide receiver out there. They could. So, yeah, I think clearly with this draft, what we're seeing is best player available. Don't worry about the position because we need help everywhere.
Yep, I completely agree. Just like best player available. And look, the positional value thing, the premier position thing, it's very real, but I do think it pertains a lot more to the first round because
fifth year option.
Yeah, because not only the 5th-year option, but because of the money. Because, take running back, for example. Like Jeremiah Love was like the 3rd pick in the draft, and he's got like a guaranteed $50 million contract as a running back. He already has like the most guaranteed money of any running back contract in the NFL. That's because he plays at the running back position where a lot of guaranteed money is not really given out, but because he was the 3rd round pick, that stuff is already sorted out. Like it's guaranteed based on your draft slot. And because of that, that's why a lot of teams will say, well, I don't want to draft a guard in the 1st round and give a bunch of guaranteed money to a guard. and then still have a hole at tackle, and then I got to go and sign a tackle to a massive contract. Whereas I could find a guard off the street to plug in and start on my offensive line for a year or two for like $6 or $7 million.
We got a big trade, not to cut you off, involving a player. The Vikings are trading Pro Bowl linebacker Jonathan Grenard to the Philadelphia Eagles for a 3rd-round pick this year and a 3rd-round pick next year. And the Eagles, upon the trade, are giving him a 4-year, $98 million contract.
Wow.
So, if a team wants to trade for Jordan Brooks, we know it's 2 3rd-round picks.
At least, because Jordan Brooks is coming off of an all-pro season.
Led the league in tackles.
And an all-pro. So,
all-pro.
like, that's the floor now. That is
Two-thirds.
two-thirds is the floor for Jordan Brooks.
I got a feeling in the next hour, because we ain't around 3 yet, so there's no rush. That Rodriguez pick might have been really telling. Again, I'm just guessing, folks. Just thinking out loud, brainstorming out loud. This might really happen.
So the Dallas Cowboys, who do not have a 2nd-round pick and were rumored to have had talks with the Dolphins, they haven't taken a linebacker. They took Caleb Downs and they took Malachi Lawrence. They've got pick 92. Could we be looking at potentially, and we talked about this in the Discord on the extra Discord.
Yeah.
We had a whole long conversation about the trade value of Jordan Brooks, and where we kind of landed was probably like 2 3rd-round picks, like a 3 and a future 3, or like a future 2 or something like that. Could the Cowboys be back in play here? 2 3s is the floor at this point.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who else.
Future 2?
Yeah, I'm trying to think who else in round 3 would be possible trade bait. Jacksonville's got 2 picks. If they want to get 2 picks this year, although I don't know if Jacksonville want to do that. They probably want to split them up.
And honestly, if you're
Miami,
I think given the amount of picks you have right now, I think you
want next year.
Want to start getting some picks for next year.
Absolutely.
So a couple folks in the chat reminded us that the Cowboys already traded for a linebacker.
Yes.
D. Winter.
Winter.
Okay.
That's
So the
true.
Cowboys are out probably.
Yeah, but they're
they're
look.
not going to do for 2.
Hey, what if you're the Vikings? We trade this guy, and we're going to trade for Brooks because he might be a little cheaper.
Interesting.
I don't know if they got round 3. Do they have? They have to have one in round 3. I'm guessing. Yeah, they pick 97. Oh, they got pick 82 and 97. The Vikings.
The
Steelers, they just picked
Steelers-
one up here. Yeah.
The Steelers could be an interesting team. They need a
Steelers are win now.
linebacker.
They have 2
Bucks-
picks. Yep.
Jaguars get tight end Nate Berger.
Who did?
The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Tony Khan.
Nate Berger. Or we're going to call them the Orlando Jaguars for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
The Steelers actually have 3 3rd-round picks
Yeah. I mean,
because they have a comp pick too.
and also, well, I mean, salary cap space comes into play a little bit, but if you're going to give him an extension upon a trade, which any team would with Brooks, because why make the trade if you're not going to pay him? You can structure that to be a low year 1 thing and up at year 2.
There are some teams that need linebackers that are picking in the 3rd round this year, and like a 3rd-round pick, and then a future pick, potentially like if the Vikings made the trade for 2 3rd-round picks this year.
No, it says 1 this year, 1 in 2027, but that gives them 3 3rd-round picks this year now.
Yeah, so I mean,
they have pick 82, 97, 98 now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look, if one of these teams that needs a linebacker that has like a pick a little earlier in the 3rd round, where the Dolphins are kind of in that like dead zone,
I got a team for you, Cincinnati.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely picking
pick
up
72. They lost Hendrickson. I know they picked up Lawrence, but they need help on defense.
They're retooling on the defense this year.
Yeah,
definitely.
I could see Cincinnati. San Francisco's always a team to keep an eye on.
Cincinnati's a good one because not only do they need to retool their defense, they're kind of in a win now mode.
Yeah.
With the way the last couple of seasons have gone, like Joe Burrow seemed kind of unhappy at the end of the year. Like they kind of need to win, or they could be losing their franchise quarterback at some point.
Here's another team to keep an eye on. Win now mode. How about the Rams? Because obviously Sean McVay ain't happy after last night.
Gosh.
Okay, Sean, here's what we're
right.
going to do. I'm going to get you an all-pro linebacker, so they'll help you win this year. Just go pipe down.
Dotson. We're not talking about Dotson. I don't think Dotson has that
no
type
one
of trade value right now.
No one's trading for Tyrell. If anything, they're going to cut him and just take the cap space.
Yeah.
If they keep Brooks, they'll cut Dotson.
Yeah. Yeah, the Brooks thing, because that's been out, because when they restructured contracts to make space for the Waddle trade, they moved money around, not restructured, just moved it around for Achane and Brewer, not Brooks.
Yeah.
And that was telling. And everyone said, that's odd. Because why wouldn't you move just like a little bit around for all three, honestly? Mr. McDolphin's sticking, he's got the gimmick tonight. The soft AF. I'm not letting, I love you, Mr. McDolphin. I do. But yeah, so because they didn't touch his contract, because I'm sure they probably had offers or on the phones talking, maybe, possibly, we'll see. And now we're at D-Day, April 24th, 8:47 at night, going into round 3. It's the pooper get off the pot moment here. And again, we don't know, but it's, something to consider.
Not poopar.
That Rodriguez pick, not only do we love the player and we love the pick, but it made this whole day very interesting.
Now it's made, like, we had 3 picks in round 3. Now we got 3 picks around Jordan Brooks watch. This night's going great. Flying by too. I can't complain.
Yeah, we're almost into round 3. We're coming into the last 8-9 picks here.
The Dolphins have the most picks in round 3, or we're right up there. Yeah,
we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 more this round. Yeah, I don't think it. Well, round 3 now. The Vikings have 3 too, and I think Pittsburgh's got 3. Pittsburgh's got 76, 85, 99. Vikings have 82, 97, 98. And, of course, Miami 75, 87, 94. So 3 teams got 3 picks in round 3. I don't think I'm missing any. Cleveland's got 2. Do they have a third? No, Cleveland's got 2. Cleveland's got 70, 74. So they got 2 early ones.
Bears are taking Logan Jones, linebacker out of Iowa.
Jacksonville's got a couple in round 3. Yeah, so round 3 is really going to be dominated by like 3 teams with 3 picks and like 2 or 3 teams with 2 picks. Like round 3 is going to be just a handful of teams like occupying the time here.
A lot of people I don't know if it's a lot of people, but I've seen at least a couple of people in the chat talking up Halsey, the safety from LSU.
Yeah.
Hits like a ton of bricks.
Yeah.
Just like, if you like, if you're looking for like an enforcer safety, maybe not as versatile or, has like the high ceiling as McNeil Warren, because McNeil Warren has the more explosive, like long speed, where you can probably do a little bit more with him in deep coverage. But if you're just strictly looking for a box safety that can hit and tackle, Halsey definitely could be in play for the Dolphins at 75.
Yeah, and I saw some people say like he'd be like a Jeff Hafley type guy. Now, is that true or not? I have no idea. But that's what some people are saying. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick because I've been drinking water for like 2 hours straight now.
So breaking news, by the way, Logan Jones, pick number 57. He gets a lifetime supply of Heinz 57 ketchup.
Oh, that's right. The 57th pick. He gets the lifetime Heinz. And he gets like
the jacket, the red jacket.
Yeah, like the red jacket. Yes.
Oh, that's cool. When you come back, Mike, I'm going to take the baton.
Okay. All right. I'll be back. It's right across the hall. It's not a far walk.
Cool.
You guys should be like me, man. I'm prepared, man. This is like, I'm ready to go. I'm not moving anywhere. I'm prepared myself for this. It's kind of like the astronauts. They prepare themselves,
I was ready. My issue was that I got my hair cut and I came home and I got home at like 6:40 and I still hadn't
Just
eaten
jump
yet.
right on.
And what did I have for dinner? I had soup. So I had soup
gosh.
and a bunch of water. And then I'm like, I got to get on because it's 7:00. And now it's like, we still got probably another 2 hours to be on here. I'm not taking another 2 hours without making a trip to the bathroom. And then I'm not going to just, pull out a bottle.
So while we're waiting, I see people have been sending some love my way. How am I feeling? The whole 9 yards. I'm doing okay. My stomach's been bothering me a little bit last couple of days, but it's part of my situation right now. So it's all good. Not complaining.
It's good to see you and it's good to hear you. You look good. We're all really happy to see you.
Thanks, man. No, I went to the draft party last night just because I miss everybody and I love seeing everybody. It's it's always wonderful to interact with folks that we only see 5 months out of the year during the Dolphins season, during football season. And last year I missed half the games.
You missed most of the Wednesdays on me. You left me high and dry.
I
Cleveland's on the
apologize.
clock.
Yeah.
No, you're fine. Ian, I'm joking.
I know.
Cleveland's on the clock at 59. They traded with San Francisco.
All right.
And their pick's already in.
Oh, it's already in? Okay.
Browns.
Sorry, pick 58.
Toledo. There he is. Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
Okay. Toledo. Local kid.
Yep.
Ohio. Okay.
Finally, though, he was a first round pick.
They're talking late round one.
Yeah.
He went late round two. Late round two, honestly.
Row 26. Oh, well, yeah, you're my buddy. You're sweet. Mr. Looney's always right in front of me, like to the right, so he gets to see me. But
yeah,
I missed half the games, and it was I think it was his first season in that row, and it's all good. I'm planning on being at all the games this year.
We're only a couple weeks away from learning the schedule.
I know, and I want to try to get to a couple away games too. So
yeah,
it's all going to depend on when it happens.
As soon as we see the schedule, Tom and myself will know, and we'll start to book our flights and hotels, and then we'll know what night we're going to have the family dinner.
Oh, I see. We got another guest coming on board.
We got another Catsker in the house. Oh, I added him. He removed himself.
There he is.
In the house. Josh, we are.
Whoa.
How you doing tonight?
I'm terrific. Good Shabbos, everybody.
Shabbat shalom, my friend.
How are you, my friend?
Doing well. I was just giving everybody the update. My belly's been bugging me a little bit the last couple of days, but cancer treatment's been working out actually pretty well, and just gotta make sure everything's working in the right direction. And I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. So that's my goal. That's my goal.
Jeff, you're already a comment. You've been in the room for literally 10 seconds. Where's the root beer tonight?
He's got
there it is. The THC root beer.
There it is. Nice.
I mean, here we go. Let's get into this thing.
Ooh, I heard it.
Cheers.
Salud. L'chaim, everybody.
L'chaim.
So it seems like I've kind of been following.
Let me give you a recap
today.
Here's what we've been talking about. Miami pick 43 stayed, and they took Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker out of Texas Tech.
Right.
Which opened up the door. Yeah, which opens up the door to reckless speculation that they might be trading Jordan Brooks tonight in round 3. Because was linebacker a huge need? No, but we know Brooks possible. There's been chatter, rumor, innuendo, contract extension going to cost a lot of money. Are you going to want to pay him to rebuild? And then, like 15 minutes ago, the Minnesota Vikings traded their superstar linebacker, Green, whatever his name is.
Bernard.
Yes, him. For 2 third-round picks. So if Miami were to trade now Brooks, it's going to be for 2 third-round picks. You would think it'd be the same type because he was all pro last year. Brooks led the league in tackles, and that guy was great with the Vikings. He's an all-world player. And once he got traded, he signed a 4-year, $98 million contract with Philadelphia, and Houston just took tight end Marlon Klein out of Michigan. So that's the speculation. Now Miami's got 3 picks around 3, but could a Jordan Brooks trade be coming in the next hour or so with the Jacob Rodriguez picks, or are we just reading into this? And is Miami going to go with, Brooks, Rodriguez, and Tyrell Dodson? You got 3 good linebackers now.
I mean, that's how I would roll if I were the Dolphins.
But
Yeah,
can
we'll
they
see.
afford it? That's the question, right? Are we going to be able to keep him and pay him and do everything that we need to, or is he going to sit out because he's not getting what he feels like he deserves?
Yeah, that's not going to be something that is beneficial to this team in this iteration in any way, shape, or form.
Titans are taking a linebacker, Anthony Hill.
When is our next pick?
75. So at the pace it's going, it really won't be that long because we're already a pick, 61?
60.
It won't-
Yeah, and going on to 61 now.
Going
The
on
Rams
61. So it won't be that long, honestly.
And then they're
these are
coming
going pretty
fast and
quick.
furious.
They're coming fast and furious, yeah.
This Jacob Rodriguez has a good mustache.
Oh,
We were
great
talking about
mustache.
that.
Have I
We
missed
spoke
this
about this.
discourse already?
You
If
can
we get
chime in.
Jacob Rodriguez and Jennings Dunker, I mean,
Oh,
we
oh,
crushed this day. If we get a mustache and a mullet,
That's gonna be the name of the
listen.
That's the name of the podcast tonight. The mustache
guys-
and the mullet.
If you guys missed this on Mike and I's show last week, I want you to know that I'm ready for Jennings Dunker.
Hey.
I'm ready for him over there. I got him suited up on the
Wow.
sideline. And most importantly, we have him crashing the Jets watch party.
I love it, man. You've been using the AI, dude. I love it.
It's the only ethical use of AI is to make Jennings Dunker memes.
Or to
It's
make
the
yourself
only
look like a
ethical use.
Buffalo Bills fan, too. There's always
We have
that,
a
too.
super chat. And it's always fun when we get praise for Aaron the Brain. Mr. McDolphin, I really like how the Brain did research on these guys this year. Great decision. Really enjoying it. Aaron rocks.
Look at that.
Thank you.
That's why I look to Aaron for the positives
He's the
or
brain.
the negatives if necessary, because I know you've done your homework on all these guys. So your excitement kind of rolls off on all of us, which
What
is
I
why
appreciate
I like
most
this
about my
Rodriguez
brother-
kid.
What I appreciate most about my brother Ian is that not only has he done his homework, he's also done my homework. So it's fantastic.
Was it like this in school, Aaron?
No, I didn't get bullied. I didn't do other people. Frankly, when I was in school, half the time I didn't even do my own homework. I was kind of like, my thought on homework is, look, you've got me for 8 hours of the day in school. I'm going to be the best student that I can be in school.
I was
When
the same
I'm out
way.
of school, screw this.
I'm on my
homework.
time. I'm on
Like-
my time now. Yeah. I was actually the same way.
On the mean streets of Flanagan High School.
Flanny, yes.
The mean streets of Flanagan High School, doing his homework under the gazebo pavilion, whatever you want to call it, right before homeroom.
Charles Flanagan was the mayor of Pembroke Pines, and there was one year at the Little League, the baseball park where Aaron and I played ball as kids. One year for the opening ceremony, they brought out Charles T. Flanagan to do the speech at Pembroke Lakes Optimist, and
Charles W.
Charles W. Flanagan, and then after that was over, they brought out a Miami Dolphins player to throw the first pitch of the season at the Little League Park. Brain, do you remember who this was?
This was a Miami Dolphins player.
Oh yes, a Miami
What year?
Dolphins. I mean, this would have been mid '90s.
With Jim
Please tell me
Jensen.
so, Jay McDuffie.
It's not Jim Johnson.
Joe Rose?
Not Jim Jensen. It was the great bagel magnate himself.
Oh, John Offerdahl.
John
Offerdahl.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's funny you guys mentioned that. When I was a kid in elementary school, we had this guy come and speak to us. And this was before I was into any football, any sports at all. And I remember them saying his name, Mercury Morris. And I was like, what an interesting name. And I remember that. And then now, as I've become, a big fan and learned the history and kind of went back to those years that I'd never watched, it's like, holy cow, we had a freaking legend who was speaking in front of our class. And 90% of us didn't really know who he was at the time, which was unbelievable.
Merc.
Isn't that funny?
Another linebacker, Anthony Hill, 60.
Max Clare.
That's the tight end that we didn't talk about, Aaron. It was Max Clare.
Yep, the Rams.
He's going to the Rams.
Yep.
Mhm. I like Claire. I think he can do a little bit of everything. Oh, McNeil Warren went while I was out.
Yes. Went to
Okay.
Cleveland. So he stayed local. They traded up Cleveland and they took him.
Wow. Cleveland got
Cleveland's had a good draft
Concepcion, they got Boston, and now they got Emmanuel McNeil-Warren
to go with Spencer Fano too.
Oh,
And they
yeah.
traded down and they got extra picks with the Fano stuff.
I love what they've done.
Cleveland's done a nice job.
Who's going to be throwing the ball? Cleveland.
I actually, so funny. So I was in a car the other night driving because I had to run some errands and had on Sirius XM, and they had on Tony Rizzo, who's like the main radio host in Cleveland, who's like tied in. He was like, here's the deal. They're building this new stadium. It's going to open 2028, 2029. Cleveland, yes, they want to win. They don't care about this year or next year. Their whole thing is to have a good team by 2028, 2029 when they open that new stadium.
So
they want to be
up.
good then. And
Yep.
he goes, here's the thing. They hate their quarterbacks. They're tired of Watson. They don't even like Sanders. He goes, half the people there don't know why they took him to begin with. And then they took the other kid. He ain't even any good, Dylan Gabriel. He goes, they hate them all. They're just trying to get through the year with them. And then next year, they're going to take a quarterback because the goal is for them 2028, 2029. And that stadium, from what they've shown how it's going to look, looks friggin' awesome. I will admit. That thing, it's got the fans right on the field. And it goes straight up. It's so cool. And it's glass.
One
it's
problem.
enclosed.
It's only one
Cleveland.
problem with this new
It's
stadium.
Cleveland.
It's still in Cleveland.
Yeah, but
Ian knows.
But it's
Ian
not
knows.
going to be on the lake. It's not going to be on the lake. They're moving inward into like the suburbs.
Well,
So it's not going to be on the lake.
The team that's now known, the baseball team that's now known as the Guardians, got a nice bump when Cleveland built Jacobs Field, and they, made it to the World Series.
We got to run on
tight.
tight ends. The Rams took
Yeah.
Max Clare, which I think someone said that, right?
Yeah, I told
Yeah.
you.
So, okay. So we got Clare and Klein. Marlon Klein at 59, Max Clare at 61. Tight ends are coming off the board.
Klein is a guy that we did not talk about.
No, that's a guy we didn't talk about. Yeah.
I've heard a lot about Jolly. I saw a lot of
Jolie
mock
is a-
Jolly going to the Dolphins.
Yeah, from NC State.
Yep.
Probably next year. Probably around 3-4 range. I
Yep.
think for him.
I think there's a lot of tight ends.
There's a
because,
lot.
there's a lot of tight end. It's not like this. There's not a lot of like guys that are seen as like super elite guys, but I think there's just a lot of guys that can just, be solid tight ends.
Real quick.
And because it's not a big positional value, I think they're just going to be available.
Traded pick.
We have
Denver.
a trade. Here come the Bills, moved up to pick 62, traded with the Broncos. The Broncos haven't made a pick yet in this draft.
Who
Let me
needs
ask
to draft when you made it that close to the Super Bowl? I mean, come on.
And they got Waddle, too.
And they
the
got
draft.
Waddle. So
Can I
Yeah, go
throw
ahead.
something out there? Jermon McCoy. There's a lot of injury concerns with Gerard McCoy.
Take him
right?
at 75 if he's there.
But if he's there when the Dolphins are on the clock again, like, is that value right?
Yes.
To
Yes.
go after.
Here's why.
You can't be mad at it.
Let's be honest. We're all honest people. We're going to stink this year. Take him at 75. Don't even play him. Get all the operations out of the way. Take it. Work on your knee, your leg, whatever the hell you got wrong. You take a year, and then next year, hopefully you're healthy for 2027. And just at pick 75, when you got two other third-round picks, that's absolutely.
Yeah. Frankly, at this point, I'm looking at, I don't know if the Bills will take him here, but the next two teams, the Chargers and the Seahawks, both could use a
Seattle
corner.
could. Yeah. Seattle, these corners. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the argument there would be if you really need a corner, do you want to draft a corner that has injury problems, or is it like, do you draft this guy because he's the best player available and you can afford to not play him? But I don't. The value at this point,
Again,
you're getting a guy who, from a talent perspective, is arguably a top 10 pick.
If not for the injuries, he would have been top 10, probably top 5, because Mansour Delane, he is better than Delane, just the injuries.
Man,
so he would have been a top 5 pick most. I know people got their favorites, but in general, he's in that mix, essentially. And, if he's there in round 3, yeah, take him. Because you know what? Redshirt him for a year. Let him get all the operations. Let him get 100% healthy. Because we're in no rush, folks. We got a long runway here. We're in no rush at all. And that's just smart. And maybe he's back by like November. That's great because you don't want him to miss all this year after he missed all last year. Maybe he's back November and he's fine. Play him in November. It's fine.
The wide receiver run has not
happened.
No, and there's still you got Antonio Williams, you've got Malachi Fields, who we had talked about.
Yep.
I know we talked about early on.
Bell,
Chris
Braxton,
Bell, Louisville,
Igbenogson goes to Buffalo.
Corner.
Okay, Igbinosun. I like Igbinosun. Igbinosun would have been a guy that if Miami hadn't taken Chris Johnson,
He'd be on the radar.
would make a lot of sense as somebody that they target later. But yeah, between Skylar Bell, Chris Bell, Brazel,
Bryce Lance, Ted Hurst,
like all these Malachi
Jacoby Lane.
Fields, Surratt, Jacoby Lane, like Antonio Williams, Branch from Georgia. Like there's so many wide receivers here. Like unless that run just comes, like these guys come,
it's coming soon.
off
It's
the
got to
board.
come soon.
But are all these guys just going to come flying off the board?
Probably when we get to round 3, when you got teams like Pittsburgh, Miami, Jacksonville, who all have multiple picks. Minnesota has multiple picks. Probably when we get there, I got to find out how many guys from Ohio State have been picked. We just had 2 like back to back. Like how many guys from Ohio State have actually been picked? It's got to be close to
7. That would
7?
be 7.
Oh my god!
I mean, because they had 5 in the first. Because they had the big 4.
The big 4.
I could figure this out real quick.
Then you got McDonald. Then you got the corner just went. Then you got the tight end who went. I mean, Jesus.
Keontae Scott's still there, cornerback, and actually Gabby had asked early on, what do we think about?
He's going to be in the mix. He'll be in the mix.
Guy,
round 3.
Yeah, you had the big 4.
Bill
from
selected
Ohio State
Ohio
go early, and then
yeah.
nobody else in the first round. But then you had McDonald was 5, and now you've got these last 2 guys from Ohio State. So you got 7
in the first 2 rounds. Man. Matt, and most of them on defense. Matt Patricia had the cush job of all. Ohio State defensive coordinator. Good Lord.
What are the chances we can get the Bills to also sign Noah Igbinoghene so you can have Igbinoghene and Igbinosun in the backfield at the same time?
Oh, their play-by-play guy would probably start drinking during games.
Igbo 1 and Igbo 2.
Igbo 2, exactly. Oh my God. That'd be a poor bastard. He had to call those games every week. Well, here's the deal. The one guy that we took, he wouldn't even be on the field. You ain't got to worry about him. Although the one play he made in his time in Miami, I was there against Pittsburgh on a Sunday night. The interception, steal the win. Myself and Tom in the press box. I'm like, Tom, they're gonna blow.
That was Tua's first game back that season.
First game back after the hands froze one. I think that was the first game back. Yeah. It was a Sunday night game, which I love because I've never been there at night for a game. I'm like, oh, Tom, this worked out great. We're here at night. This is awesome. And it was a lot of fun, the night game. But the one play he made, and everyone was like, I hate to say it this way, but it's true. Like when someone who's like first round pick hasn't lived up and just so bad, and they make a play, they treat him like a special needs child. Oh, this is so good for him. This is so good. Like, guys, he's a grown ass man. Let's not treat him like he just won the Special Olympics here. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, we talk about teams being soft and teams being tough, and I think that's kind of an example of what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Like this, if you're a first round draft pick for an NFL football team, you should not have to be babied. You should be able to keep yourself healthy, do what you got to do, study the playbook, know the playbook up and down, because you're going to get paid to do that.
But here's the thing. He should not have been picked around 1, not his fault. Our idiot
That's
GM.
True.
That's not his fault. And that's why, yes, but he should have been better than he was, because if not round 1, he would have been picked high round 2 probably. But he should not have been picked where he was picked, which is not his fault, but it's a calamity of errors.
The Chris Greer era. A calamity of errors.
Calamity of errors. Yeah. We were all so scarred by him, it's not even funny.
Yeah, I think we got to be happy that Igbinosun is off the board, because I know, Mike, you made the comment about the defensive backs from South Carolina.
Yeah,
I think that we might have been triggered in one way.
Yeah,
but Igbinosun would have triggered us, I think, a lot
triggered
more.
us just as much. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Chargers pick is in.
And I'll say this too. If we take Jalen Kilgore at some point in round 3, that's a good pick at that point, because he can play, that guy. And he's a safety corner hybrid, so that's good too. He's got a little flexibility. You can find a spot for him.
And Chris Johnson might be able to play some safety too.
Yeah. I actually spoke to a reporter. So I recorded 2 interviews today, which will drop next week. One with an Alabama reporter talking Proctor, one with a San Diego State reporter, actually the voice of San Diego State football. And he like glowing. Chris Johnson, like great guy, great locker room guy, great with the media. Like he checks every box. Like great player too. Stayed all 4 years at the same school. Nobody stays all 4 years at the same school.
Correct.
USC and Oregon and all the other schools on the West Coast were knocking on his door, offering him big money. He stayed. Like, yes, the player's great, but the person here is like high character as well, which I know people just want on the field stuff, and trust me, I do too. But the fact that he's got the character part is very good. The Proctor one is also interesting. He goes, yeah, the weight's an issue. He's just got to manage it. Outside of that, though, there's really nothing to hate with the kid. So, yeah.
And Jacob Rodriguez
Merriman
fits that bill as well.
Yep. Sean Merriman. I had him on the podcast. Super nice guy. Really nice guy.
When I went to LA, I saw him walking past me. We were going in separate directions, and I'm like, Sean Merriman. He's like, hey.
Nice, nice guy.
Dolphin stuff.
Chargers,
super nice guy. Yeah.
Center, Jake Slaughter out of Florida.
He was there. This guy has had a ton of buzz. Like a ton of buzz. Like
there haven't
this
been many
guy's
centers
like,
taken so far either. Interesting.
Well, him and the guy from Iowa, I think, are the ones.
That's
too.
it.
Yeah.
This guy looks like an IT guy.
Yes, that's why. He's the guy who's going to show up every day, like with eyeglasses, holding a briefcase. He's going to do his homework. He's not the biggest. He's not the strongest, but he's going to like read a spreadsheet of like technical advantages to do. He's like a guy like that, and he's great. And I remember, I think I had on Simon Clancy first. Simon goes, I wouldn't pick him in the first 5 rounds. And then Dante Calinelli, he goes, why are you even asking me about him? Like, because the guy's got a lot of buzz. I know you guys might not like him, but he's got a lot of buzz. And here he's going at the end of round 2.
He's a nerd.
I was right. Buzzworthy.
We need more nerdy football players, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know.
I'm all about it. How many more picks we got here? Like another
one more, and is Seahawks on the clock here, and the pick is
11
in.
picks away, and they're going quick. So we're 9-12. I bet you by like 9:30ish, we're going to be close.
I hope so, man, because I'm getting tired.
I got the Cubs starting up at 10 o'clock. We got a West Coast swing taking on the Dodgers this week. So
there you go.
And the fantasy baseball team I play with my father, we share it. We just picked up a Cubs player. Outfielder Michael Bush.
Oh, Michael Bush, a first baseman.
Okay, that's what I meant. Michael Bush, first baseman.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But that's good. You're picking him up at the right time because he's been ice cold to start the season. He's just starting to heat up now.
Yeah, Bush. Yeah, that's right. First baseman, Michael Bush. He's gotten hot, though, the past couple of nights, hasn't he, though?
Yes, he's finally breaking out of what had been a really bad slump to start the season.
Last 3 games, he had 22 points, 16 and 10. So, yeah, he's been on fire here a little bit. So we picked him up because we had some guys get hurt. So he's on our team now.
Excellent. I fully endorse.
So you got the Seahawks here. They were rumored to be shopping their pick 32. They ended up sticking and picking Jadarian Price. Do they take a pick here, or do they try to get some more picks?
Who's that now? I'm sorry, because I had some
Seahawks.
Yeah, it looks like they're picking. I don't see any trade notifications anywhere.
Seattle has taken safety, Bud Clark.
There you go.
Bud Clark.
So Kilgore, probably definitively the best safety on the board as we move into round 3.
I would think, yeah.
I would throw out another name at a guy who's kind of a corner safety hybrid, more of a nickel from Miami, Keontae Scott.
Yep, he's in there.
Gabby mentioned that in our chat. She said out of Miami. What do we think?
Here's the safeties right now that are still out there: AJ Halsey, Kamari Ramsey, USC, Genesis Smith, Arizona, Zach Wheatley from Penn State, Michael Taffy, Texas. You got another Texas Tech guy in Cole Wazinski, or however you say last name, I don't know. But yeah, so that's what we're looking at. Safety at corner, because some people have him as corner. Let's see, we got to go down the list. Keith Abney, he's only like 5'9". No, Keith Abney out of Arizona State. Keontae Scott, Chandler Rivers, he's 5'10". more.
I
on
got a
Florida,
few
6'3".
names here at corner.
Yeah,
I mean,
go for it.
Ephesians Prysock.
Yes,
Yep.
Washington.
Big, long-
Each of the Washington guys. Him
Yeah.
and Takaro Davis.
Yep. Charles Deming, small school guy with
Yeah.
all the measurables.
Stephen F. Austin.
Julian Neal, bigger corner. Just really long. Checks a lot of boxes if you're playing that. And then Hezekiah Massis from Cal.
You got Will Lee, Texas A&M, Malik Muhammad from Texas, and Devin Moore, 6'3", from Florida as well. I think if they go corner, they're going to go size here. I don't see them taking like Chandler Rivers, all 5'10" out of Duke, or even Abney from Arizona State. I mean, he's a little taller, but I do think it's going to be a size guy. One of the Washington guys would not shock me because the guys are all arms, Inspector Gadget arms.
And then look, edge rusher. There are some guys there. Kieran Crawford from Auburn, Joshua Josephs from Tennessee is a little bit smaller.
Danny Dennis Sutton, my guy.
Deny Dennis Sutton. Like, Deny Dennis Sutton is the guy that, like, he's all traits, but then on film, you're like, I don't know. Like,
He's a guy who's going to set the edge, stop the run, but he won't get you any sacks. I mean, he had some stacks last year, but in general, he's a set the edge, stop the run guy, and probably not much more than that. But we need that too. As I keep saying,
he has
we need
the
that
athletic profile of somebody.
Here's
that
another
could
Texas Tech
potentially
guy, Romello Height, edge rusher, 6'3", 240. You got LT Overton, and you got the other Michigan guy, Jashawn Barham. I mean, yeah, there's some edge rushers out there. And I think now we're in that range where, edge rusher, wide receiver, I do think probably are in play with safeties and also corner. And now we're also in round 3 as as our good friend Martini Jack. Are we in quarterback range here at some point?
They'd have to really love a quarterback to take him
I
over,
agree.
over some of these guys.
Drew Aller.
Yeah.
No, but there hasn't been a cornerback.
Aller would.
Yes, sir.
No, not today.
Aller would be the guy, unless you're just
Nussmeier.
unless you fall in love with the traits, the
Carson
athleticism.
Beck
of
going to the
Jalen
Cardinals.
Green.
Is he really?
There's Carson Beck going to the
Official?
Cardinals.
He just went for real?
Yep.
Yep, that's it. There it is.
There it is. How about that? Look, I was just spitballing. I didn't think
That seems like
a little high, but okay.
I feel
No,
like
they're
They got
retooling
nothing.
everything. It feels like
Yeah, look, here's the deal. When we're talking top of round 1 next year, let's just be totally honest. We're talking Cardinals. We're talking Miami. I think the Jets might win 6-7 games. I don't know if they'll be in the mix, honestly, but they have enough picks to trade up if they want to. But I think, Cardinals, Miami, the Raiders are going to be better. Cleveland will be a little better probably. Yeah, I mean, so them taking Beck now doesn't stop them from, if they get like a top 3 pick next year, taking a quarterback. They got to get through this year, and they really don't have much of quarterback. So I kind of get it. And they've had a solid draft so far. So, look, it's the most important position probably in sports. So they're going to start coming off the board here eventually.
Well, I think that's good for Miami.
I think so too.
Because I
don't think we're taking one around 3.
Miami's got a ton of needs, and you just invested in Malik Willis, who's going to be here at
2
least
years
through
minimum.
next year.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
I don't think you need to reach on a quarterback, and I think anybody that you would be taking in round 3 would be a reach.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I totally agree.
I think you let
don't mind
the
them taking
position
one.
players fall to you.
And now with 2 picks in 4, 3 picks in 5, take them then. Don't take them here in round 3. I think in round 3, we can still get guys who can actually play this year.
I guess Cole Payton would be an interesting one.
He's an interesting name. Not the kid from Arkansas. I want nothing to do with the kid from Arkansas. Athletic as hell, but he can't hit the broads. He couldn't hit land if he went skydiving.
Well, I mean, the world is what, 2/3
Well, there is gravity. I guess he would eventually, but you know my point.
so. You guys are feeling pretty confident that they're going another big here.
I'm not. No, I'm not confident in anything.
They could go defensive back. They could go wide receiver. They could go edge. They could go defensive tackle. Emmanuel Pregnon is still on the board.
He's still on the board. At some point, I'll take him to. You want to fix this offensive line once and for all? let's bleep and fix the offensive line once and for all at this point.
Yeah, like they could go virtually any position other than running back.
Yeah, pretty much. And you're good.
They could go tight ends.
Here's the deal. If you took Pregnon, a year from now, you could have from right to left Proctor, Pregnon, Brewer, Jonah,
and Paul. Huge line and athletic line. I mean,
Even
Brewer's
if Jonah's
the
your
only,
weak, even if
Brewer's
Jonah's
the
your
only
weak
one
link,
that's not huge.
even if he's your weak link, Jonah, you hope even if he improves slightly and goes from bad to adequate, with the other 4, I think you'd be pretty freaking okay with.
Yeah.
I mean, you can survive if he's your weakest link.
Yeah, obviously we don't know what Proctor is going to look like.
No, we don't know,
how
but
that's going to pan out.
But
yeah,
I
literally don't know what he's going to look like.
Here's the deal: he'll be on the field more than Austin Jackson. I know that.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent still on the board here. There's a lot of good defensive backs. The receiver run still has not happened. There's a lot of good receivers. There are, I mean, look, you've got a bunch of picks in short order, so like you could probably take an edge at some point here.
It's my fault. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I'm telling you, Malachi Field 6'4.5". We don't have a tall wide receiver. You're missing that guy. He's not the quickest, but sometimes when you're tall,
he's one of those. Yeah, he's like one of those guys who like uses his body to box out the defender and he wins with his body. Yeah, he's in play. There's about like 15, 20 guys I would say in these next 3 picks that are totally in play. Where if they took him, you go, okay, I get it. Like I'm fine with it. Yeah, he's one of them. Like Hurst is one of them. Lance is one of them. Chris Brazel, Pregnon, the edge rushers we mentioned, a couple safeties in there. Tremont McCoy's in there. Like there's guys there. Okay, I get it.
And again, like I'm gonna say invoke the name Chris Bell from Louisville, because this is a guy that is ahead of schedule. It's not like he's like this long list of injuries in his past. He's coming off of an injury, and he's recovering. If he's not coming off of an injury, he's arguably a first-round talent. He's a guy that I haven't really thought of to the Dolphins because I just didn't think where he was he was kind of expected to go in like this kind of dead zone between 43 and 75, like kind of in the 50s and 60s. But we're getting close now. We're like into the late 60s and he's still there. And we're less than 10 picks away from the Dolphins. If he falls, if he ends up being the pick, I think that'd be a home run pick.
I'll tell you who loves him. Josh Moser loves him. We prior to us recording shows, he always brings him up. He goes, that second pick in round 1, man. Take that kid from Louis. He loves him. Loves him. He would be ecstatic if we took him.
Broncos take Texas A&M defensive tackle Tyler Onyedim.
Okay. Denver on the board.
Okay. Boy, they traded down, and that's where they ended up.
It's their first pick.
It's their first pick. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. I'm not mad at it.
No. Look, that team, let's be honest, if they didn't lose their quarterback, they were going to the Super Bowl.
No question.
New England was so bad that week.
If
they didn't lose their quarterback, they would have, as a fan, I'd almost rather be what Miami was in some way than be tend to be that close and just not make it. Because it's not like they didn't make it because they played a bad game. They just didn't have a quarterback.
Yep.
That's a sweet satin jacket that Broncos guy's wearing. Who is it on TV right now? I don't even know. Oh, Ward. TJ Ward. That's a sweet coat.
Pretty nice, actually.
I used to wear those satin jackets all the time when I was a kid. Now they're making a comeback.
One for the Cubs.
Yeah. I see them all the time for sale
the
on.
Team he likes.
I see them all the time for sale on Fanatics. Now they're starting to make a comeback. I'm like, I'm too old to wear it, but they're cool as hell.
I
know
love
who makes the really good ones
school
now?
Dolphins one, the old school Dolphins,
yes,
like aqua
the
one
script,
with the
script,
like the end zone.
That's
like
the one I had.
End zone logo.
That's the one I had as a kid. I still have it somewhere in this house. I don't know where. I saved all
Those
that
Homage
shit. Crayon Crawford went
makes
to the
really
Raiders.
good ones
Edge.
now too.
Who
There you
does?
go. Another defensive end, right?
Who makes
The
them?
way
Josh?
this is falling,
Homage. Homage makes them.
Okay.
yeah, the way this is falling, I gotta believe Miami is eyeing a receiver at 75. Just the way that this thing is falling.
You would think, but we've been surprised all night. Look. As much as we all love Rodriguez, none of us saw it coming. So
Here comes a running back for the Dolphins.
hey, with the offensive line, we're just gonna run, and with Willis, we're just gonna run it down their
Just
throats.
run it down
every play.
everybody's throat. You know, it's funny.
Should have hired what's his face? The guy from the guy that used to be the head coach at Georgia Tech. We could be running the triple option.
Triple option. Got a super chat, Mr. McDolphin. Thank you, Mr. McDolphin. Edge. Could have took an edge 12. Yeah, we could have. I've never seen Seth last night. Seth was great last night. I've never seen
he was
never
so
gets,
down.
He was
so down on that pick.
down. He at one point he took something on his desk. I don't know what it was. He threw it on the desk. He was so mad. And then he had the pick prior to it being released. Someone sent him a text, and then for him, because he's the most quiet, level-headed. Oh, I just got a text that ruined my night. I'm like, oh, we didn't take Bain.
Well, and I think part of that too, though, is he runs the Jason Taylor Foundation.
Oh, yeah.
Jason Taylor was the defensive coach.
Yeah, obviously, but yeah, but still, that he was, because on Wednesday night there in the fish tank, they went around and they were sharing who they want, and he was like, just Bain, just take Bain. I don't care how we do it, get Bain. Then we get to Thursday, and he's falling. And he's falling. He falls into Miami's lap, not once, but twice, 11, and then at 12. And then when they didn't take him, he was so frustrated. I've never seen him so frustrated before. And I've got to know him pretty well now. I've just never seen him so frustrated.
Eagles pick is in.
Let's see who we got.
By the way, also,
they took a hurricane.
Markel Bell.
Wow.
The big son bitch. That's one big son bitch right there.
That's a huge bitch.
He's got to be larger than Proctor.
He is. He's 6'9".
What's Markel Bell? Let's get to 6'9". What's the weight though? 6'9", 346.
Yeah.
As our father would say, he makes that 70 look really small.
Markel Bell.
Who do you used to say that about? He used to Cortez Kennedy was one of those guys. Way back in the day.
6'9" and 1/4, man. I'd be looking up to that guy. Jeez,
that's
Louise.
big. That's a big man.
Jalen Hurts can be throwing passes off the back of his head.
Yeah, him and the guy from Memphis, what's his name?
Yes.
Burke, are the two giants. Bell is actually even bigger than the guy from Memphis.
Holy cow.
So I have an idea, by the way. I know we've never really had the tush push. We've never had the tush push work in Miami. So what if we give Caden Proctor the ball and just have him run right up the middle? What do y'all think about that?
He's athletic enough.
Did it in college.
I know. He was a wide receiver. He also ran a couple right up the middle. I don't know.
Didn't he throw it as
like
well?
the fridge?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Since Miami's about to pick, and we still got to give away 2 more things. Let's give one away now. And which one we're going to give away? Let's give away the big one. We're giving away this Zach Thomas autograph card. Official Zach Thomas autograph card. Now, first one to respond in the chat wins. I'm putting my email in there. Please send me your email because I can't chase you down through Twitter. Through YouTube. First one to respond. Okay, here is the question. How many NFL teams have a bird as a mascot?
I got the answer.
You're
Because
not
I cheated. Nope, I don't see it yet.
There we go.
Crash.
Who is it?
Crash, right? Yep.
Hold on. I can't click it. They're coming in so fast. Crash, you win. Crash, 5. You are correct. They are Philadelphia, Arizona, Atlanta, Baltimore, and Seattle. So Crash, send me that email right now. Do not wait. Do not wait. Send me the email, dolphinstalk1977@gmail.com. I will put it on the screen for you. dolphinstalk1977@gmail.com. Name, address, I'll get that out to you as soon as possible. Zach Thomas autograph card. We still got the Jarvis Landry one. We'll probably do after Miami pick. We still got one more Jarvis Landry, same type of card, autographed by Jarvis Landry. Well, congratulations. You got that. Send me that email now. Don't wait. Don't forget. Because
Right.
I don't
Name,
know how to
address, bar mitzvah, Torah portion. Put it all in there.
I don't want to contact you through YouTube if you don't send it now. All right. So we know who the Eagles took. Let's see who's anyone else been picked since?
Nope. I don't see anything.
I don't see anything. God bless these spoiler sites. These are awesome.
It's going down. It's going so slow. Come on.
Some people get really mad when there's a spoiler. I'm like, come on.
That's why I don't tweet them out. I just read them for my own thing. And on here, we warned everybody. So
Yeah.
if you're watching, you were warned more than once. So it is what it is.
I'd rather know. I was at the draft party
exactly.
last night. I'm
To
like, I
me-
know who the Dolphins got if you want to know. And they're like,
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
tell us. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is just names being read off an index card. Why I asked you earlier, how was your draft? Was it fun? Because to me, the last place I want to be is at the NFL draft, standing in a mob of people waiting for a name to be read off. I just find it totally boring. To me, this is way more fun. This is what, like hanging out with the guys just talking. This is way more fun than actually being there, waiting and waiting. It's like, to me, that just seems like
I think for us, it was exciting because we were
well,
you
you were going to
all
on
gonna
stage and
announce
read a
a
name.
pick
Yeah.
too. So that
Yeah.
was like the thing, you know.
Your experience was VIP. It's a little different. I think
Little
just an
different,
average
yes.
fan, I couldn't do it. And I know Tom, I think, was going to go during the COVID year to Vegas. And I think he wants to go. I'm like, dude, I'm sitting that out. I can't.
Yeah. I went to a draft party at the stadium one year in like the early 2000s. I actually think it was that year that it was the year that Manning and Rivers and Roethlisberger went, and the Dolphins ended up like trading back a pick or trading up a pick to get Vernon Carey. And it was a lot of fun. Like, at the end of the day, you got to have a group of people that are like really into it, and it's like you got to treat it like it's a party. That's the appeal of it. It's like it's a party, but it's like, you know, when it gets to be that many people in like a mob setting like that, like, I don't know. I'd rather hang out with a few people, have a couple of drinks, have some elbow space, have some comfortable seating, and, you know, just shoot the shit.
Yeah.
Still nothing on Bear, so it's going to be on.
This has been a lot of fun, too, the past however many years we've done the live streams, because we're home. We're comfortable. You got your drinks, got your THC root beer. I got Starburst and Twizzlers in front of me.
Done. It's almost gone.
I got Starburst in one hand. I got Twizzlers out here in front of me if I want. Like, this is a lot of fun, just sitting here with you guys, just chatting away.
Sam Rush.
Roush, the tight end?
Yeah.
Yep.
Roush.
I liked him. His whole family's like athletes. His uncle was Merlin Olsen. He has like another uncle who played in the NFL. His father was like a varsity player, like NC State or Duke. His mother was like an Olympic athlete. Like, his whole family's never worked a day in their life. They're all professional athletes on some level.
I've heard the shofar is really big at his house, particularly on Rosh Hashanah.
Roush, Shana.
I don't know if I got a rim shot. Do I have a rim shot here? I don't know if I have a rim shot. No, I don't have a rim shot.
Just play the DJ air horn. Instead. Pew, 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 pew.
Do any of you know who that is? I'd be very impressed.
Wait, do it one more time.
Nope.
I can't tell, man.
You'd have to be fans of the Howard Stern show. That is Jackie the Joke Man Martley,
okay.
who is known for his laugh. He would tell a joke and he would laugh at his own joke, and they used to pick on him for doing that. And then they would just like play like horrible. So then at the end of the show, they would do a news story. And they'd be like, oh, this woman with her 3 children drove off a bridge. They're all dead. And then they play this in the background. Like, he was really laughing at the story. They go, Jackie, how could you laugh at that horrible story? And it was just so funny at the time.
Used to listen to the Stern show quite often.
Oh, I loved it. I used to listen all the time.
I'm every once in a
Not
while.
so much now. Every now and then. He has on great guests now. So if he has on a great guest I want to hear from now, because look, he's in his 70s. I mean, he's not
And
the
he's
same
still
guy.
the
he was.
best interviewer on the planet.
He still is the best interviewer around, but he is in his 70s. So people still think, where's the strippers? Where's the porn stars? He ain't doing that no more. He's a grandpa. It'd be weird if he was doing that. But he is on like big time guests. And those are great interviews because they stay like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and you get so
All
much
right,
out
49ers.
of it.
70th pick.
The pick is in.
Romello Height, edge.
Texas Tech guy.
So there are still a ton of wide receivers that are going to be available for the Dolphins.
Definitely going to have plenty to pick for. I mean, at a certain point, you might even say, well, look, if you
Why take one now? They're going to be there.
You might have your pick in 12, but like you want to get out in front of, like if you
want to start the run, you don't want to beat the ass end of the run.
Exactly. And so I like where Miami's sitting, and like frankly, like Jermod McCoy's still there. Emmanuel Pregnon is still there.
Dunker is still there.
Jennings Dunker, the Dunk. How is Pregnon still there?
Once again, still there.
There's got to be something with Pregnon that we don't know, because this guy from the tape and everything else was just so stinking good. I don't know.
Yeah.
Commanders have 2 more minutes on their clock, and they've only had 1 pick so far. They picked up Sonny Styles early on in the first.
Pretty good pick, though.
Halsey's
pretty good
still
pick.
there. Kilgore's still there.
Texas Tech defense has had what? How many guys now? You got Lee Hunter, Rodriguez, this guy, Height,
Bailey.
and Bailey. They've had 4 defensive players going. They're not done yet.
Jennings Dunker is still on the board, Josh.
Still, I'm very excited for this.
No, commercial. Well, that means that they're
I'm
not
in
gonna
it for the
share that
memes.
information.
Though. Let's not forget.
Yeah. You're in it just for the pictures.
You wouldn't like Jennings Dunker when he's angry.
Turns green with red hair. Look,
Man, you were all prepared. You were all
He
prepared.
stepped
with
right
them.
through the table. Ian, have you seen video of what happens when you play Cow's jazz music?
No, I have not.
Go on TikTok, go on YouTube, whatever you're free tonight, tomorrow, whenever. Just type in Cow's jazz music and just watch.
Okay, I will.
It's a delight.
There's this one video though. Who has babies? Anybody? Oh, wait.
Well, they got kids. I mean,
I got
Right.
2. I got a pair.
How old are your kids, Josh?
9 and 6.
So this won't work for yours, but
Tom's got a younger one.
Tom, it might work for Tom. There's this thing on TikTok now where you see the babies are acting up, and the parent looks over to like the door and yells, "Jessica!" And the baby stops crying, and they start
Really?
looking for Jessica. And it just so happens that my youngest
Your
daughter's
daughter.
name is
Yeah.
Jessica, so she loves this. She loves all these TikToks. It's
Amazing.
amazing.
But Cows with jazz music. You'll
Okay,
just,
all right.
just go on there. It's funny as hell. You've never seen cows move so fast in your life.
Because he was drafted with the 57th overall pick, Logan Jones will receive a lifetime supply of
talked about
ketchup
that.
from the Kraft Heinz Company.
And you got a
How
red
much ketchup can you
jacket.
eat though? Like we go through one bottle every like 9 months, right? Like I don't know how much can you.
Well,
really
people who
use?
use it on their eggs are probably going through more of it.
Oh, that's true
Well,
too.
And if you got kids, like I got kids,
Chicken
there's
tenders,
chicken
fingers.
nuggets, popcorn,
Everything's better with
fishing,
ketchup.
fish fries, fish sticks.
Everything's
Like,
better with
I
ketchup.
mean, there's ketchup everywhere. I mean,
That someone's asking me about Opie and Anthony. I was never an Opie and Anthony guy, but they weren't on locally here where I live either. So I didn't have a chance to listen to them. But from what I've heard now in the past, listen to old shows, they just weren't for me.
weren't they Central or like Tampa?
No, they were in New York. Well, they started up in Boston, then they got hired in New York. And then, they were the guys who sent people to church to have sex. They got thrown off the air. Like they tried to be Stern, but they didn't understand. Like Stern was like smart. Like, yeah, I'm going to cross the line, but I'm not going to like break laws. They were like, oh, I'm just like Stern, but they were breaking laws. And like, guys, you guys aren't like Stern. You don't know what you're doing.
All right, first wide receiver off the board
What was it?
for the Commanders, Antonio Williams.
Clemson guy, slot receiver.
I like
Fields.
not one of the guys that I would have even really been targeting.
Yep.
When he gets the ball in his hand, he's a yak guy. Yards after catch, he like he turns into like a running back after he gets the ball in his hands. He's a good player. Again, not lukewarm on him for Miami, but yeah, this might be the start of the run here at 71. And we're 4 picks away. We're 3, really.
Yep.
Do we have a favorite receiver or two? Since
Chris Brazil, I think, might be the top of the line for me right now. Chris Brazil, I think, for me.
My guys, I like so many of these guys.
I know. That's the thing. There is a lot of them I like. That's the thing. So, I won't be mad at whoever they take.
I think Chris Bell, Skyler. I think either of the two Bells would probably be my top 2 guys here, but Ted Hurst would probably be third.
I'd go Malachi Fields or Chris Bell. Those are my 2.
Yeah, like any of these names would be fine.
Yeah.
I mean, we all have our personal favorites, obviously. But yeah, I mean, I think all those guys in the mix. And again, if they want to go safety, they want to go edge, I get it there. I mean, again, there's no bad. We have so many holes. There's no bad picks, right? I mean, yes, there is a bad pick or two, I guess. But for the most part, I don't think there's a bad pick.
Seen a lot of Ted Hurst there in the
Ted
chat.
Hurst is one of the fan favorites on social media, guys.
Hurst is a big height, weight, speed guy.
Georgia State small school guy.
But big height, weight, speed guy, good production. Skyler Bell had monster production at UConn.
UConn.
He's 6 foot, 200 or something. He's not a small guy, but he's not a huge guy, but it's just really good route runner, really great production. Struggled with drops prior to this last year and then cleaned that up in his last year.
He had a game here at Syracuse where he had 13 receptions, 200 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He almost single-handedly beat them by himself because UConn kind of stunk. But he had a 13. Because I remember sitting at that game and go, is anyone going to stop this guy? Because literally, he's the only guy in the team who's any good.
Yeah. The 2 Bells, whether to me, I wouldn't have imagined that Chris Bell would have fallen here. But and you could absolutely if you wanted to double dip at receiver, the way this is falling to you could take your pick and have 8 guys to choose from and take your pick at 75, and there's still a really good chance that you're going to have somebody in that same tier. If you went Skyler Bell here, or if you went Skyler Bell, for example, at 75. And Malachi Fields fell to you at 87. Tell me that's not a pretty similar situation to what the Browns got with Casey Concepcion and Boston and Denzel Boston, but you're getting it a whole round later than Boston and 2 rounds later than Concepcion.
We got a super chat from Crash. Thanks, guys. Made me and my son's night. F the Jets.
Absolutely.
F the Jets, always and forever.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if I got the email from the other winner, so please, which was Crash, right? He won. Did you send me the email, Crash? Crash, please send me that email. Yep, I got it. I got your email. Yep, I got your name. You're in Florida. Okay, good. So we got one more, Landry, probably after the Miami pick, just so we get past it. I'll give away the Landry one after the next pick by Miami. Because we got 3 that are going to come quick here, so.
The Dolphins have sent out a tweet that is ostensibly Zach Thomas typing it.
You saw it, yeah.
Oh, I see. They edited
Brooks.
it. Never mind.
Jordan Brooks.
It's from Jordan Brooks. Congratulations, Jacob. Super excited to have you here in MIA. Let's ball out, man, from one Red Raider to another. Wreck 'em.
Well, that tells me not getting traded.
Well, he might not know.
Well, with our social media team, anything's possible.
But look, I love the idea of having
both
Brooks
of them
and Rodriguez on the field together and just having a dynamic, dominant linebacking.
Let's be honest. If Grant takes a step and plays like the 13th pick of the draft, if Jordan Phillips, Benito Jones, and Zach Sealer play they play well, that front seven's pretty – it ain't the weak link on the team. Let's just say that.
Tacario Davis, cornerback out of Washington.
Oh, that was the guy I thought Miami would fall in love with. This guy's got Inspector Gadget arms. He's got super long length.
And now we're showing up on the screen. We got 2 picks ahead of us.
Yeah, I'm shocked he went this high, Davis. I thought he might be there late round 3, first part of round 4, actually. But these teams all love lengthy corners now. It's that's the trend. Yeah, that's the trend. They want corners with long arms because maybe you're not going to get the interception, but you're going to get your hand in between to just block the pass, essentially. And even if you're a little slow, you can just reach and knock down the pass. That's what all these teams are in love with, lengthy corners.
Saints are on the board. On the clock,
Man.
excuse me.
Ephesians.
Well, the Saints probably
6'3"
once again the
and
Saints
33-inch arms. Whew.
Yeah. Here's the
80-inch
thing with-
wingspan.
Exactly. Here's the thing with the Saints. Probably not taking a wide receiver because, again, they took Jordan Tyson. So,
Trade.
wide receivers are going to be there. Who's made the trade?
No, there's no
Giants
trade.
are
It's
now
just-
on the clock at 74.
Who?
Traded with the
Oh,
Browns.
so the
74.
Saints. So the Saints made the pick, and the Giants got ahead of Miami.
Cleveland spot. Yeah.
No. The Bengals selected Takario Davis.
And then the Saints were next at 73. So that means the Saints.
Cleveland
have picked,
74.
and the
Right.
Giants are on the clock at 74, which means the Saints have picked. We just don't know what the pick is yet.
Correct.
Who are the Giants? Now, Giants took an edge rusher. Giants took an offensive lineman. I don't think they had a round 2 pick, did they?
The Saints
No.
selected Georgia tight end Oscar Delp.
Okay.
There you go.
Tight end
There
runs.
you go.
Another tight end.
We're in
Yep.
the tight end run. Giants did not have a. Giants took Colton Hood. So Giants have a corner, an edge.
They could
Giants
take
might
a
go
wide
wi-
receiver.
Giants are going to wide receiver, put someone opposite neighbors. Giants are going to wide receiver.
They
That's why they
could
got ahead of
go.
Miami.
They could go corner also.
Nope. Yeah, but they took Hood in round 2.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
So I think they're going to. I think they got in front of
Dolphins were on the
Miami for the
clock.
wide receiver.
So the Giants
But with
have
so many
picked-
wide receivers there,
It's not
like,
a pro-
I mean,
it's fine. Yeah, it's
yeah.
fine. And who knows if Miami's even going wide receiver?
yeah, it's
You
true.
might take a safety. Zach Wheatley, Penn State for all I know. And if that happens, I'm clipping that.
I mean, you got Prysock, you've got Kilgore, you've got Keontae Scott, you've
Malik Muhammad.
got some of the edge guys.
Dolphins are on the clock.
All right.
I wonder who
Let's
the Giants took.
frickin' go. Jess, where are you finding stuff from Matt Lombardo? Is he on Blue Sky doing it?
He's on. He
Or
was
Substack.
occasionally. I'm not following him tonight,
Okay.
but he was doing a live chat on his Substack where he was.
Oh, okay,
too.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, those
Giants
Substacks are kinda
selected
cool.
Malachi Fields.
Oh,
There you go. Ian, your boy. They took him.
So here we go. Dolphins. on
That's
the
why they
clock.
made the trade. They wanted the wide receiver right in front of Miami.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm fine with it. Like,
I'm fine with
give
it
me,
too.
give me one of the bells.
If,
that was the
here's
other
the-
option,
if they
right?
take
Yep.
2 of the bells, I promise you I'll have shirts up tomorrow morning. We'll be sound the Bell Brothers. I'll be making so many Bell Brothers shirts. It's gonna
Bells,
be
bells.
crazy. Bell to Bell, Hell's
Carol
Bells.
the Bells.
Hell's Bells, although it's probably trademarked on that.
Gabby has stuck with Keontae Scott for the last 45 minutes.
Gabby, I hope for your sake they get him. I know you've been here pretty much all night. You've been Keontae Scott.
We were waiting for Miami to get a Kane. They
Could this
passed
be the
on Bain.
time?
It's not
It's
going to be
either-
Carson Beck.
It's not gonna be Beck. It won't be the offensive tackle who, like, each offensive tackle is gone. It's either CJ Daniels or Scott at this point, and this is a little too early for Daniels.
Very curious to see where we go here.
The value would be there for Scott. I like some other guys on the board, I think, a little
Yeah.
bit more, but the value would be there.
He's a slot corner too. He's not really a boundary corner, which again in round 3, that's fine. I'm just saying.
and I think you could play him at safety too. I think he's got the size. Like I think he could be like, a guy who could play. He wouldn't put him at like single high, but he could be like a box safety. He could be like a 2 high split field safety. You can do some things with him. He could be a nickel. He's a versatile chess piece. He can blitz off the edge. So like, I really like Keontae Scott as a football player. I wouldn't hate the pick.
yeah.
Damn, they're showing highlights of Malachi Fields and his one-handed catches and his jumps over the defenders, and it's okay. We move forward.
We're gonna be okay. We
We are going to be okay.
That Chris
Keon
Brazil.
Coleman did a whole lot of that at FSU.
Yeah, I know, for real.
Yeah. If you
Another
can't
Bills-
separate, and that's why I like Skylar Bell so much, is that like, give me
Pick
a
is in.
route runner.
Pick is in.
We don't know who it is yet, but we know the
Nope.
pick is in.
I don't have the pick, but I'm just going to play it just because. Why not? Because we know it's in.
At the 75th pick of the NFL draft, we
Mhm.
don't know who the pick is. Every frantically refreshing.
I know, that's what I'm
We're
doing.
gonna break down Twitter because we're all refreshing at the same time.
Elon won't have nothing go wrong on Twitter. Don't worry, guys.
I'm not stressed.
And of course, there's a commercial break on TV. So
Of course, that always happens with Miami.
Rock, who did the Dolphins draft?
Yeah, for real.
I wonder if that would work.
I did see one outlet. I forget if it was like USA Today or something. They did a mock draft that they let Chat GPT do. Honestly, it looked like every other mock draft wasn't that so far off. I'm like, you know what? Yeah.
Oh, Pregnon is still there too.
You know what? That's again. I'm sick of hearing about people complaining about the offensive line. If they want to fix it once and for all, go for it. We still got 2 more picks coming up in like 10 minutes.
Jermod McCoy.
Pregnon, Jermod McCoy, and Bell. We'll take
somebody's
2
gonna have
injured
to
guys.
pick up McCoy, right? Someone will.
His injury must be
really
so bad.
fallen a long way.
His injury must be so bad that like no one even wants to touch him. This is this year's Shedeur Sanders.
All falling all the way to the 3rd round.
But Shedeur Sanders wasn't injured. That's the
He went
difference.
all the way to the 5th.
No, he was just
right?
he went around 5. He was just a prick. Supposedly, reportedly,
Allegedly.
Oh,
The Dolphins have
wide
selected
receiver
wide receiver
Douglas.
Caleb Douglas.
From Texas Tech.
Texas Tech.
How about
Another
that?
Texas Tech.
Red Raiders, baby.
Look, all right. So here, look, obviously not a name that we've talked about,
No, now that he was on our radar, but he can play though.
but also that's kind of like, so Sullivan's background, his dad, a longtime wide receivers coach. And so he's got like this pedigree of drafting and developing wide receivers and recognizing talent. This feels like a reach because like I haven't seen him on anybody's draft board as a guy who is considered to go anywhere near the top 100.
I'll say this. I want to find out who's the scout who was at the Texas Tech Pro Day. Was it John Eric Sullivan himself who went? Because whoever that guy is, he ain't getting fired on Sunday, and 2, he's probably going to get a raise.
So he's a height, weight, speed guy,
Yeah.
or at least a height guy. He's
6'4",
not really like
210.
a fast. He's not like really a separator. And so that would kind of lead you to believe that it is entirely possible that Malachi Fields was a guy that they were targeting.
Was their guy, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it's possible because this guy is kind of in the
Cut
same.
from the same cloth.
Yeah.
Got the same jib.
Yeah. So
Well, if you look at some, many of the wide receivers that are still out there, many of them are in that 6'2" to 6'4" range. They're really tall. But Malachi, I think, had a bigger jump span than some of these other guys had. Caleb Douglas, there he was. 4.39, a little faster from a 40-yard dash perspective, which again, we don't count 40-yard dash all that well, but Malachi was at 4.6 for the 40-yard dash. Doesn't mean much, to be honest with you.
No, because it's more about game speed. And with his body, you're not going to use him running down the field here. He's a guy you're going to use in space or like in red zone, almost like a tall tight end.
Yeah. So I get he ran a 4.39. So yeah, I guess he would qualify as a height, weight, speed guy. Like this is just like, 6'3", 80-inch wingspan, 4.39 40. Tells you a lot about what they were
out here.
What they were targeting.
Who was Dwight? Yeah, he was
Dwight
the one they
Stevenson,
stole.
yep.
Tremendous. Caleb Douglas. All right. Well, we got our receiver.
One of them. I don't think that's our last one.
No, but it might be the last one here in round 3, but no, I think round 4 and 5 we're probably going to grab 1 or 2 more, honestly.
All right. Well, gentlemen, been a pleasure popping on with you for a little while.
Go enjoy your
The
game.
rest of the evening is smooth and fun, and I'll be checking in with you from time to time here. But
All right.
yeah, have a good show. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
I'm gonna
Josh. Good to see you,
go
buddy.
melt into the couch.
Night, Josh.
All right. Ciao.
He's one guy.
Classroom consulting.
Radar. I didn't do a ton of homework on him. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think many people did.
No,
Whatever.
but the name is a name I heard. And obviously he was like, round 3, 4-ish type guy. So
Look,
right, guys,
this
I'm gonna
is not a
fly
guy
through.
that was widely regarded as like, I mean, as somebody that was expected to go in this spot, really not even close to this spot. So like the criticism here is going to be, this is a reach, and I don't disagree. I look at this kind of sideways. I do give John Eric Sullivan a little bit of a benefit of the doubt in that this is sort of the position that of all the positions, he
knows the best.
He knows the best. But like, was this really a guy that like you had that like, I mean, again, like this is kind of a trend that I think we're seeing, is that John Eric Sullivan, Caleb Proctor was taken several picks before I think most people expected him to be drafted. Chris Johnson was kind of picked in the range that he was expected to be drafted, but he had a significant trade up to go get him. Jacob Rodriguez, I think, expected to go in that range as well, but also a lot of premier positions on the board. I think probably surprised a lot of people with that pick. This pick, probably the most surprising, because this is a name that I think was not on anybody's radar at this spot in the draft. To me, if this does not go well, it is absolutely fair criticism to say that John Eric Sullivan
Maybe
is reaching on guys.
Yeah.
And like unnecessarily reaching on guys. That said, we don't know how it's going to play out. I don't love this pick because there's a lot of wide receivers there that, I would have drafted. And I think you predictively probably could have gotten it. Certainly could have gotten this guy like a dozen picks later. You probably could have gotten him in the next round.
And Drew Aller just went to the Pittsburgh Steelers too. So
that's what Penn State kid
sense.
going to Pittsburgh. Not shocked there, and that's probably smart because they're waiting on Captain Dipshit to figure it out what he wants to do. So yeah, I don't blame him for that.
All right, guys, I'm going to say goodnight.
All right, Ian, have a good one. Thank you for joining,
Great to
buddy.
see you guys.
Yeah,
have a good
take
one,
care.
Ian.
I will not hit end stream. I've done.
No, please
that
don't. Yeah,
before.
please don't do that. I appreciate
Good
that.
night.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah. You have to wonder. I mean, we don't know what their board looks like.
We have no idea what's going on.
And it doesn't matter what we think their board looks like, or like when they go up to the podium and they ask him, "Oh, like why was that your pick?" They're going to say he was the best guy on our board. That's all there is to it. Like that's what every single GM is going to say when asked that question.
Yeah.
But you have to wonder, like, did they just have or they just like looking at a body type? Like,
I would say yes. I would say, look, these guys, they're scouts, the area scouts. He's got a former GM from Tennessee and Robinson. He's got the guy for Atlanta who was like the right-hand guy in Atlanta. He's got his team in there, and they're looking for certain things that, most fans probably don't like. We don't even know what they're looking for, honestly. Height, weight, speed's a big part of it. And again, the one thing that he stayed kind of true to is traits. I think the reason he didn't take Bain, traits. I think the reason he liked Chris Johnson and Proctor, traits. I think this guy's traits. So obviously, like, one thing we can sort of learn here from what we've seen so far with the first 4 picks he's made, like the 5'9", 5'10" guys, he's never going to take. Short arm guys, he's probably never going to take. He's a traits guy through and through, and he's looking for traits where most fans are looking at, they're looking at stats and 40 times and this. This guy's looking straight traits 100%. And again, that's fine. That's his strategy. That's what he wants to do. Again, who am I to knock him? We don't know about any of these guys yet, but no, I mean, look, I've heard this name, obviously watch a lot of Texas Tech. I know you'd be like around 3-4 range ish. I didn't know you'd be here. But again, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because, again, when it comes to wide receivers, he's found a lot of guys, and I'm sure he's going to take a second one here, either this round or next round, and we're going to have two of them. And at the end of the day, it's going to be competition, best man win, and all that good stuff.
Yeah. And to answer Martini Jack, because like, and we went kind of back and forth on this, or he went back and forth on this with a couple of people in the chat yesterday after the Proctor pick, and now we're seeing it again. Like, we're not saying that John Eric Sullivan made a bad pick here. What I'm saying is that when you consistently make picks that go against the consensus, you are opening your and look, have conviction, take your guys. If they work out, great. But when you go against the consensus wildly, like not by like a few picks, but wildly against the consensus, you're opening yourself up to the criticism that you reached on a guy. A few years ago in 2020, when the Miami Dolphins drafted Austin Jackson, we were at a point where the Dolphins were in a huge rebuild and everything, and they drafted Austin Jackson based on traits, despite the fact that many people said this guy's a reach. This is a reach. And when it didn't pan out, we killed Chris Greer for it. So if this doesn't pan out,
guess what we're going to do?
We're going to kill John Eric Sullivan for it. Like, I'm not saying that like you kill John Eric Sullivan for this pick right now, but you note it. You definitely note it. You say, like, this is a player that nobody else seemed to think should go in this range. So if John Eric Sullivan picks him and it works out, great. But if it doesn't work out, like, you can't just be like, well, he gets a pass. You got to trust him. He's the GM. Why? He hasn't done it. What's his track record? His track record is he was on a staff in Green Bay. He wasn't making the picks in Green Bay. Did he learn from the guys in Green Bay? Sure. He spent a lot of time there. Chris Greer spent a lot of time, didn't Chris Greer work with the New England Patriots?
Yep.
He didn't bring any of the New England Patriots success. He didn't bring any of the Bill Belichick success. So there's not like this given that John Eric Sullivan's going to come here and everything that he did in Green Bay, where he, again, was not the decision maker, is all of a sudden going to work out the same way it does in Miami. So when he makes a pick that makes you scratch your head a little bit, there's nothing wrong with scratching your head a little bit and saying, I don't know about that. That's all we're saying.
Let's just sum this down to this. Dolphins fans have been conditioned for the past however many years. Every time Chris Greer made a pick, we kind of knew it was going to go bad because we had a track record of 9 years of him screwing this up. I'm trying not to swear to him. Screwing it up. So, yeah, it became a game. Like, pick announced. It sucks because Chris Greer made it. Everyone shits on Greer. Well, I think fans are still playing that game with John Eric Sullivan when there's no reason to play it yet. Maybe in a year or two we can play that game with Sullivan if every pick he makes sucks. But right now, we don't know. This is his first ever draft. There's no 9-year history like there was with Greer, where if you want to poop on a pick 2 minutes after he made it, you probably can, because you can find flaws and poke holes in it and say, why is he doing this? With Sullivan, you can't say it's a bad pick, it failed. Until it actually failed, it's his first draft. Again, Sullivan shouldn't pay for the sins of Ireland, Hickey, and Greer. Okay? You got to give him a chance. And if, again, by week 6, Caleb Douglas is not even active for a game, if Proctor's winded and can't play more than 2 quarters, yeah, we're going to be screaming they suck. On April 24th, I can't do that yet because for all I know, John Eric Sullivan's going to make everyone who's complaining look like a bleeping idiot in 6 months when these guys are, playing great and they start off 3-1 because of the rookies. Then everyone who's complaining tonight is going to look like a moron. But will that happen? I don't know. But if it does, okay. If it doesn't, then we poop on them. That's all. That's how this works.
But you can't, like, you're 100% right. You can't sit here and say this is a terrible pick. This pick sucks. This is not going to work out.
We don't know.
We don't know. But by the same token, you also can't say this is a great pick when you don't know. And when do all these experts know what they're talking about? Does John Eric Sullivan know more about wide receivers than we do Absolutely. Does John Eric Sullivan know more than most of these people making these mock drafts that are making these consensus rankings? Probably. But at the same time, these people are not idiots. Like all of these people that
their jobs
putting
are
this
on the
stuff
line. They don't want to be publicly shamed and fired.
Exactly.
Jobs are on the line.
Like these people are experts for a reason. And so when there is a general consensus and the pick goes so far away from that, it just bears noting. And so you have to note it because here's the thing that we've done as Dolphin fans repeatedly is that every time you get a new head coach or a new GM, you give them a pass and you just say, well, you got to trust them. They know what they're doing. They hired them. They know what they're doing. You get like nobody's saying to fire John Eric Sullivan because he traded or because he drafted Caleb Douglas, because he drafted Caden Proctor or whatever. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's even saying, well, maybe not nobody's saying it. We're not saying it. I'm not saying that. But you have to like everything is a data point. We don't have very many data points because these are like the first real moves that he's making as the GM. These are his first picks. There are some head-scratching picks. This is a head-scratching pick. So I'm going to scratch my head. If it works, awesome. But I'm not going to just sit here and say, oh, well, he knows what he's doing. This must be a great pick. Because that's
I think
foolish.
people want. There's a segment of fan base that wants that, where it's just nonstop praise, and then there's a segment of fan base that just wants us or wants people like us, podcasters, just crap on everything, no matter what. It's like, no, I'm not doing that. Two things: Atlanta just took Zachariah Branch, wide receiver, Georgia, and super chat right here from Dade County Slim. 16 wide receivers rated higher than Doug. Says who? Everyone's board's different. Again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm sure on some boards there were 16 wide receivers rated higher at the time of this pick. But whose board is that? Like you just said on the board. Is it your board? Is it the board made by ESPN? Is it a board of a general manager? Like anyone can make a board. I mean, Chris Greer had a board. Is it off Chris Greer's board? Because I wouldn't trust that too much. Like I get what you're saying, and no one's saying it's not a reach. Nobody's arguing with that. But again, this guy found something he liked in this guy. I guarantee you, when the Packers, whatever year it was, and it's not all Sullivan, took Christian Watson from North Dakota State in round 3, Packers fans are probably going, what the hell are they doing? I never heard this guy. Who is this guy? Now, look what he turned into. Again, you got to give some, until they like have failed repeatedly and like whole drafts stink, like you got to give them a little benefit of the doubt here. And all these GMs don't think the same way. They all don't view the game the same way. They all don't look at things the same way. It's like, they saw something in this kid they liked. Other teams might not have. So, yeah, there might have been 16 higher on a board. Here's what I know. Not on their board.
Yeah, like you're right. I believe like looking at like going through this entire process and, hearing from multiple experts and looking at multiple draft boards, I think it's very fair to criticize this as a reach. That doesn't mean it can't pan out.
Oh,
and John Eric Sullivan does have a track record of specifically wide receivers. Like, I'm not going to sit here and BS you. I'm not going to blow smoke and say like, yeah, I love this pick. This is the guy that I wanted when I sat here for an entire round and talked about 10 other receivers and this guy's name didn't come up. So like, it'd be very disingenuous for me to sit here and then say, oh, yeah, totally get this pick. Absolutely. Great pick. Like, what would I look like if I sat here for 2 rounds talking about wide receivers and brought up 15 different wide receivers that I'd be ecstatic for the Dolphins to draft at 75? This guy's name doesn't come up, and you still got like 10 of them on the board, and this is the guy that you pick. Of course, I have to scratch my head.
And the wide receiver, and it's a run on wide receivers now. The Ravens just took Jacoby Lane. It's been like how many in a row we got here? I mean, not all in a row, but all in this batch. We've had pretty much since Antonio Williams was the start at 71. Then you go Fields at 74, Caleb Douglas at 75, Zachariah Branch 79, and now Jacoby Lane at 80. This is the wide receiver run. Miami was at the front end of it with third. Well, right now, right in the middle, I guess, with Williams and Fields. Then Miami. Then you got two more. You got Branch and Lane after Miami. So the wide receiver run is in full effect here.
Yeah, 5 in the last 10 picks.
Yeah. So they once again. So all these teams all knew this was the range for all these wide receivers. Again, like Lane. Here's what I'll tell you about Jacoby Lane. I think the Ravens are freaking idiots for taking Lane because everything I've heard about this kid is very immature, very lazy. He's not going to be a guy who, when he's on his own, like Proctor, out of the building for 80% of the time that you can really trust. Not a self-motivator. Like, I think this is way too high for someone like him. And he's not, obviously Proctor's got God-given skill that at a spot that is like very much coveted. Lane, there's a million wide receivers. You don't need, but again, the Ravens saw something they liked, and it's like, they don't care what I think. They don't care what Mel Kiper thinks. They don't need what this guy thinks. So, yeah, I mean, every team, every person views players differently, and the ones who do it well, they got jobs for long times, and the ones who don't, well, they eventually get fired pretty quickly. Mr. McDolphin, Aaron, the brain, the brain logo, 87. What you got? Where are we? 81 right now, 82?
I wouldn't mind taking another wide receiver. We've said the names. Like, a lot of these names are still out there.
I would like an edge rusher at some point here, I will admit.
Yeah. I mean, I would like an edge rusher, but I do think at this point, the edge rushers that are there, like, there are a couple of guys that, like, look, if we're talking about traits and we're not talking about production and we're not talking about great film, then Dennis Sutton would be a great pick.
Oh, I would love, that's my guy.
Traits,
I would love him.
Traits off the board.
Yeah.
Traits out the wazoo.
You don't want to be a soft team. You want to stop being pushed around every time we go play whoever. And like, we're going to do the pushing essentially. You get a guy like that. Yeah, he might not get you 10 sacks. Not every edge rusher needs to get you 10 sacks. I need an edge rusher to set the edge. The years Miami there, when they had like Philip Merling and Kendall Langford, those guys weren't like big sacks guys, but they filled a hell of a damn role.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? They opened up space for guys like Wake and other players to get sacked. So yeah, maybe we don't have the sack guy yet. Maybe that comes next year. But let's get the guys who are going to be the meat and potato lunch pail guys. We're going to set the edge, stop the run, and do the things that sometimes don't show up on the stat sheet. You got to have guys like that too. And when you're in the middle of round 3, that's the spot to get them.
Look, I mean, Dennis Sutton, 6'5" and 5/8, 256, 33.5-inch arms, 82 and a quarter wingspan.
I like him. I know.
Plus
I like him.
athlete. Like, he fits the like, if we're saying they're drafting on traits, like,
and it looks like they are.
Like, now I will say this: if you want to double dip at receiver, you've gotten a big height, weight, speed guy. I'm not saying you need to go like a small little receiver.
But if you wanted to, you could.
But like a guy like Skylar Bell, who's more of a route runner, more of a technician as a wide receiver, not a small guy, like 6 foot, like around 200, like a guy who can get some separation and not just be like a vertical height, weight, speed guy. Like, to me, that would still stand out to me as a guy that I'd be looking at. And I would throw the other Bell in there too, Chris Bell, because I think he's a guy that could be a big yak guy and could be just like an absolute stud. And if he wasn't dealing with like an injury through the draft process, I think was a fringe first round talent. So I would not mind double dipping at wide receiver.
Pick 81's in. Pick 81. Jacksonville took Texas A&M defensive tackle Albert Regis. I'm out of control.
Is that the final answer?
Albert Regis. Did you ever see the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire with Norm Macdonald?
Oh, yeah, where it just looked like he wasn't.
He gets the final answer. Yeah, looks like he's not caring. He gets to the final
Regis
$1 million question.
Talked him into using a lifeline.
Talked him out of it, and then he got it right. He goes, if you were to answer, well, I would have said this. He goes, yeah, you would have won. And Norm's like, that's the greatest.
I watched it live. Well, it wasn't live because it was recorded, but I watched it when it first aired. Like when it was airing live, because that was a phenomenon when Who Wants to Be a Millionaire was
the
on
first
TV.
year or two, that was like doing like huge ratings numbers. And it was a fun show because the trivia, to me, Jeopardy's fun, but sometimes Jeopardy gets like, look, I like trivia and stuff, and I'm not like an idiot, but I'm also not a brain surgeon. Like some of the questions, like I have no idea when I start talking about 1800 English literature. Like I can't. I'm checked out. That show was a little bit more for the common man, as they say, for a son of a plumber, if you will.
Hard times.
Yeah, hard times, baby. But that's what that show. That's why I think people liked it, because it's like, okay, it's a trivia, fun game show, but it's not Jeopardy, where it's like, you know, sometimes on Jeopardy, you really got to be smart. I mean, you either have to be really old because you lived through most of it, or you got to be like really smart. That's why old people love Jeopardy. Oh, I lived through that.
So, yeah, like to answer the question again, like to me, there's still so many good wide receivers on there. Like I would not have a problem double dipping.
No.
There's still good defensive backs there. If you want a safety,
Genesis Smith,
Jalen Kilgore is still there. Keontae Scott is still there. Who I think he's kind of a safety corner hybrid, like nickel, kind of a nickel chess piece.
Yep.
Some long corner, like a long corner that like Ephesians Prysock, I think is really interesting.
How about Jermon McCoy?
Look, at this point,
you're in the 80s.
Yeah, from a talent perspective.
You can redshirt him.
Yeah. Good. Like Emmanuel Pregnon.
I'm still look. If they took Pregnon, I will not complain. I'm shocked. I mean, once again, for reasons we don't know, and sometimes this stuff happens, and we'll probably find out in the next few days why he fell. Because people had him late round one. Late round one they had him going. Round two for sure. We're going middle round three pretty soon here.
We are in middle of round three.
We're middle of round
getting
three.
Into late round three. Oh, Big Citrus just went. The Vikings take Dominique Orange, best nickname in the draft class. Big Citrus out of Iowa State.
Another Ohio State guy?
Iowa State.
Oh, Iowa State. I'm sorry. Big Citrus. Yes, I remember that guy. I always said he came to Syracuse, get a great NIL deal. Oh, they're putting up video of Aaron Glenn when they took Pons, two short cornerbacks. He's almost in tears. Like, dude, come on.
If you wanted defensive tackles, two big ones just went. So if you were thinking potentially Dolphins going defensive tackle at 87, a couple of guys that you would probably have been hoping for just went to Jacksonville and the Vikings with Regis and Orange.
Let me see who's out there. Interior defenders. Is that Grayson Halton still out there? Yeah, I think he is. Because I know Miami spent time with him. But
yeah, he is out there from Oklahoma.
You got the Florida State guy.
Yeah, Daryl Jackson from Florida State, Brandon Cleveland from NC
Proctor.
State. Oh, I do like Caleb Proctor.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with Caden Proctor. Caleb Proctor is a really interesting guy. Like the way that Miami is drafting, I don't think they're going to take Caleb Proctor. But if you look at the guys that Miami has on their defensive line, they've got a lot of big guys on their defensive line. What they don't have is like an interior pass rush guy. Caleb Proctor's a little bit of a smaller defensive tackle, but very explosive, very athletic, and would fit that need. I think he's mostly projected to be a day 3 guy, but I mean, who knows?
Who knows at this point? Mr. McDolphin says, just for the record, Brain, Big Citrus was my boy.
Oh, well, your boy is gone.
Yeah. It's going to be orange and purple up there. The Dominique Orange, Big Citrus for the Vikings.
Big Citrus for the Vikings, Little Citrus for the Eagles with Makai Lemon.
Yeah. That Lemon video was nuts last night. I don't know if you saw that. On the phone with one team, then they're like, man,
Why did Pittsburgh call him?
Because they were up next and they didn't, and the team, I forgot who
Philadelphia traded up with Pittsburgh to take him, but why
did in front of Pittsburgh? No, they traded in front of Pittsburgh to take
him. So Pittsburgh was going to call him to say, hey.
Pittsburgh was on the phone with him like, hey, we're taking you next. And then whoever had that spot, I can't remember now. They traded with Philly. Philly goes in there. He's on the phone like crying with Pittsburgh, and like his aunt or uncle or whoever goes, no, get off the phone. Philly's taking you now. He's pointing to you. They're taking you now. And he's like trying to hand the phone. Tell him, hang up on Pittsburgh. Philly's taking you now. And he's all like kind of confused and stuff. It's all over social media. So
Pittsburgh jinxed themselves.
Yeah, like calling the kid's fine, but they would have been like, how you worded is if you're there in a pick, we're probably going to take you. But they're like, no, we're taking you. Giants, yes. I think it was the Giants, someone said. But yeah, so yeah, they traded in front of them and like, no, not the Giants. I don't think it was the Giants because they only had their Chris Brazil goes to the Panthers, another wide receiver.
Let's figure this out.
Who had the pick?
He went 20. No, he went. Where did he go? Mekhi Lemon went 20th. So it was the Cowboys.
The Cowboys. Philly traded with Dallas. Yes, because then the Cowboys went down 23 and took the kid from Central Florida. Yeah, so
it was a great
Philly. Pick. Yeah, it's a great pick for them, honestly. They got two good picks in round one. Cut Dallas. That they couldn't dream of a better night, honestly. So that's what it was. Philly. So they were like, oh, they're not gonna whatever. And it was funny because then they're talking to the Pittsburgh GM. I think it's Omar Khan or something after the night one, and he was like a ghost because obviously the video's out there. Everyone saw it and heard it. And someone put up the caption, "This is what happened when you let the clock run out on your pick in an auto pick draft."
But I think it's silly. I think it's silly to call a player.
You can't call till you're on the clock, essentially.
Well, yeah, exactly. So, like, I mean, they look stupid. It's a bad look for Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Well, Mick Rack in the chat. There's no way Douglas was best player available on their board. He probably was. I mean, we don't have to agree with it, but
yeah, we don't have to. That's the thing.
I don't see why they would have taken him if he wasn't.
Yeah, we don't. That's the thing. These guys view things so differently, man. They view things so differently. Every team, every GM. We don't know. And I know fans don't want to hear that, but it's like sometimes with stuff like this, you have to. It's okay to say we don't know, and it's okay. We don't know.
It's okay to squint at it and scratch your head at it. It's okay to say, that's not who I would have taken. It's okay to question it. That doesn't make you super negative, but it's also okay to say, I don't really know. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah. Aaron, how bad has it gotten for this Dolphins fan base when you and me are the voices of reason these days? In the podcast sphere.
Well, it depends who you ask because
some people still think we're negative.
Half the people watching this are telling us like, "Oh, you guys are so negative." Like,
I don't know how anyone
give the GM a chance.
We are giving him a chance. We're saying we don't know. I don't know how much more of a chance when we're both saying we don't know. Maybe I wouldn't have done it, but no one's looking to hire me. We don't. That's giving him a chance. By the way, Cleveland just traded up with the Chargers around the clock. So we're at pick 80. What? Browns are now on the clock after trading with Chargers. Okay, so we're a few picks behind here.
We're getting close. We're only at the Bucks pick is in.
So these picks must be in. Okay. They haven't been leaked yet.
The Steelers.
Last one I got licked is 83. Yeah.
Yeah. The Bucks pick is in at 84. The Steelers are on the clock at 85. The Dolphins are coming up at 87.
Yeah. And I got Jordan Schultz is saying Cleveland's on the clock, so I don't know what the hell.
Maybe Cleveland traded up.
Yeah, they traded with the Chargers. So where it says Chargers at pick 86, it's Cleveland.
Well, no. Okay, so the Steelers already picked at 85.
Yeah,
And so-
it just hasn't been leaked yet. Yeah.
And so Cleveland is going to trade up with the Chargers at 86.
yeah.
And then the Dolphins are picking at 87. So we'll see who
Yeah.
the Steelers took at 85, and then we'll in short
If the-
order find out
Let me
who the
say this
Browns-
right now: if the Browns take Pregnon, they're going to get an A+ for this draft. Oh, Ted Hurst went number 84 to Tampa.
Yep.
I don't know if I said that. Oh no, I didn't because it hasn't been leaked yet.
Yep. The wide receiver run, man.
Wide receiver run.
We saw
Browns
5
took-
from 71 to 80, and now it's 7 in 7.
Miami's
and
on the
14
clock
picks.
because Cleveland took Austin Barber, Florida offensive tackle.
Who did the Steelers take?
Was that Hurst? No, I don't know who the hell it hasn't been reported on. They skipped it. And just real quick, thank you for the super chat for Terrell Newell. Thank you, much appreciated. You're the man. Yeah, I don't have the Pittsburgh pick. See if this other spoiler site got it. Bucks took Hurst. Yeah, I got the Cleveland pick before I got the Pittsburgh pick.
Did Pittsburgh let the clock run out? Boy, they're having a good couple of
Oh,
days.
they're having Omar Khan. Mike is all over the place. I'm all over the place because I'm looking all over the place, trying to keep up with everything. Folks don't understand. Like when you're trying to talk and record, you got 2 sites for spoilers, trying to watch the comments. I'm updating the website. Yeah, my mind, I was exhausted last night because it's like 3 hours of this. It's like, it is active. That's why I won't do Saturdays live. I just can't.
Yeah. See who'd you say the Browns took? Because you said you got the Browns pick.
Jordan Schultz says the Browns took Austin Barber, offensive tackle, Florida. He didn't give pick 85. And then I go to Jordan Schultz, and then I go to Ari, who's the other spoiler site, and he doesn't have anything. He's still a pick 84. So yeah, I mean, again, this stuff is happening so fast, people. To try and keep up with it all, it's really like a full-time job. But then we're here trying to talk and be entertaining. It's not easy. Like even last night, which I don't know if you saw the clip, it's on my Twitter. Mike Greenberg, when Miami took Chris Johnson, he's going, Mike Greenberg's going to San Francisco.
The Pittsburgh pick I have is cornerback Dalen Everett from Georgia.
Georgia. Yeah. Okay.
So, and then you had the Browns pick the
Austin Barber
tackle. So the Dolphins are on the clock.
Dolphins are on the clock.
Look, if they're going traits,
give me Sutton, baby.
If you're going traits, you need an edge. Deny Dennis Sutton would make a lot of sense. I would love to double dip at receiver here. Skylar Bell would be the guy that I would love. And then if you told me, because if you would have told me that they took Skylar Bell at 75, and then I still probably would have said that Douglas would have been a reach at 87, but if you would have told me that those were the 2 picks, I'd be fine. Kilgore, somebody in the chat saying Kilgore. I think, look, we need a safety. Kilgore would make a lot of sense here. I think
that's the one thing about this year's draft. They need so much. Like, again, I know fans are upset anyways, but it's like, I understand the logic with any of the positions because we need just help everywhere. It's really about raising the talent floor more than anything. And that's what we're trying to do in this draft is just raise the talent floor. Get guys who can get on the field right away and play.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, like, nothing that they would do would surprise me at this point. Like, they could pick a guy that I don't even know, that I haven't even considered.
But I'll say this. Once again, I don't know who's going to be good or not. And John Eric Sullivan might just have drafted like 4 or 5 guys who all stink. I don't know. I like his approach to the draft in that. With Greer, there was like no rhyme or reason to anything. There's like, he was just all over the place. With this guy, we're starting to learn traits matter. Like he's looking for a specific thing. So like when we go into next year's draft, like, oh, he's a traits guy. So this guy is short arm. Like we kind of, now we're starting to understand what he's looking for. We might not agree with it. We might not like picks. We might not, well, that's fine. But we know his thought process and what he's going to live and die by and what he's going to stand 10 toes down on. Well, with Greer, we never had that. It was just like, throwing a dart. Who the hell knows what he was going to do?
Well, the pick is in.
If it's another Texas Tech guy, just like
I'm not gonna love that because that would be a very.
yeah, I mean, I don't know
weird
who's
trend.
left. I mean, you got the safety, but he's like around 6 or 7, I think. I don't think he's or like around 5 or 6, I would say. I don't think he's around 3 guy that's safety, but after that, I don't even know who's left for Texas Tech. I'm sure there's guys, but if we get to 94, we might have to sign off after that because we starting to get tired a little bit.
Oh. Well, we only got a few more picks.
Yeah, I
after
know.
94,
Well,
so.
technically, you're right. I mean, there's not that much after 94, so yeah, there's one. Okay, we'll stay on to.
We can make it. We can make it. Mike.
We can make it. And then I got Tom ready after that.
You never know. The Dolphins could trade up to pick 100 and have the last pick.
With 2 4ths and 3 5ths, they absolutely can. Actually, I mean, not all of them, but they could.
They could trade Jordan Brooks and end up with pick 100.
Come on, Schultze, give me the pick. Jordan, she's been pretty good tonight. Last night I was more with Ari. Tonight Jordan seems to be a little quicker on the draw. And I hope these guys are going to do this on Saturday because I remember last year on Saturday I think they stopped. They're like this, which I get it. It's a long few nights here.
Okay, so this is an interesting pick. Not a guy that we talked about, but is definitely a guy that was on my radar.
Who is it?
Will Kashmerick, the tight end from Ohio State. So Ohio State had 2 tight ends.
Second tight end. Oh my God, Dolphins fans are going to be so mad.
Kashmerick is. What did you say when you said you talked to?
Oh, pure blocker only.
Yeah. Well, he's not a pure blocker only, but he is
Dante,
a blocker first. Dante, who does a great job.
He's great
analyzing stuff for the draft. Kashmerick is a guy who is very much that like traditional wide tight end, line up on the line of scrimmage, maul you as a blocker, but can also do some things as a receiver. Look, they told you they want to get bigger. They told you they want to get stronger.
Yeah. You know, we've complained about them being soft. Guess what? Try pushing us around now. That's part of this too, is like they looked at the roster. They saw it was an undersized roster, Greer belt, speed first. And in Green Bay, it was all about size. And guess what they're bringing here? Size.
Yeah. And worth noting that is experienced in a zone blocking scheme as well.
Oh, there you go.
So some question about what the scheme would be, if the scheme would maybe be changing because they drafted Proctor. Some people saying, well, Proctor doesn't really fit their scheme, but he does maybe have the requisite athleticism for it, especially if he does drop some weight. So, but there's some questions about that after the Proctor pick. Kashmerick is a guy who is most notable for his blocking and played in a zone blocking scheme. So I think he fits the scheme, and I think it sort of fits with the idea that look, Slowick is off the Shanahan tree. They kept him around to keep some continuity with their offensive scheme. So I think they are still going to be very much an outside zone. Maybe they'll do a little bit of inside zone and gap and maybe be a little bit more versatile in what they do. But I think at their core, they're still going to be a zone blocking team. And Kashmerick fits it as a tight end. Is it, again, like, is this the best value for like pick 87, taking a tight end that's mostly a blocking tight end? Like, is that great? Like, I don't think that's necessarily great value, but like,
and he probably would have been there at 94. I think he probably would have been there around 4, I think.
Yeah.
But again, maybe they know once again that on some level, and you would think these guys might know a little more than us. I mean, in the past, I wouldn't say that because of whoever. I think with these guys, it's okay to say that a little bit.
I think, look, you can see the pattern, and it's fair to say both of these things. it is absolutely fair to say he is drafting. He's got a pattern. He's looking for certain types of players. They're trying to get bigger and stronger in the trenches, which I like. I love. It's also fair to say they're kind of reaching on some of these guys. They're not necessarily getting the best value from like a draft value perspective. Now, look, at the end of the day, if it works and the team
and no one's going to give a shit.
And
no one's going to care.
Nobody's going to care that you took this guy at 87 or you took this guy at 75, as opposed to waiting and taking him at 100. Nobody's going to give a shit. But from strictly like a draft value perspective, like you're taking a blocking tight end who's not really known for producing very much and is not expected to produce a whole lot in the passing game, and you're taking him at 87 in the top 100, it's kind of a reach. Like it's fair to say that. It just is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, is what it is. Yeah, I mean, look, he's not, I mean, he was the second tight end at Ohio State. He wasn't even so I know fans, it's like, look, I get it.
Next pick just came in. The Jacksonville Jaguars take Emmanuel Pregnon.
There you go. Tony Khan's going to be all excited about that. Yeah, I mean, you'd think he has to go at some point. Good God. Guy's too good.
Yeah. We got one more pick at this
Coming
point.
Up, 94.
Yeah.
Coming up. Thank God. I'm racing to get this one up on the site.
I'm interested to see the reactions of Dolphins content creators that are really into drafting and into really grading draft prospects. And
well,
really
here's what I can tell you, because I've seen a few tweets from him. Our friend Simon Clancy, who writes for us, I'll have him on the podcast this week to break it all down. Again, from his rankings, he's not loving a lot of these picks. I know, like the wide receiver, he said that he had 14 wide receivers on the board he would have taken before him. That's him. And again, he's very good at this. But yeah, I mean, so I know him. I know Dante. I saw a few things he put out. I haven't seen everything because I've been here. I don't think he loves a lot of these picks, but again, I'll have him on as well. So those two in particular I can speak to because I've seen a few tweets they put out. We'll see. I mean, here's the deal. You know there's going to be some creators, as we always say, bad faith actors, all that stuff. They're going to praise everything. Great, because they're just engagement farming and they play that game. There's going to be some who crap on everything because they think that's how you get the most clicks and just be uber negative. And the reality is I think we're, in that nice spot in the middle where we're just being honest with people. We're just saying, look, not what we would have done. I understand what he's probably thinking, but yeah, and that's a tough place to be when you're making content because that's not the stuff that gets all the clicks. But I'm also not going to lie to people either. So,
is there a Dolphins content creator? Well, I'm sure there is, but is there like a reputable Dolphins content creator that right now has loved, like is looking at what the Dolphins have done right now and saying, "Oh yeah, I give it an A."
I mean, reputable. I'm sure there's one or two. I don't want to say their names because people's going to read into it. Then they're going to clip this and send it to them, and then they're going to say,
"Oh
well,
yeah, not naming names." I just I find it hard to believe.
I can think of two, and I'll tell you off the air. Which I know is going to drive people nuts. But yeah, I could.
I already know the two that you're going to tell me.
Actually, here I'll put it in the private chat. No one can see. Which guy I know is going to drive people nuts.
Yeah,
it's.
Those are the ones.
Yeah,
those are the ones.
There's two types of engagement farming: overly positive, overly negative. That's why we've carved out a nice little niche with our following of we're like right down the middle. Like if it's raining, I'm not going to say it's sunny. I'm going to say it's raining. And if it's sunny, I'm not going to say it's raining. I'm going to say it's sunny because we watch, we react. We don't sit there and like, well, I wanted it to be sunny and now it's raining and it's sunny. Damn it, everything's good. Well, no, it's not good. It's fucking raining out.
Like I will say this. Assigning value, like it's perceived value, because like what is the value of a player? The value changes depending on who you ask, who the GM is. But I will say this specifically to the Dolphins' last pick is how important is taking that tight, like a tight end who is probably not going to produce a lot in the passing game, but is a good blocker. Like, is that more valuable than some of these other players that, you know, I mean, Emmanuel Pregnon could come in and be like a starting guard and like, you know, be a dominant starting guard. If you think one of these like wide receivers can come in and immediately be a starter and potentially a starter for a long time, a corner, a safety, an edge rusher when you don't, and I mean, and now we're talking like premium positions, and there are guys that fit their traits too. Like it's not like Dennis Sutton checks a lot of the boxes.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm thinking, yeah, here's something else too. I'm thinking, because we haven't taken an edge and all that good stuff. Like AJ Espinoza, maybe they got like in their back pocket. Like they might be picking, like, I might be reading too much into it, so maybe I don't want to do this, but it's like, I'm thinking like the fact they haven't taken an edge makes me think they must have a plan at edge. Cause you know, guys you start taking like late round 3, round 4, round 5, you don't expect to come in and play right away. Those are the Mohamed Kamara types. So yeah, you might be able to talk them up, but then when you put on the pads, like he ain't gonna help you on the field right away. So if they don't take an edge here, I think okay, from Simon Clancy, I was actually wrong. Will Kazmarek is the best blocking tight end in the draft, an absolute crusher, very solid pick for Miami. There you go. Chris Kaufman from 3 yards per carry. Thing I pointed out, a tight end. Miami's roster is mostly one type there, one-dimensional pass catchers. Too much ketchup, no mustard. Will Kazmarek is mustard. Dante, 6'5", 261 with a 36-inch vertical leap. So color me intrigued. So those guys are actually pretty optimistic on the tight end.
I like the play. Like I like. I don't think this is like a terrible.
No,
pick.
no.
Like I understand the pick of.
It complements the room. It complements the room.
My thing on Kazmarek is just like the value positionally, like a blocking tight end as a positional value with other players that play other positions that are more valuable and still fit traits. Like it's not like is this the most important need to fill at this point? Like I get it. You put him on the line, and it's like you have a 6th offensive line. I don't hate this pick.
No, I don't.
Don't get me wrong. Like to me, the Douglas pick was more of a head scratcher than this one.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where everyone's going to say, and I'm saying it myself, could we have taken him at 94 and got someone else here? Could we have taken him at the top at 130 and got someone else here? You know, they're going to say no because someone else is going to take him. But I think most fans, that's a fair question to ask, and I don't think it's unfair to think that. But that's going to be what some fans think. So we had just had a pick 90 running back Kalen Black, Indiana. I think he just visited Miami like last week.
Yeah,
or maybe even this week he was in Miami. Yeah. I think.
But to go back to a point that you said about edge rusher, and about the Dolphins must have a plan. Look, you don't bring in a guy a week before the draft,
without a plan
for a free agent visit.
Yeah.
If there's not some interest there. And AJ Epinesa is a physical edge setting defensive end, very much a Green Bay kind of defensive end. So I think that might be the plan. And look, they could still take an edge. Look, they could take an edge with this next pick. They could take an edge in the 4th round, and they could still go and sign AJ Epinesa.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean,
so like we don't know what these guys necessarily are going to do, but I would say they brought in one guy for a free agent visit since the end of like the free agency wave.
March, really, yeah.
Yeah, and it was AJ Epinesa like a week before the draft. I don't think that that's a coincidence or like.
Yeah, because they probably told him, look, we don't know how it's going to fall, the draft. Let's wait and see where we are after the draft. If we need help at edge, we'll probably call you back. But if you get an offer, obviously sign somewhere else. God bless you. But if not, just sit tight and let's talk in like a week or so. And, and right now, look, let's be honest, even if they take one here, pick 94, that's not going to like change the outlook of the edge rusher room clearly. So, yeah, they're probably like, okay, probably, Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday, they're going to be on the phone with AJ Epinesa. Hey, look, edge didn't happen to fall our way in this draft. If you're interested, here's what we got. And you start talking. That's
The plan has to be to try to run the ball 40 times a game.
Oh,
right?
my God. Cowboys 92 took edge rusher Jayshawn Barnum, or however you pronounce it. Barnum. Michigan.
Yeah.
So we're 2 picks away here. Rams are on the clock, I think.
Yeah.
Jayshawn Barham.
Mm-hmm. I like Barham.
I like him. He's a nice motor. He's a third down
Cowboys.
Situation. Yeah.
Cowboys got Malachi Lawrence and Jayshawn Barham. To me, the Cowboys have absolutely crushed it.
Cowboys are going to be the favorite in the East next year.
The Cowboys have crushed this draft.
Cowboys are going to be the favorite in the NFC East. They might have passed the Eagles as favorites right now, especially when Philadelphia trades A.J. Brown. They're going to pass them as the favorites because you got Pickens, you got Lamb, you got a quarterback who's competent, who's good. Who's their running back in Dallas? They got someone I forgot right now.
Javonte Williams.
Yeah, Javonte Williams was pretty good last year. And now on defense, you had Downs, these 2 edge rushers. And again, this guy's a situational edge rusher. But again, everyone's passing this league. He'll be on the field all the time. They have, and then Downs, obviously. This team's got to be, they've improved themselves a lot.
They came in and said,
Jerry didn't screw it up.
We need to improve our defense. And they got 2 edge rushers that are hyper athletic, can get after the quarterback, and they got arguably the best defensive player in the entire, some might say the best player in the entire draft, and a quarterback for their defensive backfield. And they traded for a linebacker. So
that's right. Yeah, they got winner. Yeah.
So Dallas has just really invested in their defense and done it at the edge. They've done it at off-ball linebacker. They've done it at safety. They've done it at 3 levels.
Okay, pick 91 was Trezon. Come on, Ari, you're screwing me up. Pick 92 was Jayshawn Barham. Ari's screwing me up. He's skipping picks and then trying to package. Oh, Jordan Schultz skipped 91 too. Okay, that was Zahn, the offensive lineman, Texas A&M. As the kids say, the Cowboys understood the assignment.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think the Cowboys are lamenting giving up 2 fifth-round picks.
No. Here's what I have a question not about football because I know you're like a housewife person, so you might know what this means. I just learned this week what this means. I'm old and behind the times. When you see someone go like this.
Hold on. I'm not watching. Hang on. All right.
Okay. Someone go like this.
Oh, give it a little bit of this. This is not a housewives thing. This is
this means say you're on a rant saying like a lot of truths. And
it's like, yes,
like
mama.
Yes, you're
mama.
clocking it. You're clocking it. That's what this means.
It's kind of like queer culture.
I just learned it this week. I had no idea what this was. I felt so old and out of touch. I'm like, everyone knows this but me. Okay.
Yes, mama. Yeah, the Dolphins have not made me do this. No. The Jacob Rodriguez pick. Yes, mama.
And then I saw someone online go, you don't use the thumb and the pointer. That's wrong. If you do that, you look like an idiot. It's the middle finger and the thumb. That's the right way. And this person was I see everyone using the pointer finger. That's not it.
I do a kind of a combo of the 2 middle fingers.
Yes, I saw that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which, to be honest, I think is like it's like a hybrid of what it's supposed to be and like 90s like Wolfpack.
Yeah. Wolfpack.
Like professional wrestling.
Yeah, because I was watching something this week, and then I happened to, because our phones listen to everything. After that, then I saw like a video came on my screen with some lady. And plus, after this pick, after I get on the site, before we sign off, the Jarvis Landry autograph. Make sure we don't forget that.
Okay, after this pick, we'll do the Jarvis Landry.
So
we'll do some wrapping.
It's going to be the
up.
Miami
We've only
pick.
got a few
We'll
picks
talk
left.
about the pick. I got to get it on the website, which I can do as we're talking. And then we'll give away the Landry autograph. Yeah. Find a good question.
Where else are you going to get drag race talk and WCW talk?
Yeah, I know.
Within like a minute of each other. You're not going to find this on any other Dolphins podcast. I promise you that.
And if you like this type of non sequitur type talk, sign up for Dolphins Talk Extra. We do a lot of it. Like I said, Josh and myself the other night, we went from Wendy's. To cows and jazz music. We did WrestleMania, and it was another and there was some other topic to it. It was like we were all over the map doing a show. It was crazy. It was a lot of fun. Talking nonsense.
Very
Steelers
anxious.
are now on the clock at 95. Patriots moved down. What the hell did Miami do, Jordan? 95. What about 94? The last one I got to update here on the website. That's what takes the most time is updating the website. Dolphins took Chris Bell, wide receiver out of Louisville. How about that? Chris Bell, receiver out of Louisville. There is no rush to get on the field, buddy.
There it is. Okay. I love it. I love this pick. Yes, mama.
Yeah. Clock it. Clock it.
I'll give you a little bit of this.
There you go. I'm not looking at the screen. I'm trying to update the website right now.
You knew what I was doing.
Yeah, I knew what you're doing. I didn't have to see it.
Look, could have taken him at 75. They get him at 97 or whatever. Was it 97? 94.
94.
Yeah, like, fine with it.
Josh Moser loves this guy. I've got to send him a text.
Yeah. He was probably pretty down in the dumps.
Yeah. Like he's been talking about literally for like 2 months. He goes, Chris Bell. I mean, there'd be like he was talking about him he was talking about him a lot. And then when they got the second pick after the Waddle trade, he was like, "Oh, they got to take him with that second pick in round one." I go, "Josh, that's a little early, don't you think?" He was like, "Absolutely not. You know how good this guy is."
Look, Chris Bell can absolutely turn into a number one receiver.
Oh, hell yeah.
The thing is, I don't think Caleb Douglas can.
No.
But I don't think that they necessarily drafted him as having that ceiling. I think they were just looking for a specific type of player, which to me is kind of bizarre, but like that's what they're doing. But if you told me that they would have drafted Chris Bell at 75 and then they took Caleb Douglas at 94,
6'1", half dozen the other.
yeah, I would have been like, okay, yeah. I get it. Like you got a height, weight, speed guy that's more of a field stretcher to go with a guy who has the potential of being a number one wide receiver. Chris Bell, 6'1" and 7'8", so basically 6'2", 222. He does a lot of his work in the underneath. He can break tackles after the catch. I think he could be a big time target guy, a big time like possession receiver who has the ability to make some big plays after the catch because of his ability to break tackles and to get yardage after the catch. I don't think he's like some supreme separator or like some amazing technician as a route runner, but I think he's a big, physical, imposing threat, which kind of goes in line with what they're and like I don't know what kind of blocker he is, but he's a big physical target. He's got the body that would lend you to believe that he could potentially be a really good blocker in the running game. So you get another big guy, another physical guy. The Dolphins are going to run the football. They're not going to be like they didn't bring in Malik Willis to chuck the ball around 30 times a game.
No, and
I
if
think
he's
if the
not
Dolphins had their druthers, Malik Willis will be throwing the ball about 15 to 20 times a game.
yeah, and if he's not ready until October, that's okay. We're in no rush. Bring him along slowly. And this is a long play here for Miami. So the ACL injury might keep him a little, might hold him back a little bit at the start. You might not be ready for OTAs. You might take it slow in training camp. But again, that's okay. We are, we're in no rush here. This is a slow burn for Miami. This guy, the payoff might not be to 2027, but he should see the field this year. And I know one guy who didn't, I know because I remember asking Simon Clancy when I brought up Bell. He was not a fan. But again, one person's opinion. It's fine. He wasn't a fan. And I was a little surprised by that. I go, really? You don't like him? He goes, no, he's a little sloppy with the routes. He's just part of, but I'm like, well, again, for where we're getting him, I think it's a steal for where we're getting them. I think Simon was more like, yeah, you're taking him at pick 30 or 43. That'd probably be dumb. But I'm sure even at pick 94, he probably would be like, oh, no, that's a good pick. So, yeah, I mean, again, and, we'll see. So Miami here in round 3, of 2 wide receivers and a tight end. They address the offense. Caden Proctor is an offensive pick. And you come out of this with Rodriguez and Johnson. And I think tomorrow it's going to be probably more defense because now you got 2 wide receivers, right? You got 2 wide receivers. You got tight end. I think tomorrow you're going to sort of, start looking. And there must be some deep sleepers. These guys like it, edge, corner, safety, that probably we didn't even think about or talk about that they fell in love with. And so it's going to be interesting.
It might not even be deep sleepers. I think there's a lot of guys.
Yeah, there's guys falling through the cracks
that we've talked about a lot that have just kind of slipped. And I think it might just be because there are so many good players at those positions at cornerback and safety. I mean, I remember 2 months ago when the combine was going on, and you and I did a show together, and you came on and you said, look, one thing that I could tell you about the defensive backs in this class,
loaded.
It's loaded. So you might not have to reach on a defensive back. And sure enough, like there's a lot of the guys that we've been talking about that, Keontae Scott's still there.
Jermon McCoy's still there.
Jermon McCoy's still there. Charles Demons still there. Julian Neal's still there. Hezekiah Mass is still there. And these are just corners. Then you go to safety and
Kilgore.
You've got Jalen Kilgore still there. Zach E. Wheatley still there. Kamari Ramsey still there. Like, there are guys there that I think the Dolphins could take in the 4th round. At this point, who knows? Like, you maybe even get these guys in the 5th round that you could have said coming into tonight, these were guys that we would target in the 3rd round. So you got to let this play out. I certainly think if anybody wants to say that John Eric Sullivan has reached on a few picks,
fair,
they are more than justified to have that opinion.
Yeah, totally fair.
And I would probably tend to agree with them. But I understand kind of like it's starting to come together. There's definitely a trend of size, physicality, which I like because that's something that we haven't.
Walking off the bus, we're not going to be little Tyreek and little this guy. Walking off the bus, we're going to be a more imposing team here when we're traveling.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Josh Moser, I just sent him. I go, look, they got your guy. His response: pre-ACL, he's a 1st-round pick.
And I don't disagree.
Standing on it.
Is that like this guy was like this guy would have been a fringe 1st-round pick without the ACL, and like he's bouncing back. It's not like he has this long injury history, and you're taking him at 94. This is where you take a risk like that, like on talent and upside, because like look. You just took a blocking tight end at 87. Like you're gonna bemoan them taking an injured guy at 94 on a year where they're actively not trying to win anything.
I know.
Yeah. I like again. probably even more so that like let's just review what they've done today. We could not have been happier with the number 43 pick. We are of everybody that we've talked with, like anybody in our community, I think you and I are the only two people that have really been like, man, I really wouldn't hate it if the Dolphins took Jacob Rodriguez. Like we were kind of on that. Like we didn't think he was going to be the pick, but like as soon as we heard that he was the pick, we were like, oh man, I love this pick. And it seems to be lauded across the board. That seems to be the pick that everybody loves, which is interesting because it's not the one. Yeah. Wasn't the need of all the positions on the roster where you like, oh, you need this position, you need an edge, you need a receiver, you need a corner, you need a safety. Like linebacker was not the one, but everybody seemed to love that pick. And then I think it kind of went off the rails a little bit with pick 75 and 87. They get their, a field stretcher, height, weight, speed guy in Caleb Douglas. We'll see. I think it's a reach, but like John Eric,
they must like something. Yeah, they must like something.
Wide receivers. Will Kazmarek. I think we know who Will Kazmarek is. And then the question is like if you're taking this guy at 87 because he's just the best blocking tight end in the draft, like, is this guy going to just absolutely wreck people? Like, is he going to be like, is the game going to translate to where like this guy is essentially a 6 offensive lineman and he can still do some things, whether it's in the red zone or like on short yardage stuff where like you need a few yards and you need a big catch. Is this a guy that can do a few things? I can see the vision there with Kazmarek. I still think it's a little bit of a reach, but I can see the vision. And then I love the pick of Chris Bell.
Yeah. Let me just update a couple things here, then we can get this trivia out of the way before we sign off. Oh, thank you.
And we'll see if the Dolphins trade up into the top 100.
Anything's possible. They got here's the deal. Saturday, it was prior to the draft, we had a pick at 4, pick at 5, and 2 and 7. Now we got 2 and 4, 3 and 5, 2 and 7. So I'm not going to be live Saturday, just so people. I mean, it's a lot. And plus,
Go ahead.
No. I'm just saying I won't be live Saturday. So thank you to everyone who's joined us. Now look, we still got something to give away, so don't leave yet. But thank you for everyone who's joined us in the first 2 nights. It's been a lot of fun. You guys have been great. Some of you had great jokes and everything like that. So we appreciate your support here. But Saturday, no, look, maybe right before pick 130, I pop on for 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm not saying that's impossible, but like a whole, like an all day thing, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. A couple of notable picks, actually 3 notable picks right in a row. Patriots at 95 take Eli Raritan. Jennings Dunker goes to the Steelers at 96.
Oh, okay.
Oh, all
right.
And then Caleb Tiernan goes to the Vikings
Northwestern guy
97.
So last one, everyone get ready. This is for what's the picture? Jarvis Landry autograph card. Jarvis Landry, everyone, great Dolphin for the time he was here. Jarvis Landry autograph card. Whoever wins, send me an email immediately. I'll put it in the chat. Gotta send it to me immediately. Send me the email, name, address. Sooner I get it, sooner I can send it out. Here is the question. And I'm going to send you the answer because I don't know if you know this, just so you can look for the right answer. Let me send it to you in the private chat. Okay. Here is the question.
I'm not going to look the answer until I hear it because I'm going to try to.
Okay. What is the only NFL team that has never played on Thanksgiving? What is the only NFL team that has never played on Thanksgiving?
I got it.
You got it?
I got it. Like okay. I had a guess. I didn't know it, but I had a guess, and then I checked it.
Got it.
There
got
it
a
is.
Winner.
Dash Jamin.
It's the Jacksonville Jaguars. Dash Jamin. I put my email in the chat, DolphinsTalk1977 at gmail.com. Email me right now. Don't forget before you go to bed. Email me now. your name and address. I'll get you the Jarvis Landry card out. You should have it in a week or two, whatever it takes in the post office these days. Who knows? Or I'll probably do it UPS, maybe. I don't know. Send it out. Send me that email right now. Name and address. Put Landry in the title. Congratulations. We got rid of all 5 autographs now.
We have a hurricane off the board.
Who was it?
The Vikings.
I forgot about him.
98, Jacoby Thomas, safety.
Forgot about him. Yeah,
So the other defensive back out of Miami, Jacoby Thomas.
Good for him. Scott's there around 4. God, that'd be great for Miami.
I mean, so many guys, like so many of the guys that we
like. I know
that we liked, and throughout this whole process that we perceived we're going to go, late round 2, round 3. Julian Neal just went to Seattle at 99. I love that pick for them. But yeah, there's guys there, and the Dolphins have a lot of picks tomorrow.
Yeah.
Justin, let me just pull up the Dolphins here. Dolphins have 2 4th-round picks. They got picked 130 and 138. They got 3 5s with 151, 177, and 180, and they've got 2 7s, so 227 and 238. The Dolphins have 7 picks tomorrow as of now. That could change throughout the day. But
I expect them to maybe move a little bit tomorrow.
Based on the way these guys have handled the draft so far, I would imagine that there are some guys that they're going to that they're going to trade up for.
Yeah, I think so. I absolutely think tomorrow's going to be a day where they're sliding around. Makes sense.
And thank you to Abel the Baller 161. Join Dolphins Talk All if you haven't. $5 a month, great community. All you got to do,
extra.
Yeah, all you got to do is go to patreon.com/DolphinsTalk. You can sign up for as little as $5 a month. You actually get a discount if you sign up for the whole year. You can get the whole year for $48, so it's like $4 a month. Access to the Dolphins Talk Extra Discord, extra shows with me and Mike, with me and Josh, my solo shows, Josh's solo shows.
Watch along soon. Yeah,
we're gonna do our retro rewatches. We're gonna have other happy hour events where we just all hang out and we get on like a random Friday and we just hang out and we talk about whatever and we drink whatever, and it's just a good time and a hang. It's usually for like an hour and a half or 2. Just a lot of fun that we have on there, and just a really good community that's growing every day.
Yeah, and if you again, social media is very toxic. Whatever platforms you're on, Twitter, X, Facebook, Blue Sky, whatever. We have a message board thing there, like a Discord, or whatever. It's a lot less toxic. So you can have a real conversation. No one's going to jump down your back or anything for the most part. It's more civil, it's more fun, and it's a place for adults.
But it's not stuffy.
It's not stuffy. It's just, you can have an opinion and someone's not going to be there. You're an asshole. You're an idiot. You stink. You don't know what you're like. It's not that.
For example, we had a really great event this was only for extra subscribers. And we're going to do this next year prior to the draft, where we had extra this was only for the Patreon members. They could sign up and everybody got assigned a team. Some people, multiple teams. And we did an entire mock draft, here live. We live streamed an entire mock draft, and everybody got their chance to make their picks for the teams, get on there for a couple of minutes. And we just all had a really good time. And, things like that. March Madness pools.
We'll have a Kentucky Derby contest in like a week or so. You got a chance to win a prize. So, yeah.
So just a lot of fun there. And look, as little as $5 a month. It's as cheap as a cup of coffee.
All right. I got to sign off because I got to do this podcast with Tom. Everyone, thank you. Again, maybe I'll pop on Saturday for right before the pick or so. No promises though. I don't know, but it's not going to be an all day thing. And I got nothing more to give away at this point. So everyone, thank you for tuning in these past 2 nights. It's much appreciated. You guys have been outstanding. And look for the podcast with myself and Tom. Are going to be live here in about 5-10 minutes. And myself and Tom will have a podcast Saturday night as well, recapping the day 3 picks. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. Thank you to Ian, Josh, and everyone who joined us. Seth Levitt last night, Marissa. Thank you to everyone, and we'll talk to you again after a while.